And they got a gap. There is a gap also opening up at the back. Another group of roughly 15 riders opening up a little gap over the peloton.
Okay, a proper view over the top of that. One yellow jersey of Visma Leasebike has smuggled itself into that front of the peloton, and that's the scene off the front. And already we've got, what, about 12, maybe 13 riders off the front in 3 distinct groups, with a bit of a gap over the peloton. Tobias Bayer, I think it is, from Alpecin Premier Tech. Ivan Garcia Cortina, Jan Hirt, is that? Team NSN, Jasper Stuyven.
Giulio Ciccone, also the hand of this this first attack.
Groupama FDJ will be hoping that this goes. They've got at least 3 riders off the front of the race at the moment.
Seems like the peloton is slowing down at the back. To be seen if everybody's happy with this, because it's a very large group. Jan Hirt yesterday was losing a lot of ground, so he's going to try to replace himself up in the GC with this attack.
Polti Visit Malta on the front of the bunch. They've missed the move. Not sure Bardiani have got representation here either. No, Bardiani have missed this breakaway as well, so the 2 Italian teams will definitely be trying to get across quickly before this goes. Because as you can see, there's a lot of teams there. Red Bull, Visma Leasebike, all content to see this one calm down and go. But another big group gets itself together off the front.
It was, I think it was Dion Smith, actually, from NSN. We haven't seen the number, but he was definitely not that the skinny figure of Jan Hirt. Seems like slowing down a little bit at the back.
Paul Magnier towards the front.
Pippo Ganna moving up front. Oh, sketchy moment for the Italian. As Morgado, I think, is moving, trying to move clear.
Yeah, UAE Team Emirates don't have a white jersey at the front of the race, so that was Morgado came from a long way back there, carrying a lot of momentum, but a lot of riders on his wheel.
And the problem, like this breakaway happened, Nico Denz, I think, is going. This breakaway happened not really with a powerful attack, just off the start, you know, with a standing still start is something you could expect. Zokowski at the front.
Koen Bouwman is also there.
There is a decent gap. It's going to be hard to shut it down if some teams are willing to do so. Either you create another group, but there's already something like 10-second gap in between the 2 groups. Garofoli didn't manage to get himself on board in the breakaway. Van Gestel in there as well. They have Jasper Stuyven. I haven't seen if there is another rider for them, but from what it looks, the best team, or the team who has the best chance up here, is definitely Little Trek with Giulio Ciccone.
It's a good breakaway, this, and they're working well together already. Groupama FDJ with Cyril Bart plus 2 teammates. Christian Scaroni is tumbled down in general classification quite deliberately yesterday to give himself the freedom to express himself and get in a breakaway. On a good day for him, so Ciccone as well as Scaroni in the break.
UAE Team Emirates is definitely not happy with this breakaway. They're gonna try to stay as close as possible. And also Net Company Ineos, they missed a chance. They haven't any riders up front at the moment.
Well, they've got one rider who could make the difference here, and it's Filippo Ganna, of course.
There's not much collaboration at the front, as the gap is marked to be 15 seconds.
One of the Groupama FDJ riders just finds himself off the front. Chris Hamilton chasing on. One rider from Tudor Pro Cycling. I think it's is it Mozzato?
Yeah, it's Mozzato indeed.
Who's got himself in the move.
Not the best stage for the sprinter from Italy.
Red Bull Baller Hansgrohe have missed it, and they're trying to bring it back, as well as UAE.
Net Company Ineos.
There we go. UAE rider launches on the left-hand side of the road.
Yeah, Rojas with him from Bardiani. There's Pippo Ganna in there.
Yep.
And Garofoli is lowering himself on the wheel. I think there might be Timo Kilic on the wheel of Pippo Ganna.
Filippo Ganna is going to persist here, isn't he? He's torn a group of some 5 riders off the front of the bunch, and he's going off in pursuit of the front of the race. So Filippo Ganna, with one big acceleration, is trying to get across this 15-second gap. But you're right, the cooperation isn't perfect at the front of this race. Jasper Stuyven's just gone off the front. XTS Astana with 3 riders are driving it on, Davide Ballerini being one of them. That's the 1-2 from the Napoli stage at the front at the moment. Davide Ballerini and Jasper Stuyven as Ciccone comes through. Some powerful riders in this group, though. Jonas Rutsch's among them. Ivan Garcia Cortina, the sole representative of Movistar. Now, what's happening behind? Is Filippo Ganna still riding? No, not by the looks of it. That gap is just about still bridgeable, though. 15 seconds. It might even be a little bit less than 15 seconds right now.
Yeah, it's if they can get close and maybe try to move clear, you know, if he can gather 3-4 riders who are willing to cooperate with him, Filippo Ganna might as well rejoin the front of the race. Those corners, although doesn't help much in the chase, of course, because you cannot gain time when it's left and right. Ballerini from XTS Astana, already victorious in the stage of Naples, followed by Scaroni, is definitely hoping that they stay clear. Have 3 riders featuring on the front, and I think Ballerini and Maluce, they're gonna dig deep for the leader in such a stage as Scaroni can really be considered as one of the favorites in this stage.
Giulio Ciccone surviving a little bit of a scare there, this high-speed breakaway attempt. Groupama FDJ have thrown 3 riders up the road, so suddenly, having had a very muted Giro d'Italia, the French team has exploded into life on stage 11, like they were on a total mission to attack straight away and get in the first move of the day. Now, whether it's the move that actually sticks remains to be seen, as Paul Magnier is off the front.
And no Milan for the moment.
No Milan.
Magnus Sheffield also.
Martin Marcellusi in the blue of Bardiani. They haven't got a rider at the front of the race, picking his way through. You can see the group at the front of the race, but they've got a timed gap of around about 10 seconds, maybe a little bit more.
The problem at the front, I think the presence of riders such as Scaroni and Ciccone might be an indication for some team to don't collaborate, because they have something less, you know, in terms of chances of winning. Imagine a team such as Garcia Cortina or even Jasper Stuyven, Mozzato. Why should they do most of the job when you have such a fine climber such as Ciccone and Scaroni?
It's even harder at the back at the moment, where Juan Pedro Lopez finds himself in the company of a few riders from Uno X Mobility, including Martin Ciotta.
Giulio Pellizzari at the same time, sitting at the back. He's been fanning a little bit better legs than he had in the stage finish to Corno alle Scale. Good defense by the Italian yesterday.
Marginally quicker than his stablemate, his teammate, Jai Hindley. Long straight road here as they pass through Lunata. Breakaway just going through that little junction ahead of the peloton. And a little bit of indecision at the front of the peloton now as the next attacks are launched, and it's Polti Visit Malta as in the company of Soudal Quickstep, who are the next to attack. But just that little momentary lull at the front of the peloton has added 2 or 3 seconds to the advantage of the riders at the front. Still, Paul Magnier is up there, but this time he is on the wheel of Jonathan Milan. Marking him, watching him, not allowing him any freedom whatsoever. Filippo Ganna is still there as well, in around about 10th place. Just recovering. He might well launch again fairly soon. On the wheel of Mark Donovan, the rider from Pinarello Q36.5.
Again, Morgado going off again. He was very much up front this attack, so there was no surprise. Nobody was caught by surprise.
No.
But I think his job is going to be mainly to keep in touch with the front group and try to not lose ground, and waiting maybe from Jonathan Narvaez or Jan Christen, which might be a very good stage for him to be launching another attacker and rejoining this front of the race. 30-second gaps remain quite stable. As Groupama FDG featuring Cyril Bartos, the first one launching attacks, Axel Hoens and Jacobs from Switzerland, the other two Frenchies.
Baumann, the Dutchman, Dion Smith. XDS Astana are really pleased with their combination of riders they've got up the road. It's kind of pretty much perfect for them. And as a result, Axel Livens. Let me get his name right at the third attempt. Arjen Livens is doing the work for at the front, just trying to mark the riders, including Antonio Morgado, go with those attacks, try and inhibit the attacking.
And there were three riders from UAE Team Emirates right in there. It was Morgado, Jan Christen and Mikkel Bjerge. They were trying to get the front of the peloton, but they were stuck behind. And I think the job is, you know, to open up chances. You see Jan Christen was able to move close to Morgado.
Bringing Magnus Sheffield with him. Morgado got a gap there, and Jan Christen has just brought everybody back to Morgado.
Yeah, I think the job of Morgado is just to maintain the gap on a closable size, so allowing teammates to go clear.
25 seconds now.
Yeah, because they slow it down a lot.
Yep. Jonathan Milan just tucks in, doesn't do a turn on the front. And again, there's a little slowing, and that will add to the advantage of these riders at the front, where XDS Astana in particular with the French team are really drilling it, keeping this pace high. This might be it. It's getting a bit too late now for riders to get across or form a group that can ride across that 30-second gap nearly.
Another group of three riders forming with the EF Education Easy Post, another team missing.
But they certainly haven't given up, have they, behind? Ryan Mullen is the rider from NSN.
Mikkel Bjerge is involved, Michael Wagren, Magnus Sheffield.
Arrieta's made an appearance up towards the front, and Arrieta is going to attack on the right-hand side, down the middle, in fact, followed by Sheffield.
Darren Rafferty as well is in there. Some teams are still missing from the front, and we think of the likes of UNOX.
Yeah, they seem to be totally uninterested in today's proceedings, although having said that, Leknesund has appeared for the first time towards the front. But you're right, normally they are very active.
Yeah, EF, UAE, UNOX, I mean, Net Company, Ineos, many teams are actually missing from the front of the race.
As we get a lovely view of the magnificent city of Lucca, one of the absolute gems of all of Italy, really, but one of the most stunning cities in all of Tuscany as well. Surrounded by its fortifications, the old walls, thick ramparts that hem in the old medieval centre of Lucca, with its music school, its many, many museums, its beautiful architecture, and its long history. Been a couple of years since the Giro has actually finished in Lucca, but we're just skirting round to the north of it on today's 195 kilometres from Tuscany into Liguria. As, Giulio Ciccone expresses a little bit of frustration with the situation he finds himself in, the cooperation not quite there for him. He's the only little Trek rider off the front on a day that really suits him, Giulio Ciccone. Big opportunity for him, and he's working very hard to make sure that this group is the break of the day.
Yeah, he has to work hard, because when you're such a favorite in a stage like today, you need to know that all the others, you know, riders in the breakaway are not going to be willing to corroborate 100% with you, because they don't want to put you in the best possible position to eventually drop them. So there is a rider from Alpecin, I think he was getting distance. Yeah, it was at the back, looking back. Yeah, it's not part anymore in here, so that was him. For a brief moment, we saw the Austrian rider.
I think Manicelli might be dropped as well.
Yeah.
So two, the riders just popped off completely, can't hold the wheels as this this powerful breakaway continues to work to establish this lead. It's holding at around about 30 seconds, so it's straining at the leash, almost feeling as if the elastic is about to snap. It could be hanging in the air, but there are still some teams that have missed the move. UAE Team Emirates being first among them. Are we going to see Jonathan Narvaez seize his moment? He's so patient, he's going to be so economical with his efforts, almost invisible at times. But then he can suddenly appear just at the right moment. It's passing over a beautiful modern bridge.
This is not a Calatrava, though.
Lovely structure, though, isn't it? Still a couple of riders from Uno X Mobility at the back. Erlind Blikra, their sprinter, already looking tired from the effort of this opening phase of racing. We are 15 kilometres into today's stage, and the breakaways fallen apart a little bit. We've got 5 riders going off the front: Davide Ballerini, Christian Scaroni, Mozzato of Tudor Pro Cycling, Dion Smith and Jasper Stuyven, and it's Groupama FDJ who've missed that entirely, so they bring another group of 5 or 6 riders across to the front. Chris Hamilton, with one of the riders from Groupama, has been dropped at this point, so the breakaway has shed 4 riders over the course of the last couple of kilometres.
I don't know what's actually happening. You know, if he's been called back from the car, it's very hard to believe they're having a hard time following the rhythm. But for once that Chris Hamilton was part of the breakaway, I'm surprised that he'd been distanced by them. Far from my understanding at this point.
Nick Sikowski in the black of Pinarello Q36.5. Second time he's featured in a breakaway at this Giro d'Italia. Stuyven playing his part. It's Michael Bjerg on the front, just trying to get off the front of the bunch.
I think the Tobias Bayer first one to be in distance by the breakaway was intentional, as Narvaez is replacing as well himself at the front.
You can see him, Jonathan Narvaez, just noodling his way up on the right-hand side of your picture.
I think Alpecin Premier Tech, they were not happy with the presence of Tobias Bayer at the front and the remainings of the riders. So they're going to try to shut this down.
Got a couple of teams now consistently going to commit riders to the front to actually keep this time gap under control and bring it back. Alpecin Premier Tech calling their rider back and trying to reboot the race, and UAE Team Emirates with Michael Bjerg on the front as well, working to try and set it up for Jonathan Narvaez, who has made his way from the back of the peloton all the way through to the front and is poised potentially to try and attack and get in the break of the day. Down in the valley. Not going up into these elegant Tuscan hills yet. The hills don't come until we hit Liguria. Polti Visit Malta and Mattia Bais, they'll help as well. Now, NSN have got a rider at the front. Are they trying to spoil this chase and just get in the way? I think they possibly are. Because the rider they've actually placed at the front of the race, Dion Smith, is pretty well suited to today's parcours. And if a small group arrives together, he's got a very, very strong kick.
Yeah, so to be seen if they're actually willing to take this down. But the presence of Ciccone and Scaroni, I think that's the main reason why all those teams are collaborating, because they don't want to have such a favorite in today's stage up front, and they know they are beaten by, definitely on the paper at least, from a rider like him.
You can see how La Spezia, halfway through today's parcours, is where the race completely changes. When they leave the city of La Spezia, it's uphill all the way to the top of the Passo del Termine, and that's the first of four climbs, 3 of which are categorized. So how many teams are really committing to this, and with how many riders, as Polti Visit Malta re-energise the front of the bunch again with Mattia Bais. And the time gap's certainly not going out, but on the other hand, it's not coming down all that fast either. It's just absolutely constant now at 29 seconds. And we are, step by step, getting just that little bit closer to the day's intermediate sprint as well, which will motivate Jonathan Milan and possibly Paul Magnier. That comes after 68 kilometres of racing in just under 50 kilometres time. Big attack from Polti Visit Malta's Mirko Maestri, but he hasn't got anyone going with him. He looks round, and surely a man of his experience would realise that he can't alone just get across a 30-second gap.
No, the best would be just keeping the collaboration.
Here we go.
Okay, or another group, that was about to say, or you just hope for another group to join you. It's not really committed, the peloton, in a way. They're trying to attack one each other. Bettiol found himself in the breakaway here, but I think it's James Shaw, Jan Christen and Garofoli. It's a slightly uphill section now for the peloton, but it's still 30 seconds. Jonathan Milan in the background has always been seen with Paul Magnier behind him.
You got Arietta trying to drive that one on. XDS Astana trying to get in the way. James Shaw persisting from EF Education Easy Post. They haven't got a rider at the front of the race. Not yet, anyway. And still, this isn't certain to be the break of the day, but it's proving very hard to bring back, even if it's a little bit disorganised and ragged and the cooperation isn't perfect at the front of the race. They're doing enough collectively just to hold the peloton at bay, making it very hard to make a dent, really, make an impact on that 30-second lead. On the other hand, it wouldn't take much to change the dynamics, would it? There's the peloton behind. If they do start eating into that time gap, if they bring it down to 15 seconds, then this breakaway might start to fall apart.
Yeah. Because, of course, when they feel like their peloton is about to get closer and closer, they might slow it down. And it's now 26 is going down. Now it was the only moment, like some brief and not very hard false flat uphill.
Koen Bouwman, Nick Zukowski. Lovely, fresh, summery green leaves on these trees in this elegant avenue. Warm, early summer sunshine now descending on Tuscany as they just go up into, well, it's hardly a climb, but just some gently rolling, rising land on this predominantly flat opener to stage 11. Big attack from Alpecin Premier Tech, two-up attack.
Francesco Busato following, moving clear. He could be a good rider for such a stage, but it seems like there's not real collaboration. I mean, the peloton is definitely not happy with this breakaway, but at the same time, nobody's really committed to shut it down, as Morgado Musseghe, and I think it's Leonard Van Etvelt as well. Bettiol was there. Ainer Rubio as well.
Magnier's moving at the front, followed by Jonathan Milan. Kick-starting it all back into action. There was just a brief moment where it looked like the peloton might have allowed those 6, 7, 8 riders off the front, but it's all kicked off again. And that attack with Morgado, etc., gets brought back. Still haven't seen Jonathan Narvaez move.
Again, Leonard Van Etvelt.
Being followed by Vergalito, the Italian rider from Alpecin Premier Tech, on his wheel.
Madis Mikkels.
Latvian national champion with the pink helmet, sprinter. I don't imagine he's the rider that they really want to get up the road today. Darren Rafferty would be their pick, possibly. Of course, Markel Bellocchi is now very much in a general classification race, isn't he? There's a two-up attack then from Polti Visit Malta, goes down the right-hand side of the road. Movistar latching onto that attack from the Italian team as Vergalito just hangs off the front. He's going to be joined very soon by those two riders from Polti Visit Malta and Movistar. UAE Team Emirates once again with two riders. Still no sign of Narvaez attacking yet. His patient approach to the racing continues, but Jan Christen has been piloted across to the front of the race by Michael Pierre. But the time gap is going out while all these flurries of attack happen. They've built another 4 seconds of an advantage. It's out to 33 seconds, making it harder and harder to see how this one comes back.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, because if they keep going like this, I think we could expect some riders to stop collaborating, such Mozzato or Garcia Cortina. I know they're much more riders for the flat parts. I don't see the point of them really collaborating now, you know. Jonas Ruch, I mean, they cannot they cannot go in a battle with Ciccone or Scaroni. So why even like wasting your energy? Jonathan Milan appeared from the first time. We haven't seen Magnier on his wheel. He might notice it as well and go launching an attack. But he has Ciccone at the front, so I think he won't be allowed to do so. At least that's our expectation.
Not too much contribution from Netcompany Ineos recently. Filippo Ganna and Magnus Sheffield had at some point been involved at the front of the race, but they've dropped further back. Nico Bier on his own at the moment, bringing everybody on his wheel across, is trying to shut down a 32-second gap to launch Jan Christen off the front. But even a rider like Nico Berg is struggling to make an impact. Christen persists instead.
Yeah, I think the target now is just to work the two in there, hoping somebody else will help, and waiting for, you know, to be closer and launching Narvaez on the attack.
Now is not the moment to go, not solo. Just got to try and bring this time gap down a little bit before the attacks can follow. Ryan Mullen moving to the front again. Mathieu Baïs on the front as we head into the province of Lucca, skirting the city to the north. Baïs is just off the front now. Needs company, needs riders to get across to him.
Back at the front, Zokowski, Mozzato, Baumann in there.
Nice organisation now, isn't it? A slightly smaller group. They've lost about 4 riders, haven't they? And it's just a little bit easier to get them organised.
Yeah, seems like everybody's doing their part to keeping the peloton at bay for the moment. 32, 33 seconds. Haven't changed much in past kilometers, but at the same time, the peloton haven't gained any ground on the breakaway.
Jonas Rutsch, Jasper Stuyven with that elegant pedal stroke of his. Conversation with the man who beat him into Naples, Davide Ballerini. Scaroni, who's been a bit frustrated so far at the Giro, played his part magnificently and leading out Thomas Silva back in Bulgaria on stage 2 to victory. Other than that, he's had a top 10 or 2, but he's been a little bit frustrated and hasn't quite enjoyed the successes that he's had in recent years. But the work being done at the front of the peloton is just about clawing 1 or 2 seconds back. It's gone from 33 to 31. As Netcompany, I know it's EF Education Easy Post on the front. Darren Rafferty. Johan Price Pedersen, the Danish rider. It's quite a stiff headwind at the moment. The wind is coming mainly from the west again. When they pick up the coast line, it's going to be a little bit of a cross-tail wind for the rest of the day. But for now, until they get to the coast, they are battling quite a stiff headwind.
It's also a strange attitude from Alpecin Premier Tech. They had a rider in the breakaway that's been the first one been, no, I don't want to say the word distance, because I think it was his choice to stop collaborating, and now they're at the front trying to get closer to the peloton, to the breakaway, sorry.
Got a good rider to do that job though. Right now it's Price Pedersen, the Danish rider.
Race time, as you see, 30 minutes at 50 per hour.
Into a headwind.
Yeah, and also a lot of corners in the beginning, so a very fast start. They were off. Milesi appears at the front of right behind Max Walscheid. Yesterday he got a very good result at 9th, and we don't know where he could have ended up to if he would have raced without ice vest that he'd been wearing the whole time trial. I think this morning at the start there was a lot of Italian mocking him, as we saw on the pre-stage images. But back in the race, as at the back of the peloton, this team in particular, UNOX, have been yeah, giving me some doubts if they want to be involved in today's race. I mean, they...
Leknesund has shown himself, hasn't he? But
yeah, not really attacking. He's just there waiting if there is a chance to rejoin the front, because they miss the momentum as many teams, because it's quite unusual for a cycling race to have a standing start. You know, the riders were forced to stop the wall speed that the front has. Another Groupama also distanced, I think, is Jacobs, if I'm not mistaken.
So they're burning through. Cicconi's a little bit frustrated with Zakowski there. They're burning through their riders a little bit here. And that nice cooperation that they had a couple of kilometres ago. Yep, you're right. One of those riders has just dropped from Groupama FDJ, so they've only got 2 at the front of the race now.
No, only one, because
only one.
Yeah,
Bart lost one.
Yeah, yep. Bart was already dropped. So it's Jacobs in the group. So there was Axel Luns who's been distanced. That's weird, isn't it? I think like it's not about the legs. It's just being maybe called back in the peloton. And now I think the peloton stand a chance to rejoin the front. As Pris Pietersen, as you said, doing the job with the EF Education Easy Post. Here's Axel Luns.
Yeah, it's not often you see that on the flat, is it? That riders
no, especially after... No, this is not Cyril Bart. He doesn't have moustache. It's unmistakable.
Off we go again. Movistar kicking it all off again. 23 seconds, yeah. This is suddenly starting to look like the race might reboot again. And like the peloton is closing in on the front of the race, is getting closer to the breakaway. And the closer they get, the less harmony, the less commitment, the less motivation, the less belief there'll be at the front. And very quickly, potentially that 22-second time gap could crumble quite quickly now. Yeah,
they lost already 10 seconds in the last 5 kilometers or so. And again, I mean, why would you dig deep when you have this man at the front and those 2 men, actually, Ciccone and Scaroni? You will try to, just to do your job without spending too much, but eventually seems like losing ground. And the harmonia that was there before was a bit lost, the harmony that was between the riders.
Still they're not caught though, 21 seconds and holding for now. And the riders doing the work at the front of the bunch. We've seen Premier Tech, Alpecin Premier Tech and UAE Team Emirates committing to the front. They can't do it all on their own. They're going to need support. There's going to have to be a concerted effort and some fresh legs being brought in. Looks like the white jerseys of UAE Team Emirates are on the front now, though. Could well be that Mikkel Bjerg has got back to the front to do the remainder of these 19 seconds that need shutting down to the front. Unless I'm mistaken, I think that is Mikkel Bjerg. We're just coming up to 30 kilometres into today's race. Total race distance of 195. Getting a little bit closer as well to the intermediate sprint of the day. We're halfway there from the start of the stage. At Luni, it comes after 127 kilometres.
Igor Arieta launches another attack as now the gap is doable to be shut down by a solo attacker, because this is the little climb we were referring to that goes, they're gonna lead them into Montemagno. In about 3 kilometers, they're gonna be on top. It's not a climb, but definitely not the easiest. That's 15 seconds now for the peloton.
Arieta going very deep there on his own to try and get across that 15-second gap as a Alpecin Premier Tech rider attacks on the right-hand side. Disappear into the wood. Can Arieta get himself across? That's the counter-attack. She might be a purple Picnic Postanel jersey, or Alpecin Premier Tech it is.
Aulare and Marcellusi also on the wheel before Robert Stannard for Bahrain Victoria, that is not going to be involved into the chase. Leknesund also. There's Nico Dens.
Nico Dens with a teammate on his wheel. It's Alexander Vlasov.
Yeah. I will see them going in the attack with Vlasov, Van Dijk and Nico Dens.
So 11 seconds now. They can see the front of the race, and that means that there's extra motivation, extra legs, extra willingness, extra belief, and extra riders. As Arieta is caught by Leonard van Eetveld, who's attacked, trying to get across this bridgeable gap now of 12 seconds.
Yeah, followed by X Mobility, Garofoli in there. I think if Valgren, Plancard.
Tell you what, Egan Bernal's on the move. The Colombian national champion. There he is on the left-hand side of the road, following that attack. And at the front, though, it is the moment that we were anticipating right from the very beginning. Jacopo, the first little showings that Narvaez has, his patience has snapped. He's trying to get across now.
Yeah, he just had to wait 30 kilometers to do so. But he might as well finding some good collaboration. But, you know, such a rider sparks obviously a big reaction from the peloton. And many riders want to be involved in this. But the gap is at 13 seconds. And I think if at the front they're going to see, they're going to be informed about what was happening, what is happening at the bank. They're going to be slowing down as Ciccone tried to speed up again. Third wheel for Ballerini.
Pinarello is there from NSN. Ivan Garcia Cortina looks round, and the peloton's really not too far behind now at all. All the cars, all the vehicles have been withdrawn. You can see a soigneur at the side of the road handing out bottles. Here they come. And it's Red Bull Border Hansgrohe who are going to do the damage here and bring this group back again. Now, doesn't mean that any of these riders can't be in the break of the day, but if they've got the legs, they're going to have to persist here and counter-attack once the group is caught. They're going to be shut down, though. After a furious opening to today's proceedings, they would have believed that they had a really good possibility of being in the break of the day, but the peloton has ultimately, and at great cost, decided otherwise as riders fire off the front and try and get across to the front of the race.
Big attack has just happened. I think it's maybe either a Groupama or Alpecin from this 8. We cannot really tell. He's going to be able to rejoin the front. They're not far, but it seems like the peloton has just slowed it down a little bit for this moment. It was indeed Groupama, maybe Rochas. A tiny climber for Groupama FDJ United.
Yeah, it's definitely Rémi Rochas. Good little move from him. UAE Team Emirates as well, sensing the opportunity to get across to the front of the race, where they still believe that they can keep clear of the peloton, even if a few riders come across to join them.
Jan Christen for UAE Team Emirates was at the back, getting on the wheel of Rémi Rochas, but eventually I think the two groups, the breakaway and the peloton, are going to be merging together. They're on top of Montemagno. Soon it's going to be a slight descent towards the coastline. This is a very famous road they approach. They connect the two cities of Lucca and Viareggio, on the coastline in Tuscany.
It's almost back now, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've almost been caught. Giulio Ciccone just drifting round on this descent now. Probably aware that the peloton has come back. Certainly will on this descent. There we go, all back together again. So, 32 kilometers of racing since the flag dropped on the outskirts of Porcari, and still we don't have a breakaway of the day, on a day that is almost guaranteed to be a success for the breakaway. A lot of incentive, a lot of motivation, and a lot of teams and a lot of riders trying to get in the move.
This descent is not overly dangerous or twisty, except for the first part, and Ciccone knows well, as a lot of riders who have been here training knows the particular road, so he's going to try to use this, and the position he was to open up another gap.
Looking at the parkour, Jacopo, where's the next moment where a break could go? Because
either it's going to be tactical,
isn't it,
yeah,
all the way to the sprint.
Either after the sprint there is a little kicker, they're going to take them to Arcola and then Pieve dei Santi Stefano and Margherita, but before that he might get you know, a breakaway because he gets tactical. You just choose the right momentum to go on the attack, and the peloton lets you go. But still now it's Muzzato, so the riders you will be seeing at the front right now are the same they were in a breakaway. They're trying to use the position they started the descent to, you know, stay clear ahead of the peloton.
Average speed at the moment close to 50 kilometers an hour into that headwind. When they get onto the coast, that headwind will become a bit more of a cross tailwind over their left shoulders. The wind blowing in off the Ligurian Sea. There's the Maglia Rosa. Afonso Eulalio just following the wheels halfway down that peloton. that's all stretched out on this descent. Lovely images there. Jasper Stuyven at the front of affairs then, still. As you say, those riders who were in the original breakaway still represented at the front of the peloton, still trying, still full of fight to see if they can be in the next group when it eventually goes. Animating the race themselves. Strong ride from Jasper Stuyven, and a strong Giro d'Italia from Soudal Quickstep, working for Paul Magnier, who is in control of the Maglia Ciclamino, the points competition. It's already with 2 wins to his name.
Yeah, and this man following Jasper Stuyven, nonetheless, then Ballerini, 1-2, the 2 riders in the stage of Napoli.
Got a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, those are basically the same riders that were up front before.
Yep.
It just, you know, managed to descend very fast and opening up gaps to the riders behind. I think it's Garofoli in there. I saw another Soudal Quickstep rider. And Garofoli has been very active in the descent. Fine descender. It might be him or either Raccagnino Vierio, the rider from Genova. Today we could expect a lot of attacks from him, because it's almost hometown boy at the finish line in Chiavari.
Pinarello Q36.5. They had Nick Zukowski, the Canadian, in that original break. Have a rider on the front of the peloton. I think it's Garofoli in second place on the peloton, as it all comes back together again, having been split a little bit on the descent. On these flat roads there, the various different groups will re-merge, reform. And we've got another opportunity then for completely new names, new faces to emerge, attacking from the bunch. Avenue of mature beech trees, casting the shade over the road.
Yeah, soon they're going to be into the village of Camaiore. The Monte Magno itself was a featuring climb of the GP Camaiore back in the days. But Ballerini and Stuyven, they looked at each other like, what do we do? Because they know they cannot sustain this pace for long. And they need to realize how they want to approach this, because they need just to keep a little bit the peloton far, but keeping also the energy in order to do, you know, to have some energy to spend when eventually going to be rejoined by other riders.
You can see a lot of the big teams, Visma Lease Bike, Netcompany Ineos, trying to block the road there, but there's too much road for them to block, and it's on the right-hand side of the peloton that EF now launches another attack, followed by Picnic Postinel.
I think it's Rafferty from EF Education, easy post. There is a Netcompany Ineos, might be. Let's really see who was also involved. Was indeed Raccagnino Vieiro with Garofoli on his wheel. They're about to launch an attack, as also this gap is being shut down.
Netcompany Ineos rider, it looks like it might be Arensman, but surely it can't be. No,
no, Hamilton. Sorry, Jack Haig.
Jack Haig.
For a moment I thought, no, I said something wrong. It's Jack Haig. The 2 Australians got me confused. It is Raccagnino Vieiro, followed by Garofoli. Jack Haig, fresh off move into the English team from a lot of years spent at Bahrain Victorious.
So Netcompany Ineos playing the Jack Haig card. Fabio van den Bosche was towards the front as well from Soudal Quickstep, with Garofoli showing every bit of intention to try and get in the move. So passing through the old town of Camaiore, up in the hills, overlooking the beach resort of Lido di Camaiore on the coast, through which they passed on yesterday's long individual time trial. The wind blowing from the southwest. When they get down to the coast, that'll be at times a tailwind. So 157k to go.
There is a little split in the peloton that was caused by the descent itself. As you see, there is about 30-40 riders about to rejoin.
wondering who's in this in the wrong side of this little split. Quite a few decathlon riders. Can't see the Maglia Rosa. I think he's safely in the front group. A few riders then caught out, but this is the front of the race now.
Jonathan Milan, followed by
Magnier. Didn't take long to see that flash of Ciclamino appear as soon as we saw Jonathan Milan. Narvaez going again on the other side of the road. Big acceleration by Jonathan Narvaez. Big second time we've seen him off the front. Good wheel to pick though. A lot of riders noting him, going with Jonathan Narvaez.
And it's the first time in this very Giro d'Italia that we see also Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe try to find themselves in the breakaway. Till now they were more on defensive or rather controlling for these GC duties. But today they're trying definitely to be present up front and trying to get a chance for a stage victory. As Alexander Vlasov, and we could fairly expect more from Mick van Dijk and Nico Denz. Alberto Bettioli will try and replace him at the front. It's again Pinarello, second wheel. Leknesund for the first time. Might be Crescioli
from Polti Visit Malta. Lennart van Eedveld as well lurking around. Some good riders at the front of this group trying to sniff out the opportunity. But this is the back end of the peloton. Wrong side of a split there. 3 riders from Uno X Mobility, including, I think, Johannes Kulset.
Aliotti in there, followed by Rojas from Bardiani CSF.
I couldn't see any notable general classification riders there, but that doesn't mean that there aren't some that have maybe been caught out. That's split is at the moment, because it's so active at the front of the peloton, it's going to be hard to shut down. They'll be hoping that the break goes soon and that the peloton calms down and then they can get back on.
Also, I think that those riders that were at the back just because they didn't have the best legs to approach the descent in a safer position. Warren Barguil, followed by Donovan.
Mark Donovan, Marcellusi.
Again, it's Vlasov, Mattia Bais in there. Marcellusi again, Leknesund, Plancard, Maestri, and all the rest of the peloton.
Timo Kieli's doing a bit of policing. So Donovan and Barguil about to be joined, and not being allowed to go clear. A couple of riders there going the wrong way round that little divider on the road, picking their way through. They're going to be dropping 10 or 12 places just by going the wrong side on the left-hand side of that divider. Polti Visit Malta then. Going with Warren Barguil. Unibet Rose Rockets, we haven't seen too much of them off the front, but they have fired a rider off the front, being followed again by Polti Visit Malta. We've got Maestri and Bais, the 2 riders from Polti Visit Malta, in the company of Warren Barguil off the front. Reaction coming from Tarozzi, I think, from Bardiani. First time we've seen him attack today. Two riders from Movistar.
Oliveira, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's Oliveira.
Rubio, maybe.
Possibly Rubio again.
The peloton very stretched out. We were expecting a long beginning of attacks, and that's the case. As he might get technical or tactical in a way right now, as they know it's going to be not straightforward, as Darren Rafferty moves on again, followed by immediately by Vlasov.
Milan is just not giving up, is he, Jonathan Milan, on trying to find the weapon of surprise to lose his Maglia Ciclamino shadow, but everywhere that Milan goes, poor Magnier goes too. Here's the split though, it's going to be brought back. And the peloton will be complete again. The attack's now firing off the front of the bunch. And we get closer and closer to the day's intermediate sprint now. It's really not too far away now. 25 kilometers from this point is the day's intermediate sprint at Luni. Now maybe that will be when the break goes, once Jonathan Milan and Paul Manier have completed their business at the intermediate sprint. If that's the way it's going to play out, that's an opportunity then for riders to form a group straight off the back of that, and maybe when the pace gets ever higher towards that sprint, we'll see the break go after that.
Second part of the peloton rejoined the front of the race as Darren Rafferty goes again, followed by Chris Harper of Pinarello Q36.5. Unix Mobility in the mix, as well as Paul Visit Malta, Alpecin. Bahrain Victorious, they're more to controlling and filtering situation rather than chasing a breakaway. It was Zambanini. So Barrero also in the mix for the first time. He might be as well a good rider for today's stage. Plancard, Alpecin Premier Tech as Garofoli shut this down, followed by Oliveira and Einer Rubio once again.
Yeah, Rubio seems determined to get in the move, often supported by a teammate. Rafferty as well, pushing on, keeping this very alive at the front. Followed by Paul Visit Malta, Matteo Sobrero is there, Zambanini from Bahrain Victorious. Wout Poels as well has appeared towards the front. Jasper Stuyven is still there. And it's Oliveira followed by Rubio. Vlasov going again.
For a brief moment, nobody's really reacting as now. I think it's Gens.
Michael Valgren appearing towards the front as well.
Ulisi as well. That's a view from the mountains on your left. You might see the Gulf of Liguria. They're heading into La Spezia. Pietrasanta is one of the last villages of Tuscany. Basically, where the mountains are is where Liguria begins.
Up in the hills, overlooking the coast, just a few kilometres inland from where yesterday's individual time trial happened. 150 kilometres remain then. 45k done on today's stage. No sign of a break going yet, because we've got another duo of riders who just nip off the front and take a few metres lead. A new face as well off the front. It's David Gonzalez from Pinarello Q36.5 with on his wheel. Can't quite work out who that is from Polti Visit Malta, but the Norwegian champion Andreas Leknesund is trying to get across. Might be Tonelli from Polti Visit Malta. Flash of the Norwegian champion's jersey. Reaction from some of the other teams.
Very stretched out the peloton.
Victorious actually trying to get across this time.
Yeah.
Get a rider
Zambanini, rider from Friuli. And also this all those corners are helping out, stretching the peloton. This could be a good moment for a Breco Dubuis form. Timo Kilic is also part of it. Movistar. Oh, a crash. Astana, XDS Astana is Ballerini, I think.
Davide Ballerini's down, clutching by the looks of it his left shoulder. Ballerini's in some pain there. Moments of stress. Ballerini looks like he's the only rider caught in this incident, but that looks like a serious accident there for Davide Ballerini.
Let's hope he's going to be able to restart. I think he...
Where is it? Oh, he's already down, so we missed what happened there. Maybe just overcooked and hit the curbstone there.
Yeah, he hit the wall in there. It seemed like much pain on the hip. Oh,
that's how your fortunes can change in a Grand Tour and a bike race. Just off the front for so long today, already invested hugely in this stage, Davide Ballerini, and then towards the back of the bunch, a fairly innocuous moment, but a high-speed chase, just coming to grief against that wall. Hope he's all right. But it doesn't look good for Davide Ballerini continuing in this Giro.
Chris Harper is still continuing the effort, and Leknesund not far off as the peloton brief moment it reopens up after all these corners in the village, but soon some others will go on the attack. It seems like Marcelluzzi from far, followed by another Polti Visit Malta, very distinguishable red pants. He restart. That's a good sign. He's going to be suffering the whole day, but it's good to see Ballero back on the bike.
Very cautious at the moment, Davide Ballerini, just to try and do almost a systems check on his body, just to see exactly what state he's in. But for now, at least, he's trying to resume in the Giro d'Italia. Let's hope he gets to the finish line.
Yeah, the more he's going to be on the pedal, the better it's going to feel. It's going to hurt, that's for sure, but it's better than just stay there, and he's going to try to just finish the day stage.
So Chris Harper, Mattia Bais and Andreas Leknesund at the front.
The back is Soudal Quick Step and Lidl Trek. Yeah, it's Ciccone again.
Ciccone again, wearing the Dossard number. And Filippo Ganna has got half the peloton on his wheel. Comes charging up down the middle and shuts down Giulio Ciccone. Sobrero, though, attacking off that pace, having just been in the slipstream of Filippo Ganna, and that sparks off another counter-attack of 4 riders just going off the front.
Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe with 2 riders there. Might be Vlasov again and Nico Denz. Yeah, they move clear. They're trying to move in clear. Oh, it's Mick van Dijk actually, and Alexander Vlasov. The team is definitely trying to position Alexander Vlasov in the front. It's a stage that can suit him very well.
It's been a while since we've seen the UAE Team Emirates jerseys attack to try and get across. Pretty much every single one of their remaining riders, Michael Pierre, Igor Arieta, Jonathan Narvaez, Antonio Morgado, they've all had a go to try and get across. And now we've got a couple of white jerseys. I think Soudal Quickstep, or is that the double UAE attack? It might be, actually. 2 white jerseys, that's the second group on the road.
Might be Bjerge and a Movistar rider, if I'm not mistaken. It's Florian Stork, I guess, going off for Tudor Pro Cycling, following what it looked like Bart Lemon.
Yeah, I think it's a Movistar rider. It might even be Ivan Garcia Cortina on the wheel of a Soudal Quickstep jersey. But then there's 2-3 groups ahead of them on the road. 11 seconds separating the front of the race and what remains of the peloton, though. This is still not going and shows no signs of going imminently. And we're less than 20 kilometres from the day's intermediate sprint. Vlasov has been dropped off by Mick van Dijk in no man's land a little bit. He's looking back to see which riders he might be able to work with to get across to the trio, who are really committed, actually. Chris Harper at the front, Mattia Bais and Andreas Leknesund. That's a good little trio of riders.
And the village of Querceta, outskirts of Seravezza. Going to be on the side of the train line, and there, as you see, where the mountains plunge into the water, into the Tyrrhenian Sea, the Mar Ligure, that's where the real hostility is going to begin. It's all climbing, all descending after that point in La Spezia. Still a long way as we're getting closer and closer to the intermediate sprint.
Just passed by on our right there another stoneworks factory, didn't we? There's, the marble just that is quarried from these hills is famous throughout the world.
Front of the race, Chris Harper, Bais and Leknesund.
Good commitment from these 3. They're working well together. They're 3 strong riders, fresh. They haven't been in a break yet, and they've got a proper little lead.
Yeah, it's not going to be the breakaway of the day, but eventually some other riders will rejoin them if they can able and manage to stay up front. But it's going to be a very frantic speed, and still very far to be settled. They're building up a good lead at the moment, 15 seconds for the trio.
But there's only 3 riders in that group, representing 3 teams, and that leaves at least 15 teams who want to be in the breakaway, including Picnic Postanel and Bardiani, Alpecin Premier Tech. Multi-Visit Malta have got Mattia Bais at the front, so they just send a rider to police that move. Christian Scaroni going again. And another attack by Lennart van Eetveld as Pinarello Q36.5 respond, and now everybody piles off the front, one after the other. Bart Lemon going again. It's interesting to see Bart Lemon trying to get in a breakaway by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's going to be the only 3 riders of today, Visma Leasebike, as the other, they're going to remain within the peloton scoring. Jonas Vingegaard has been right in front of your camera with the blue jersey of KOM leader, surrounded by the whole team except Bart Lemon. Still they continue to grow a gap over the peloton, 70 seconds at this very point.
Well, they've got something to work with now, these 3. But on the other hand, they have no option but to really invest in this phase of the race. Still no guarantees at all that they will be in the break of the day. They have to force it by brute force alone, and they're cooperating really well, building their advantage up to 17 seconds. Now then, this chase group, as NSN scramble to get across, followed by a Bahrain victorious rider. What it required last time, when a group that had a gap was actually eventually shut down, was a certain number of teams, 2 or 3 teams, committing riders not so much to attack to try and get across, but to work on the front to bring that time gap down to something more manageable. As at the moment, the series of attacks and the lulls in between significantly are allowing this trio of riders just to build a second, adding seconds to their advantage as the kilometers tick by and we get closer to the intermediate sprint at Luni.
Yeah, the peloton you see is spread open on the road as they're looking at each other, see who's going to go after them. It's a little bit sketchy moment here with the big gap on the road marked by the marshal. But it seems like nobody's really willing to commit at the moment to try to rejoin the front of the race. Still a long way, far from being settled. Here we go, an attack from Groupama, a bit on the limit of being off on the grass. Is number 34. It's no, 54. My bad. It's Johan Jacobs again.
Yeah,
the Swiss rider.
He's been at the front. Johan Jacobs.
But he knows he cannot afford this all alone. He needs to have a company, and it doesn't seem like anybody's at the moment responding and staying in touch with him. He's in the really chasse patate once again. He cannot do much from that position.
Bagna Maria.
Exactly.
21 seconds now, the gap to the 3 riders at the front. Johan Jacobs has maybe got 5 or 6 seconds. He's doing a good ride, actually, Jacobs, because that's a big gap that he's got to try and close. They've been racing for over an hour now, and the average speed is very nearly 51 kilometers an hour. And it's going to remain fast while they still try and form the break of the day. They're passing some of those big stacks of marble cut from the quarries. So characteristic of this section of coastline. Picking Possanel again. Is that Hamilton again, is it? Yeah, it's Chris Hamilton.
You need to be able to have the right combination of riders and teams, especially in this moment, to create a good move, because as you see, it's not anymore about legs, it's more about like when everybody's happy, when everybody who's involved in today's stage and all the strategic fall into their place, you know, and everybody's happy. Otherwise, if that doesn't happen, it's going to be very hard for this breakaway to be formed.
There's just not enough teams, not enough riders, not enough teams here.
Yeah, no, it's far from being settled, but in the meantime, those guys, they can afford 30 seconds in their pocket, and it might be helpful for later on, because if they manage to stay clear, even when another attack will come from behind, they're gonna have the time to recover a little bit before being rejoined. But this man, again, he realized all alone he cannot do much. Bergalito goes again, followed by Garofoli. And there is Vanderlei, Sobrero, Chris Hamilton again, Tarozzi, all the other riders. But there's not really the big commitment you will expect at this point of the race.
No, but the trio at the front are doing a good job of working together now, and they are growing their lead, and substantially. This is the biggest lead that any breakaway has had so far on stage 11. 40 seconds on the clock. That is definitely something to work with. As Picnic Postanel, Lidl Trek now with a rider on the front. Giulio Ciccone is a red-hot favourite, potentially for a stage win today, but was part of the first big group that got clear. But he's back in the bunch now, and Lidl Trek seem determined to bring this back. They might even start to ride as well for Jonathan Milan in the intermediate sprint the closer they get. And they're definitely doing the work on the front of the bunch now. Johan Jacobs is the chaser at 39 seconds. As you can see, he's only just a handful of seconds in front of the peloton, which is now at 48 seconds to Harper, Bais and Leknesund at the front.
Yeah, there was Sobrero rejoined by Soudal Quickstep. I think it might be Garofoli on the style of pedaling. Jack Haig
again.
Yeah, with Jansen Plowright and Raccagnino Viero on his wheel.
So Haig dragging this group of half a dozen riders. Maybe a little bit more on the front of the peloton. Looks round. Johan Jacobs is completely stranded there, just off the front. But I don't think it'll be long before Jacobs is caught by the bunch, as the time gap goes out to almost a minute now.
Yeah, it's big now, huh? And it's a big commitment to rejoin the front of the race. 138.
Egenda now right at the back of the bunch. We actually saw him on the move following an attack, the first attack of Jonathan Narvaez a short while ago. Narvaez has attacked twice. UAE Team Emirates, then almost every single one of those riders at some point or other, in fact all of them, have attacked and tried to get across to the front of the race at certain points.
Still at the front, very even collaboration between the three riders, sharing good work among themselves. Chris Harper now at the front with Pinarello 36.5. Mattia Bais, Pole Visit Malta, second wheel, and Norwegian champion Andreas Leknesund for UNOX Mobility.
Of course, Chris Harper, the winner of stage 20 of last year's Giro d'Italia, which will forever be overlooked, unfortunately, for Chris Harper, given the fact that he was in the breakaway, he rode to victory, but it was the general classification race that held us all in its spell, as that big drama unfolded and Simon Yates snatched victory from Isaac Del Toro. And Richard Carapaz on the gravel ascent of the Colle delle Finestre, but it was Chris Harper who won the stage, off in pursuit of a totally different stage victory in Liguria. Big reaction, though, coming from the bunch. Warren Barguil instigating it. Jasper Stuyven as well leading the peloton back to the front of the race, where XDS Astana, now without the services of Davide Ballerini, who's still in the race, but he's crashed heavily and he's off the back, once again trying to get Christian Scaroni up the road and placed.
It's Bettiol and Ulissi this time.
Opening up a bit of a gap, Alberto Bettiol. I think it's Fredrik Dversnes who's followed that move from UNOX Mobility. But Astana with that two-up attack. Long way to go to get across to the front of the race, though. Just off the front of the peloton. Bettiol still riding with Ulissi on his wheel.
They're opening up a little gap in there. To be seen how much collaboration. I mean, this is a kind of stage, you know, it's very hard to find the right combination. That's why it's taking so long, because you need to have not just the strong rider for this part of the parcours, which is flat, but rather they can win this sort of stage. Bettiol might be an indicator one, Ulissi as well. Marcus Woolgaard, I think, is a UNOX rider. Yeah, very tall figure.
Very tall, isn't he? Jasper Stuyven on his wheel.
There is a little gap over the peloton.
So 6 riders in a distinct second group. And And the time gap between the peloton and the front of the race has come down a little bit to 47 seconds.
Another attack of 3 riders. I think it might be 2 Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe again, Nico Denz and Vlasov, or either Mike van Dijk and Vlasov indeed.
Big attack, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Very big attack to try and at least get across to this group and use them as a stepping stone.
Chris Hamilton, I think, is the 3rd wheel. Other 2 riders. And the peloton here. We are UAE Team Emirates lost again the timing in here. Lost the chance to be part of this attack, which might be a dangerous one, especially if the duo was indeed Nico Denz
and Vlasov again.
This could be a good move. This could be a good move, because if you take these 8 riders combined with 3 up front, that will make an 11 riders.
There's a reaction from UAE further back, but not total commitment as well, as they looked a little trek as well to support them. I think it was Michael Bjerg. So there we go. That second group now is 9 riders strong and starting to cooperate, and they might well get across to the front of the race, and we might be looking at the breakaway now.
Yeah, but
these 2 groups should come together off the front, and then maybe if things calm down here, we've got the day's break finally.
A couple of teams definitely missing. They were very active. Little Trek, Movistar on the left, UAE Team Emirates, Net Company, Ineos. Some teams are missing from this move, so to be seen if they're willing to commit.
Getting close to the intermediate sprint now, 6.7 kilometers to go. Paul Magnier will be very happy that the 12 points for the victory at this sprint appear to be going the way of the breakaway. Unless they're caught in the next 6 kilometers, they'll sweep up the 12, 8 and 5 points for the first 3 places. So Bardiani not having the success that Visit Malta have enjoyed, with 2 riders off the front. They've got another rider in this second group on the road as well. Højgaard.
Some very good rides by Bettiol and Ulissi. They were the riders who create the opportunity for this group to move clear. Now this group features some other good riders for this kind of stage. Ulissi and Bettiol, just aforementioned from XCS Astana, now in your picture. Alexander Vlasov, very good climber, as well as Jasper Stuyven and Marcus Holger. So it's very powerful, and the riders just fit in this rite of parcours. So that could be a good collaboration, as at the back is not yet settled, because
no, they're still riding, aren't they? EF have missed it. Bardiani have missed it. UAE might come forward and help as well. NSN seem to have missed a breakaway. Movistar haven't got a rider off the front.
It's good commitment here to rejoin the front of the race.
It's not actually Chris Hamilton, it's another rider from Pick Post.
Maybe Naberman?
Tim Naberman is at it again, yep. Marcus Højgaard, Diego Ulissi, Alberto Bettiol, Nico Denz. Good to see Nico Denz has recovered. A fist bump between Alexander Vlasov and Nico Denz. Been working very much as a team today. Nico Denz repeatedly has had Vlasov on his wheel, trying to place him at the front of the race.
Marcus Højgaard is at the back. I don't know if he's want to collaborate or use the chance of having Andrea Leknesund at the front to just save a little bit of energy, as it seems like Visit Malta rider. He's doing exactly the same.
Stuyven at it again. Second time he's been in a breakaway, so really good legs today for Jasper Stuyven. But he was part of that first move of the day. It is indeed Tim Naberman.
Start to get used to his shape, his Crescioli and Plancard. Naberman has been pretty much present in a lot of breakaway in recent days.
Yep. So 2 riders from Astana, 2 from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. And they are making progress to the front of the race, but the time gap between the peloton and the very front has come down to 35 seconds. It was almost a minute. So the peloton is still riding, and they're not too far behind this group. You just caught a glimpse of them there behind the peloton, behind this second chase group. 3.9k to go. All the points should be swept up by the attackers off the front in the Maglia Ciclamino competition. And then after that, it continues flat for quite a while, and a few kilometres at least, and then there's a little uncategorised climb that they get up, drop down the other side, and then a bit more flat heading towards La Spezia. And that is where the climbing really starts, as soon as they leave La Spezia. Time gap going back out again in the peloton, who, by that indication, if that time gap is accurate, might be showing signs of finally letting the brake go.
Yeah, some powerful riders here at front, and they're all collaborating. Nico Denz, after being caught up in the nasty crash in the stage of Napoli, is back at it. The back seems like Alpecin Premitech with Johnson Plo right at the moment, but it's definitely not a speed that will give them the chance to rejoin the front.
Certainly no riders of the slightest danger in the general classification at the front either.
No.
Even Andreas Leknesund, as a former Maglia Rosa, is over half an hour down on GC. So Hølgaard, Crescioli, Stuyven. No UAE Team Emirates rider at the front of the race. No EF Education Easy Post rider. There's quite a few teams missing. No Movistar.
No EF as they're riding at the front, but they won't get any collaboration. Definitely not from Pole to Visit Malta, who can feature 2 riders at this point at the front of the race.
Magnus Sheffield following that attack. Timo Kielich as well. And it's Darren Rafferty once again, the Irishman from EF. He just chins off the front of the peloton to try and get across to that second chase group. But even that is a 30-second time gap now. So they are almost exactly halfway across in between the peloton and the front of the race.
I think this is going to be the breakaway of the day. I don't see any commitment from a big team or a big number of riders behind in the peloton to shut this down. So I think once this 9-rider group will be rejoining the front, we're going to have a 12 riders breakaway, and that's going to be it. The breakaway of the day.
A lot of experience, a lot of talent in this group. A lot of stage wins at the Giro d'Italia between them, actually.
Yeah, thanks for Diego Ulissi.
Yeah,
with
Diego
this,
Ulissi with most of them, with 8. But Bettiol's a former winner. Nico Denz as well, a multiple winner of stages at the Giro. Still strung out in the peloton, though, so some teams still believe that they can, or have been told that they've got to try and bring this back. Whether or not it's possible is a whole different matter. As we enter the final kilometre before the sprint, where Paul Magnier and Jonathan Milan can relax, sit in the wheels. They won't be doing battle for any points at the day's intermediate sprint at Luni. And with each stage that is ticked off, it's a stage closer to Rome for Paul Magnier and his lead in the Maglia Ciclamino.
3 riders here on your picture are going to be been informed that a group is about to rejoin them, so they're going to ease off a little bit as they're getting closer to the sprint in Luni. I don't think any will be uncontested.
They don't want to hand too much of that 1 minute and 7 seconds back to the peloton, though, do they? They can't ease off dramatically because the peloton is still riding at the moment.
They kind of need to, don't want to say forcing the chasing group to speed up, but in a sense they want to, take it a bit easier, but not too much, because they need to maintain a gap over the peloton, as doesn't look that quite settled yet in the peloton. Some teams might not be entirely happy with the current situation, so they're gonna chase once again, as Diaby is crossing the line in first. Pole to Visit Malta, of course, firing on all fronts with
Diego Sevilla earlier on in this Giro d'Italia. But Mattia Bais just picking up the maximum number of points in the intermediate sprints overall standing, in which he features quite highly now. He moves up to 36 points after that, alongside Diego Sevilla, and just 12 points behind Manuele Terozzi. So Mattia Bais is assuming the responsibility of riding for that competition, the intermediate sprints classification. Now, can we see the peloton behind on that shot? Or is this group out of sight? I think they are on that stretch of road, just about round the corner and out of sight. There's Looney. It's an unusual bit of land art, isn't it? All the chairs set out. Wow.
Yeah, it's a very famous...
fantastic amphitheatre.
It's a very famous ancient city, Looney. And we are already in the province of La Spezia. We entered already the region of Liguria. All this region, although it features some part in Liguria, some part in Tuscany, is called Lunigiana. There's a very famous and important race for the junior Giro della Lunigiana in September.
Now the peloton are 1:28 down on the front of the race, and that feels like the moment where the peloton has let go. And that would mean, with that time gap being as big as it is, that these three can just ease up a little bit to get that chase group across to them and then take their chances in the break of the day. That would mean there are 12 riders off the front when those two groups, as feels inevitable, come together again. Chris Harper, who you're looking at here, he's the only rider who's a sort of challenge to some of the lower riders in the general classification. He starts today 7 minutes and 22 seconds down. So looking at the general classification, I mean, there's not much at stake. He's in 17th place, Chris Harper. Still not across to the front though.
No, the gap seems like crystallized on about 20-24 seconds. The speed is very high. Like sometimes, like when you have a front shot, you would not really have a sense how fast they're riding. But from this view with the camera, it's a better glimpse how fast and frantic it's been the beginning of this stage. Diego Lissi on your screen here. Blasov, very good climb, but from Russia. Naberman, Nico Denz. I think Nico Denz could be, you know, at this point awarded with the rider who reshaped kind of chase. Him and Bettiol, both were able to drag some riders out of the peloton and you know, merging together they created this group of 9 riders. Castelnuovo di Magra, that's going to be the view. Very typical Ligurian villages up on the hill.
Going to be passing through the Cinque Terre coastline as well, with those 5 coastal towns with their brightly painted houses, their little bays, tightly clustered dwellings in this mountainous region. Well, it's another mountainous region of Italy where the mountains in Liguria drop straight into the ocean at times. And now they are definitely easing up. You can see Andreas Leknesson, you see their body language, they're just a bit more upright on the bikes and just waiting now for that chase group to reach across to them.
Yeah, Leknesson is a very good measurement meter of how deep and how much they're digging into the race. As he shows a lot of grimaces on his face when the speed is high, when he's suffering. And now they ease off, waiting for this group because they've been informed the peloton is about to giving up. Not yet. We haven't seen much images in the last kilometers, but as the gap kept getting bigger and bigger. And for the first time, the 9 rider sees the trio up front. Bidon for Jasper Stuyven, former Milan Sanremo winner. Very good rider, already second in the stage of Napoli. Bidon as well for Vlasov.
So Red Bull Border Hansgrohe as XTS Astana indeed, and Uno X Mobility as well. All those 3 teams in that 12-rider group have got 2 riders in the breakaway. Could be very significant for them as well. And Andreas Leknesund is in a really good position here, and he will be personally delighted that he's not in a breakaway with Jonathan Narvaez.
Yeah, it was very strong the other day as well, because missing of
that's UAE.
The missing of Narvaez or a UAE rider. That's why we have Mikel Bierga and Antonio Morgado in a hunt of the breakaway, but they're losing ground. 1:31 now for the peloton, and right behind them is Bahrain Victorious, who's not going to be part of the chase.
Not even Mikel Bierga and Morgado can do much about it at the moment.
"12 seconds. So they're going to be all together.
74 kilometers into today's stage. Well over a third of the race already behind us. Before the breakaway of the day feels like it's been formed, but the peloton still being driven on by UAE Team Emirates, who haven't given up the ghost yet, but they haven't quite got the resources, I don't think, to commit. Remember, they've lost 3 riders already. And there's Davide Ballerini, seemingly moving okay, but grimacing as well. I mean, even if he's not broken anything or got such bad bruising he can't continue, he's definitely going to be hurting. That was a heavy fall.
Yeah, went too fast in a corner, hitting a wall, but it's good to be seeing him rejoining the peloton. He's going to be able to finish the stage. He's a tough guy, Ballero. So, here we are. 2 groups merging, and now we have 12 riders at the front. What it looks like, the breakaway of today's stage.
Polti Visit Malta as well. They've got 2 riders in the breakaway, so 4 teams actually with double representation at the front of the race. Leknesund then continuing to do the work. Well, he's joined by his teammate now, Marcus Højgaard. The riders who are flying solo are Jasper Stuyven. Tim Naberman's got no teammates there from Polti Visit Malta. Neither has Chris Harper. He's all on his own, so to speak. But Bais Crescioli, Højgaard, Leknesund, Bettiol and Ulissi all have teammates in this group. Edward Plankert is on his own as well from Alpecin Premier Tech, as well as Jasper Stuyven. UAE is still riding, but all they can do at the moment is hold the gap at around about 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Just past the sign, 120 kilometers from the finish. Little Trek is coming in numbers up front, however, to be seen if they want to collaborate with you, because if you have a couple of teams really committed, it's not yet decided. To be seen if they're just about to position themselves at the front or really been actively. I think they're going to collaborate. I think Jonathan Milan's going to be used, and Max Walscheid. So, I mean, we were almost sure that that was the breakaway of the day, but we might be as well wrong as another team, because many teams actually not, you know, featuring at the front, and this might be also a call for more the team to action, as they see now Little Trek and UAE Team Emirates involved in the chase.
Well, that might change things, Jacopo. I mean, as active as they've been, Little Trek, they haven't won a stage yet, have they?
No, and I think they've been left with a lot of disappointment with both Jonathan Milan and Giulio Ciccone so far, and they need a stage victory. They've been able to wear the Maglia Rosa thanks to the bonus second of Ciccone for just one day, but then since then they've been living a bit not the best Giro so far. So I think that's why the presence of Max Walscheid in there, of Jonathan Milan, 2 of the most powerful rider in the team of Little Trek, might change and reshape what we're going to witness in the next kilometers. But they have to do very fast, because soon they're going to be on the climb at around 100 kilometers to go, a little bit more than 95.
They need to do it by La Spezia, really, don't they? Or get it very close to.
Because otherwise, it's gonna be very hard. Or they want to be at least close enough to allow Sobrero, Narvaez, Ciccone, mixed rider of the two teams, to launch an attack and rejoin in the front.
Well, they get to La Spezia at around about 105 kilometers to go, so they've got 10, 12 kilometers now to really make a big difference and bring this back. And they've got the horsepower, in theory. And there's confirmation of the fact that Red Bull, Pole Team Visible to Uno X and XCS Astana all have got 2 riders in this front group. Alps in Premier Tech, just Edward Plankat. Pinarello Q36.5, just with Chris Harper. Jasper Stevens, the only Soudal Quick-Step rider. And Tim Naberman is the only rider here, wearing the blue of Picnic Postanel. Raisin, as they are now called at the Giro d'Italia. But Max Walscheid hits the front now, the German. Very, very good individual time trial from him yesterday. He was on the hot seat for quite a while. Hands over to Antonio Morgado to do a shift. Jonathan Milan as well helping out. Nico Bjerg. So it's 4 riders rotating through and off, representing UAE Team Emirates and Lidl Trek respectively. When they started riding, it was UAE just on their own, and the time gap was 1:33. As you can see, the time gap is starting to come down now, but they need to do it fast, and they've probably only got around about 10 kilometers before they get to La Spezia. And the technicalities are passing through the city and then up and out, and that's where the climbing begins. Passing over the River Magra. No risk of rain today, it's lovely and sunny. Pleasant temperatures rather than hot temperatures. Perfect racing conditions, really. And they are starting to have a little bit of an effect on that time gap now. It's come down to 1 minute and 19 seconds. Good cooperation, though, from all these riders at the front of the race. Making this very, very hard indeed for the riders doing the work on the front of the bunch. Time gap actually slips out a little bit, back to 1:21. Did they react a little bit too late, Lidl Trek? UAE Team Emirates had already been riding on the front for a while. They've taken around about 10 seconds, but it's very, very hard to, at the moment, to actually make any further progress across that 1 minute and 22 seconds time gap. As we look at the confirmation that nothing changed in the top 5, at least, of the standings in the points competition, Manier still has that big lead over Jonathan Narvaez in second, who in turn has a 10-point lead over Jonathan Milan, who's one of the riders who's gone to the front to work for Lidl Trek.
Yeah, they haven't taken down much of to the breakaway, as the riders up front, they know as well what's happening behind, and if they can manage to approach the climbs with this gap, 1 minute 24, I think they stand a fair chance to hold off the peloton, because eventually this it's going to be slower down by the parkour itself, you know. Even launching an attack, even if Ciccone and Narvaez, let's just do some fanta cycling, even if Ciccone and Narvaez is going to attack at the beginning of the climbs after La Spezia, shutting down a gap of 1 minute 24, it's something like very, yeah, I don't want to say impossible, but very hard indeed. As later on the Passo del Termine as well is not too hard, it's not enough, you know, to allow them to being able to rejoin the front. So it's either now or it's going to be game over for the peloton, because, you know, if ideally they want to place themselves at the front, because if they stay within the peloton, if it's going to be, you know, a match in between also GC contenders, then it's going to be a totally different story. As we see again, Davide Ballerini, after being caught in a crash at the early phases of the stage, being able to rejoin the front of the peloton, the peloton at least.
Got a little cut to his knee, but otherwise seems to be okay, which is great. When you first got those images of him sitting on the pavement, it looked like it might be the end of his Giro d'Italia, but he is, as you alluded to, made of strong stuff, Davide Ballerini. Bougainvillea, purple flowers out in bloom in the sunshine of Liguria. And the scene is set for a fascinating race. Lidl Trek, UAE Team Emirates, trying in vain at the moment to get this breakaway back, committing half of their resources, or a third of their resources, to the front now, to this chase. And there's a rip in Davide Ballerini's shorts. Seems to be turning those pedals okay, though. And I think he's a bit concerned about his right hand as well. His position on the bars is a little bit... looks like he's in a bit of pain with his right hand. He keeps shaking it out. Much respected, very talented rider, Davide Ballerini.
There we go with Sobrero launching an attack with the gap is 1:10.
Ciccone following as well.
Trying to use this little ramp as Ballerini is distanced. Ideally, if he can manage to stay within the peloton later on, there's going to be can be, you know, stay in touch with some gruppetto as
Florian Stork, Jonathan Narvaez, Giulio Ciccone, Lorenzo Milesi as well. So suddenly it's exploded into life. There's just this uncategorized climb as well, which might reshape the front of the race completely as we take in the absolute wonder, in the meantime, of Arcola. What a beautiful hilltop town that is. But suddenly, the peloton is at just 55 seconds to the front of the race. And this little uncategorized climb is the opportunity as Darren Rafferty joins in, as well as Egan Bernal off the front again. Second time we've seen him then, following the wheels of Giulio Ciccone and Matteo Sobrero.
Raccagni Noviero once again present at the front. He want to be part of the breakaway as he's born not far from the finish line in Genova. But soon this climb is going to be off, and the peloton seems like a 15-second that really...
Yeah,
climb either is a wrong time gap.
Yeah, I don't think we can trust that time gap at the moment on the front, but they are definitely coming across at speed to the front of the race. We'll have to wait until the race settles down to get a proper gap, I think. Some
groups are forming at the back of the peloton as Tversnes.
Yep.
Look how twisty it is, the climb up to Arcola. It's going to stretch out the peloton, and maybe some gaps can be created also in the descent. Is indeed 42 seconds. Very often when you have such tight hairpins, you know, the GPS signal can be confused.
That is half of their lead, though, has been wiped out as Jonathan Narvaez then continues to ride on the front. Giulio Ciccone, Egan Bernal, Sepp Kuss, Darren Rafferty, Florian Stork. Little gaps then opening up. The GC riders further behind. Raccagni just about slots on. He's the last rider in the white of Soudal Quickstep, I think, just to get to this front group, which is being driven on by the Ecuadorian Jonathan Narvaez.
That's a proper bike race today,
isn't it?
The pelotons be relentless, never really conceding much ground to the front of the race. As another attack, I think, again, Rafferty went off again, followed by Leonard Van Etvelt and Raccagni.
Good ride from Raccagni. Perhaps a Premier Tech rider on the move as well. Busato, it is.
Yeah, it might be Busato. Yeah, it is Busato indeed, with Ciccone on his wheel.
Piquet Postanel, possibly Born Bagiles. Van Eetveld opens up a little bit of a gap. Busato goes after him with Ciccone on his wheel. Raccagni, Piquet Postanel, little gap again. And somewhere further back down that line, there'll be the likes of Tiemen Arendsman, Jonas Vingegaard and Eulalia, who have to be very, very vigilant now that dangerous riders don't go off the front.
Yeah, because the peloton is shredded in pieces thanks to the hairpins.
There's a big gap there. You can see around about 40 riders on the front, and then a big gap just opening up on the left of your screen now.
Yeah, it's a big gap, and there is the city of La Spezia lays hand after this little hill. Maybe it was not the right moment. I mean, of course, the parkour was calling for action, but I will have continued with the Walschild, Bjerg, Milan, you know, till the bottom of what will come in about 10 kilometers, because from there on it's going to be always up and down. But here they're going to have, again, all the 10 kilometers of...
Sorry to interrupt, Jacopo. The Maglia Rosa, there he is, just going out of your screen. He's the wrong side of that gap. Jonas Vingegaard was in the front group with all his domestiques, but Eulalia has been caught out on that climb. That's the remains of the peloton, and UAE Team Emirates towards the back. They're animating things though at the front, and it's Jonathan Narvaez, and under pressure from Ciccone, Narvaez, Sobrero, etc. They have split the peloton. Vingegaard's at the front. Eulalia is just been caught out temporarily. And the pressure still piling on the descent over the top of that a little uncategorized climb to Arcola again. Warren Barguil latches onto the wheel of Bussato. So the Maglia Rosa, having done a brilliant ride in the individual time trial yesterday, there's the gap you can see. The front end of the peloton just going around the corner of that sweeping descent, around about 6-7 seconds. You can see the Maglia Rosa now in around about 10th place, just going right-handed, sweeping around there. Looks like his team are there and around him and vigilant and looking after him, and it's not a big gap, and it should be able to be shut down fairly comfortably. But just goes to show under pressure as well, and the fatigue of the opening phase of racing, how quickly things can change.
Yeah, and Liguria, don't underestimate the parcours of Liguria. Not very often the Giro d'Italia features stages in this side of Liguria, so the zone, the coast that goes from Genova to La Spezia, Eulalia trying to regain some position. It's a very difficult area to ride in because it's always up and down, twists and turns, and it's not straightforward as the other side that goes towards France. So it's always a parcours you need to stay in a good position, as he placed himself much up front, but there is a gap opening up. It's going to be time to shut this down, but it's going to take a lot of energy from all the riders part of that group, as at the front is still Ciccone, Stork, Bussato.
There's Vingegaard, you can see. There's splits everywhere, but there's a second group, effectively the front end of the peloton, and Vingegaard is pretty much the last rider in that group. There he is, the blue King of the Mountains jersey, but I think that it's coming back together again over the top of this climb, and on the bottom of this descent, as their speeds touch 61 kilometers an hour. Heading into La Spezia, and then the climbing really begins after that. Well, easy to forget that we've got a breakaway at the front of the race of 12 riders who've still got a 50-second lead. This is the highly animated front end of the peloton that you're looking at. Stork attacks. Braccagni surfing the wheels along with Francesco Bussato of Alpecin Premier Tech.
But the attacks and the speed that were imposed in the peloton was not quite enough to shut down a gap, because he's still at 50 seconds, and if they eventually is going to slow down this group here, 12 riders, they're collaborating in very even parts, is going to be regaining time. As it is now, 53 seconds is going up in favor of the breakaway.
Yeah, a little lull now in the peloton as they look to see what damage was done on that climb. The gaps come back together again, and the peloton just eases up.
Also because that was not approached the best way, the corner. Imagine the amount of energy spent by the peloton to go this fast on that climb, you know. It's not easy to maintain a high speed right after, so that's why we're going to be seeing a lot of those riders suffering to getting closer, as Arieta, no, it's Jan Christian, my bad, Ene Rubio on his wheel, Sobrero, and I think it's Garofoli.
Got a Net Company Ineos rider trying to get across that gap. Red Bull Border Hansgrohe as well, trying to shut it down. That's the front end of the peloton at 54 seconds. So still keeping the pressure up as we look at La Spezia from the sky. And a statistic courtesy of our friends at Pro Cycling Stats, Jacopo, that you'll be interested in. A few minutes ago we passed through 1,734 kilometers of the Giro d'Italia in total, and we have 1,734 remaining. So the exact mathematical halfway point of the Giro d'Italia has just been passed.
I hope nobody of the directors was informing about this to the riders. Could be a little bit like a moral hitter.
Yeah, don't worry lads, you're only halfway. So Jan Christian opens up a little bit of a gap.
Garofoli again, and Rubio. This time is Ciccone complaining that Raccagni is chasing his teammate.
He's done a lot of gesticulating, Giulio Ciccone, in this Giro d'Italia. He's
Is it
aggressive? He's looking for that opportunity that just frustratingly hasn't quite presented itself to him yet. He was very close to what he thought might be a victory a few days ago, the day before the rest day, but that was denied him. Now he's trying to seek out the opportunity to get across to the front of the race, where it feels as if the stage win might be decided, but it's all hanging in the balance at the moment. There's another 4 riders, followed by 2 more groups goes clear. It's so aggressive at the front of this bunch.
Far from being settled. 46 seconds at this point, but let's remember, soon after they're gonna exit the city of La Spezia, it's gonna be time for climb, and from there on, it's never gonna go flat again. It's gonna either be uphill or descent. The only real flat path is gonna be coming at the very end of the race when they're gonna enter the city of Chiavari. But before that, it's gonna be constantly up and down. We'll be looking around here.
Front of the bunch now, Aina Rubio seems very determined to be in the breakaway of the day, when eventually it goes. Thing is, though, as we look at the back end of the peloton, snaking their way through La Spezia, is that the better climbers, the best climbers, in terms of stage hunters in this peloton, they're in the peloton, they're not at the front of the race. With respect to these riders, if they really start to attack on the sequence of climbs now out of La Spezia that begin, they have got the riders like Ciccone and Narvaez, like Bernal, for instance, and Lennart van Eertveld, to get across to this group. They're not quite this group of riders, maybe with the exception of Chris Harper, Alexander Vlasov.
Yeah, the more pure climber, you mean, yeah. Yeah, you know, it's not impossible for somebody at the back to rejoin the front. I mean, it was frantic 90 kilometers till now, and it's yet to be settled. They're in for a very fast day. Still, the average is 50 per hour, as Team Naberban has been distanced by...
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure at first. Aina Rubio got across to him, wasn't he? But that was Naberman, so they've dropped Tim Naberman from the breakaway. That leaves 11 riders off the front at around about 45 seconds. But we're waiting now for the climbs that come out of La Spezia that begin almost straight away.
Yeah, I think we have to forget the word settle, because today it doesn't look like it's going to settle at all. The whole day is going to be attacks coming from all the places. Another group, little group is forming. Filippo Ganna, Sparovic, Jan Christian, Lorenzo Milesi. Is Ciccone again? But Team Rex at the back want to shut this down. Mark Donovan as well.
Johannes Koolset as well has infiltrated this move with Mark Donovan in the black of Pinarello. Visma Leasebike's Tim Rex brings that back though. And Filippo Ganna, yesterday's stage winner in such emphatic style, just finds himself off the front. 45 seconds. Where's Ganna going? Or is he? He's dropped back. Fresh impetus, though, coming from Oluis Aular. And Rubio goes again with his teammate. How determined is Aina Rubio to be in the break today? He, more than almost any other one of the climbers, is so active towards the front. And there they are. You can see the peloton behind in the distance. This is the front of the race. The 11 riders, though, on this long, straight boulevard. They can see them. They're at 48 seconds down. Yeah, so this has not settled down at all.
Not at all. They're into the city of La Spezia. Soon they're going to be exiting, heading west towards the Cinque Terre.
The Gulf of Poets. Most notably the English poets Shelley and Byron, who relocated in Liguria and produced some of their finest work while living on this coastline. What a day of racing.
Yeah, it's been incredibly high.
Relentless.
It's going to be a very, very demanding stage for all the riders. Whatever the result they're going to have at the end of the day, is their legs going to be screaming. But that happened, you know, yesterday was, for a lot of them, was kind of a second day of rest, you know, and today they must be feeling so fresh to, yeah, just give it a try and empty the tank a little bit before tomorrow, which is a little bit easier than today. 46 second is going down according to the graphic in favor of the peloton. Hasn't stopped yet, hasn't quite settled yet.
Aular and Rubio, the two Movistar riders off the front. I think it might be Michael Valgren who's there. Uno X Premier Tech, Alpecin Premier Tech as well, with Vergalito. A little bit of a lull. That hands a few more seconds to the breakaway. Who's going to be the next rider to attack? Groupama. Movistar looking as well to try and keep this animated, keep this moving, trying to place the little Colombian climber in a good position. It's really ragged. Alpecin Premier Tech have got two riders on the left, but the attacks are coming on the right-hand side of the road.
Here at the back, the two Germans for Little Trek is Tim Teutenberg, last position, and has been present in there since many kilometers, and Max Warscheil, very good performance yesterday, but not the parcours that suited him today. But Paul's weirdly positioned at the back. I know we were expecting him to be on the attack today.
He might just have underestimated how hard today was. Gave an interview at the start line saying that the climbs weren't that steep.
There is actually a second group on the road that was featuring Wout Poels. They're going to appear soon here on the screen.
Big gap.
Those riders won't be involved in today's stage. It's actually a big group, huh? They won't be.
That's the biggest group on the road at the moment.
Yeah, they won't be able to rejoin the front of the race as if they've been already distanced. Now it's gonna soon start picking up the roads, and that means it's gonna be game over for them. They just are gonna have to survive the day and bring their bike to the finish line. Into the city of La Spezia.
Well, I did wonder when we might see an attack from Enric Mas. He's dropped a long way off in the general classification. He's no threat to the top order of the GC. Well, I kind of thought he might have been saving himself for the third week, but Enric Mas now is the latest Movistar rider to get off the front and launch an attack on this climb. The climbing begins on the outskirts of La Spezia. He's been notable for having accidentally, I think, been wearing the Movistar Women's World Tour kit for the opening days of the Giro d'Italia. Totally unaware that he was wearing the women's kit, but we did notice today he has now switched to his regulation men's team clothing. But Enric Mas seizing his opportunity and attacking off the front of the bunch to try and get across to this 11-rider group where Edward Plankert, who is not the purest climber, he's a lead-out rider, classic specialist, is in all sorts of agony just to try and hold the wheels of the rider in front of him, Mathieu Bais.
That's good. This group is going to be shredded in pieces the moment they're going to start going uphill for real. Oh. And that is where it marks the beginning of the real hostilities, as from now on, be ready, because there's not going to be any single meter of flat. It's going to be either up or down. And Plankert is already gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Just couldn't hold the wheel. It was actually Crescioli in front of him, one of the two Polte Visit Malta riders. But Plankert goes, and that leaves just 10 riders at the front. And Markus Højgaard, I think, might be vulnerable to being dropped. The big Norwegian, he might be the next rider if they're going to start to shed more who might drop. In the meantime, Enric Mas is 37 seconds behind, and Mas needs to use these steep slopes on this climb, this uncategorized climb to La Foce, to try and get across, to eat into that 37 seconds margin. He's a pure climber, Enric Mas. This is his terrain. Can he make a difference? He's got clear of the bunch, or at least he's got himself about 10 seconds off the front of the bunch. Can he get across to the 10 riders now at the front of the race?
This climb is not the most easy, although it's uncategorized, you know, but features some nasty percentage. Some parts have 12% even.
I think Van Eerdvelt might have attacked from the front of the bunch. A little flash of red from Lotte Untermarché. So Mas and Van Eerdvelt might get together. And he takes another 6 seconds, so 31 seconds.
Maybe
Rochas as well. So Ciccone and Narvaez ideally need to try and get across and join this group if they're going to be in the mix. Although they have several more climbs in which to try and actuate this sort of tactic that Mas is involved in on this little uncategorized climb.
The problem for them, if they wait too much, if the peloton slow down and eventually been too far from the breakaway, then they don't stand a chance to rejoin the front of the race. Yeah,
Has anyone else attacked from the front of that group? Looks like it's just Mas, Rochas and Van Eetvelt off the front. And Mas isn't taking huge amounts of time on the front.
No, not anymore. Not like he was at the very beginning of his attack. Maybe with the commas, Van Eetvelt is detached Rochas so from the wheel. As at the front they start to struggle as well. The less pure climber of the group start to suffer a little bit.
These are the remaining 10 riders. Crescioli and Bais from Polti, Jasper Stuyven, Alexander Vlasov, Nico Dents, Chris Harper, who's one of the best climbers in this group, Marcus Højgaard, Andreas Leknesund of Uno X, and the XDS Astana duo of Alberto Bettiol and Diego Ulissi. Two perfect riders for them to get in this breakaway group. That's Enric Mas just going around the corner. This is the front of the peloton. The first half of the peloton, the GC end of the peloton.
And it's still Jan Christen. Or Narvaez. No, it's Narvaez actually.
Yeah, Jonathan Narvaez comes past Edward Plankett from the original breakaway.
Milesi following the move, as well as look like either Caruso.
Caruso, I think it is, isn't it?
Bettiol, if I'm not mistaken. No, Bettiol's up front. I didn't recognize. Might be Silva then from XTS Astana. 25 seconds for the chasers.
Van Eetvelt's got across to Enric Mas then. Remy Rochas, who was briefly with Van Eetvelt, has been dropped by these two. And they're motoring now. Van Eetvelt doing a good ride.
Yeah, they start to gaining more ground, but look how twisty is the turn. As we have unfortunately been informed of the abandon of Davide Ballerini.
That's disappointing. He did look like he was okay, Ballerini, but not able to continue after that heavy crash. So XDS Astana losing another rider.
That's a pity for the Italian after being victorious in the stage of Napoli. We wish him speedy and fast recovery. But we stay on the race as still everything that is unfolding.
See, the peloton was being shredded behind, wasn't it? 3 or 4 groups being split into 3 or 4 different parts, the peloton. 22 seconds now to Lennart Van Eetvelt and Enric Mas, and it did look like last time we saw them, Van Eetvelt was in really good form. His legs are very good today. Enric Mas looked like he didn't quite have the same form as Van Eetvelt's, but we understand those two riders are still together at 22 seconds. Here they are. Inside 100 kilometers on this stage, but this is really where it starts to get hard. Little bit of false flat descent over the top of this, and then it kicks up again to the first categorized climb of the day, the Passo del Termine. As we look at the very front of the peloton.
No, that's the breakaway.
It's the breakaway, isn't it? It's Chris Harper, yeah.
Yeah, I recognize the jersey of Leknesund at the very end. Oh, is it? No, Leknesund is about to get dropped. Ooh, it's opening up a little gap of the remaining of the breakaway. That's Mas and Van Eetvelt. There is the peloton. Everything is still open, still hanging there.
Here comes the peloton. It's Milesi driving it on. Or Jan...
Arrieta. Yeah, Arrieta, followed by Joangelo Lopez, Iner Rubio, Raccagni.
Giulio Ciccone in around about 10th place. Then come the GC teams. 3 riders from Visma Leasebike. Jonas Vingegaard is there in the blue kit with the red helmet. Eulalio slipped a little bit. He's there in that group, but he's halfway down. The Maglia Rosa just going around the corner there in that GC group as Visma Leasebike moved to the front. 28 seconds to Mas and Van Eetvelt. Damage being done here. UAE Team Emirates losing a couple of riders from their effort. Michael Pierre and Antonio Morgado can do no more.
No, they were involved into the chase as Leknesund managed to stay in touch as well. Nico Dens just about hanging in there.
So over the top of La Foce, little uncategorized climb. It just drops down for a few kilometers to the village of Pian di Barca, and then it starts to climb again, the Passo del Termine, and in total it's around about 11 kilometers. The actual categorized bit of the climb isn't that long, it's 9.9, but sorry, it's less than that, the categorized part of the climb. It's around about 7 kilometers, but the actual climb itself is more like 11. Just one little descent in the middle of it. Not the steepest of the climbs that await them. The hardest climb is the next one that happens straight after the Passo del Termine, the Guitarola climb.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like much, 10 kilometers, 6%, but the very last part is very demanding. So this could be the moment of truth for the riders, as Enric Mas and Van Etvelt, Lennart, they lost a little bit of time over the breakaway. They were on their way to rejoin the front, but here they are definitely outnumbered as we're back on the peloton. Again, Ciccone and Sobrero, the two riders from Lidl Trek, pretty much present at the front, trying to sneak away. They're not far from us, and Van Etvelt either. There was Sobrero indeed.
So they're just a few seconds off the front of that peloton that's being animated by Giulio Ciccone, and stuck at 31 seconds behind the front of the race, behind those 10 riders at the front.
It's a hot day, as very many riders, you know, the speed was very fast the whole day, and they haven't been able to get beatings from behind the cars, as Van Etvelt getting beaten from the neutral car, neutral motorbike in this case.
Well, yeah, that's not even neutral,
a
so
bottle.
it's just a water bottle that the camera operator and the motor pilot had. Hey, you needed that, didn't he, Lennart Van Etvelt? 33 seconds going out. So too is the gap to the peloton as those attacks subside again a little bit in the bunch. I pass a T-Rex at the side of the road. I heard on the radio this morning some news about T-Rex and dinosaur researchers. Scientists have, I think, finally worked out why they've got such small arms.
Why?
Because as their jaw developed to become the killing machine that it was, it got bigger and bigger and bigger over time. Evolution worked out that there was no need to have arms at all, and had they continued to survive, they probably would have lost their arms.
Okay. I could say a lot of jokes about what you just said, but
Igor Arieta attacking with Giulio Ciccone. This is a big move from two strong riders now, off the front of that peloton at 49 seconds.
It's another little drag uphill before rejoining much more descent slopes.
Peloton lets another rider go. XTS Astana, Scaroni, is it?
Yeah, looks like Scaroni from the pedal strokes.
Thomas Pezzenti.
And Ciccone.
And Ciccone.
Raccagni, Baumann. Oh, everything, you just turn your face and something else happened, and
Rubio
at the
again
chase.
with Warren Barguil and Darren Rafferty. So that was Sobrero and Arieta. Rubio, Rafferty, Warren Barguil.
47 seconds for this group, the first part of the peloton.
Still very active attacks coming from the peloton. Scaroni trying to get across. Busato from Alpecin, possibly. Pezzenti, I think, going with him from Polti Visit Malta. And a little bit of order is restored at the very front of the very small group of GC favourites now on this climb.
Yes, but I know retaking the front of the peloton and trying to ensure something like to resemble a control. They've done 100 kilometers already, and the pace has been frantic the whole day. 48.3 the average till now. This group is forming my standard chance to rejoin the front of the race.
Jacob Alulu have got a rider in this group, and I think Gadolfoli might have just smuggled himself into the front of this. Well, what group is this on the road? The third group, effectively, because we've still got Maas and Van Eetvelt in between this group and the 10 riders at the front. Little Trek with the numerical advantage here. Giulio Ciccone and Matteo Sobrero in that group. And here is the Bahrain Victorious-led group of favourites. Only at 46 seconds to the front of the race. My word. This is the peloton, or what remains of it. Ben O'Connor is there, all isolated from Jeko Alula. He's got a teammate attacking off the front. But a good, strong showing from Bahrain Victorious.
Yeah, they...
Got at least 4 riders in this group.
Yeah, the 3 riders up front plus Eulalio. So the only way they have to give a little bit of a straightforward sense or direction to this race is just placing themselves at the front and try to keep the speed high enough to discourage all the attackers, but at the same time allowing this group to move clear.
I think it must be Alan Hatherley from Jeko Alula, potentially, who's got himself in there. Well, the descent is nearly done and they'll be climbing again very soon. When they get to Pian di Barca. And then it kicks uphill almost continuously for almost 11 kilometers with one little short descent in the middle of the climb. It's the first categorized climb of today's stage. Arrieta really pushing though. Yardi van der Lee it is rather than Darren Rafferty. Aina Rubio. Matteo Sobrero, Giulio Ciccone, Thomas Pesenti, Alan Hatherley, possibly. I think Scaroni's got himself across there, and here come the Bahrain Victorious train on the front of the group of favourites. That group is now at 55 seconds to the front of the race.
They're going to gradually lose ground. Front of the race in the meantime. And 91.7 kilometers to the finish. Still a long way.
And I suppose there is potential for this race to calm down eventually. If the first 3 groups somehow get together on the road and the peloton might just let them go, then we might have a calmer phase of racing in the middle. But I think those groups would have to come back together for that to even be a possibility. The problem that these riders have is that that group contains Giulio Ciccone, possibly Christian Scaroni as well, Igor Arrieta. They don't really want Van Eertveld and Maas muddying their chances of a stage victory either, because the 10 riders at the front of the race, they're going to be motivated to keep these groups off and to keep them away.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I think these 2 riders are going to be soon joined by a much larger counter-attack here on your screen. And once those guys, they're going to be with them, it's going to be much easier to rejoin the front of the race. But I also saw the peloton is coming back as well. So Bahrain Victorious was there not just to ensure that this breakaway wouldn't move clear, but to shut this down as they appear on your screen. So okay, another change in this race. It's been crazy so far.
Nobody here's a threat on GC, are they? Nobody off the front of the race. Oh, yeah, you're shrugging your shoulders. It's hard to know exactly who's in that group. I mean, the Jeko Alula rider, I thought was Alan Hatherley. I'm pretty sure it is him.
Yeah, it's not
Ben O'Connor. That would have been a reason to move for Bahrain Victorious, but maybe Eulalio fancies the stage win today.
But that's it. The back is Peloton Gruppe.
There we go. It's been shut down. 47 seconds. Slightly surprisingly, Bahrain Victorious bringing that back and doing really good work of it as well.
Yeah, we thought they just wanted to control how was the situation.
Here we go. They're starting to climb now.
Yeah, it's not yet the official climb. It's just how can I say, a brief moment of climbing, about not even 2 kilometers before a little descent of extra 2 kilometers and then up again. Is indeed Hatherley. See a little bit of a moustache there, and he's been featuring this since the beginning.
Igor Arrieta, Remy Rojas, Warren Barguil, Alan Hatherley. Yardi van der Lee is... and then Bahrain Victorious shutting it down again.
They're not far either from the breakaway, 34 seconds.
Timon Adensman a little bit isolated from Net Company Ineos. There's one other, he has got teammates there, they're just a little bit further back. And again, as you noticed before, Jacopo, Leknesund maybe not on his very best day today.
It seems like he's suffering. He's having a hard time following the rhythm of much less capable climber than him. Van Etveld here trying to launch a distance Enric Mas.
And trying to get across to the front of the race significantly. He's got 15 seconds, 14 seconds. He's very nearly there, Van Etveld. There, he can see the front of the race going around the corner ahead of him.
And so does the peloton here with Warren Barguil. And this is Nostro Rochas, I think.
Gruppetto, Paul Magnier at the back of the peloton, detached, falling back. Might not see the front of the race unless it calms down again, but no sign of the race calming down in the company of his teammate Fabio van der Bosca. Peloton at 26 seconds.
There might be even a chance that everybody's go well back together. To be seen what's the intention of Bahrain Victoria. Seems like they want to shape the today's stage on their likes. As Van Etveld has opened up a little gap of half a meter, half a bike length over Enric Mas, but soon they're going to be within the front of the race. And don't be fooled by Passo del Termine 2.8 is the beginning.
That's the start of the climb.
They're already climbing, but they're not yet in there. 30 seconds in the meantime for the two riders here.
XTS Astana rider off the front. Scadoni. And as we switch our attention now to the front of the peloton.
Narvaez is going clear there.
Narvaez makes a move. Garofoli following him. Filippo Magli, or Tarozzi, I think it is, with a rider from Polti Visit Malta. But those two riders, Garofoli trying to get onto the wheel of the Ecuadorian Jonathan Narvaez, who's the best rider from UAE in terms of his position on the road. There are no other UAE Team Emirates riders ahead of Narvaez. And he gets across to the wheel of Christian Scaroni. That was very nearly across to the Barguil group.
Yeah, that was Dana, actually. But with the attack of Narvaez, he managed to get on the wheel of Silva. What we think is Silva, at least. We haven't seen the number. Still have to figure out the rider from Groupama FDJ United. We do recognize it's not Rocha, despite being also a very compact rider. Might be Bruck Roland. And there is what it looked like, the inland mountains of La Spezia province.
You pointed out to me, and you're absolutely right, this part of the Ligurian coast, Jacopo, there's nowhere to build.
Yeah.
it's just huge mountains that crash into the sea. So every little rocky promontory seems to have a village built on it. There's very little land where you can develop.
It's been
it's beautiful.
Basically the set as if you witnessed the cartoon from Pixar. Luca. Very special area, especially the Cinque Terre, worldwide famous and hot destination.
So
back in here.
Well, Leknesund is in this group, so Narvaez has got across to. This must be the. What are we looking at? The front of the race here, I guess. Or Leknesund has certainly been dropped, and he is part of this Barguil, Narvaez, Scaroni group. So Leknesund was dropped from the front of the race, and they've still got 14 seconds to get across to the remains of that breakaway that is losing riders one after the other now. And Bahrain Victorious continue to ride and continue to keep it close at 35 seconds.
It's me. Still riding with 3 riders at the front. The only team with numbers there is Visma Leasebike, but nonetheless a good show of strength by the Bahrain Victorious team. At the front is still Bruck Roland. This, I think, is Bais, who was distanced on the breakaway. Narvaez. And
well, they're still stuck in. They are still Group 2. Van Eetvelds and Enric Mas.
It looked like they were really on about 10-meter gap from the front of the race, but didn't quite happen.
This is a little descent, isn't it? Just for a couple of kilometres within this long climb of the Passo del Termine. And when they get off this descent and start to climb again, that's where the official start of the climb begins.
No, that was not Baissa. Baissa is still at the front. So in the third group, third chasing group. Oh man, it's so much is happening. So just 8 riders left at the front. It's Nico Denz and Vlasov, Bais, Chris Harper,
Jasper Steven, he's still there.
Bettiol and Ulissi for XCS Astana, and that's it. Good ride both from Bettiol and Ulissi. And Nico Denz also looked like he was about to get in drop.
But they have to carry on riding hard here because there's more talent than they've got at their disposal. There's a better climbers, more dangerous riders, more likely stage winners in the various groups coming across to them. So they cannot afford to let these groups come together. They have to keep riding. Yeah,
and not for free, definitely, because behind there is Narvaez, Silva, Scaroni that they might rejoin in the front, as we have. Now the situation seems like to be a little bit more crystallized. The front of the race, as you see now, starting now the climb, the first categorized climb of the day. Then you have the chasing group, which is Maas and Van Etveld. There is a third group on the road featuring Narvaez, Scaroni, Barguil, and then the peloton, which seems like now, from the indication on the graphic, we're going to see more later, that they slow it down. Yeah, 121, a little bit of structure, maybe, a little bit of order. It's a long enough climb. If there's riders still in that peloton who want to get involved in this hunt for the stage win, they can still attack from a 121 peloton. But it does seem like finally the break is, well, the various different breaks, because there's lots of different groups up the road, but they're being let go by the GC favourites. At last. Oh, this group is losing, actually. 35 seconds. They were within 10 seconds, weren't they? Van Eetveld's a bit frustrated, I think, with Enric Mas, possibly, that he's not sharing the work. They were so close to being at the front of the race. Here's the group at 36 seconds. They're going to sweep up Lennart Van Eetveld and Enric Mas fairly soon. Yeah, doesn't seem to have quite the same commitment as the rider up front. We will see. Zana featuring this group. Marcus Højgaard seems like... yeah, they've both been dropped. Leknesund and Højgaard have both been dropped from the front of the race and find themselves in this third group on the road. As we sweep back with the camera, that's the peloton. It's grown a little bit in size, and it's still Bahrain Victorious riding a controlling pace on the front. All the yellow jerseys there for Visma Lease bike around Jonas Vingegaard. The pink jersey himself, his team are riding on the front. He's dropped a little bit further back. There he is, just coming around towards the back, actually. Then and there's Paul Magnier getting back on, and that's very telling, isn't it? Fabio van den Bosque just helping Paul Magnier get back into the peloton. That does mean that they've slowed down a little bit. Yeah, and chapeau to him is a show of strength, because being present in there is definitely not easy for a sprinter like Paul Magnier, but it's another display, even a stage that doesn't suit him, that the shape is there. As the chase continues here. Brooke Roland in the red, white and blue of Groupama FDJ United. The veteran French star, maybe of yesteryear, Warren Barguil. Jonathan Narvaez then calmly taking the responsibility. He is probably the favourite for today. If these groups come back together again, they have to come back together. Narvaez has to, along with the others then, pace themselves across to the front of the race, where you've still got 8 very committed riders working well together. Yeah, and they're not definitely waiting for him, because here we are. Maybe this is the good time for them to rejoin the front. It looked like it was happening before, but I don't know what happened on top of the climb. Then eventually they got distance once again, and they're about to rejoin the front of the race. Lennart Van Eetveld's shown some very good form today. He's been on attack multiple times. He's definitely at this stage on site. Jasper Steven looks around, and he knows what's coming up the road towards him. Van Eetveld and Maas. Still not there, though. Diego Ulissi doing his turn on the front. Alberto Bettiol, his teammate and companion in this group.
there is the Maglia Rosa, Afonso Ollalio.
Thomas Silva right behind him. In front is Matteo Sobrero.
It's not an easy day wherever you are in this bike race today, is it? It's really been extremely hard.
Yeah.
This team is still holding it quite close. They're riding on the front at 1 minute and 35 seconds.
And
Ciccone will be seething with frustration because the moment is gone now for him.
Yeah, because the indication of the speed of the peloton is Paul Magnier. He was there, still part of it, and having a little conversation. So if you can afford to have to share some talks while you're climbing and you're sprinting, that means the speed itself is not overly high.
As Lanit van Eetveld and Enric Mas finally make it across to the front, and they're going to be a 10-rider group who are about to come together on the road. 9 riders are chasing them at around about 37 seconds, including Narvaez, etc. And Lidl Trek, after all of that, haven't got a single rider off the front at the bunch. They've missed it. After all, they're attacking. They don't, to be fair to them, they don't really have a pure climbing team. Derek G. West is still very much in the general classification shake-up, so it's really only down to Matteo Sobrero and Giulio Ciccone.
I think today was more, he went down more about the timing. They didn't choose the time correctly, and
Narvaez attacking, trying to get free of that group and ride across on his own. That's how confident he is, and a really good performance from Warren Barguil to try and go with the Ecuadorian.
That's the only way he has to rejoin the front of the race, otherwise they won't be waiting, and he felt like he was that weight on his shoulder, you know, in the chase. So the only way to take with him the finest climber and trying to move clear, as the collaboration was fading here. That's why he went.
Big acceleration, Jonathan Narvaez, leaving everybody stranded there, including Christian Scaroni. Only Warren Barguil trying to go with the Ecuadorian. Big sprint out of the saddle, and then bedding in to try and ride across with Barguil. I wonder if Barguil will work with him here if he flicks the elbow. And it's all about Jonathan Narvaez's stellar form at the moment as he goes off now, trying to leave that group, and Barguil's struggling to hold the wheel. He's just riding him off the wheel. Barguil's head drops, his shoulders slump. Narvaez looks around, checks, he's on his own. And he's got 30 seconds of this long climb still to close down, but he's got 4.3 kilometers to do it. And at this rate, Jonathan Narvaez is going to get across way before the top of the climb.
Yeah, and he needs to shut the gap before it's going to be in there, otherwise it's going to be impossible. And if you dive in the numbers of this climb, it's going to be very hard. From the last 3 kilometers are much more nastier than what it looks like right now. So yes, still got room for rejoining the front, but it needs to be done as quick as possible.
Net company Ineos, sitting on the wheels of those 3 riders from Bahrain Victorious, setting the pace and controlling the pace in the peloton, just keeping it rolling at the moment.
Matej Paschens in there, then it's Zambanini once again, and Damiano Caruso. Very good ride by the Dutch rider Matej Paschens, not a pure climber, but he managed himself to be there and controlling the situation as the peloton is losing ground, while this man is gaining ground.
Narvaez can almost see the group ahead on the road. He can certainly see the convoy of motorbikes and the vehicles that are supporting them when the road straightens out a little bit.
20 on second now is going down very fast.
Ooh. There they are.
Ooh, that
was just flashed across a 37-second gap. That's outrageous from Jonathan Narvaez.
It's me, but he must be feeling very good. The team was very much involved in the chase of this group, and he managed to get himself back in contention for the stage in just one attack. So chapeau to him for the moment. It's back in the race. Narvaez rejoining the front of the race. The blistering attack. He shut down 30 seconds in not even a kilometer.
If the legs are good, though, Jacopo, that's the way to do it, isn't it? Because the less time that you spend chasing, I suppose, the more time it gives you to recover on the wheels, because he's going to have to attack again and again to get this race won today. But Narvaez enters the picture, and that, for the riders at the front of the race, for those 10 riders at the front of the race, is a nightmare. Jonathan Narvaez on this kind of form is going to be very hard to beat on the climb still to come.
Yeah, but that's going to open up also to some other teams going on the attack. If XCS Astana and Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe played smart, you know, rather than just using their strength, they're going to, you know, try to use the numbers, having 2 riders each. They might as well having the best of Jonathan Narvaez, so shown one of the, you know, finest form so far in this Giro d'Italia. So with the just one attack, he was just able to shut down a gap of 30 seconds over the front of the race.
This is the group that he left. Martin Marcialusi of Bardiani, Filippo Zana, Cyril Quickstep, Christian Scaroni, Bric Roland. We've got Warren Barguil, who was the only rider who tried to go with Jonathan Narvaez, and Barguil maybe sat on his wheel for a few hundred meters before he couldn't hold Jonathan Narvaez's wheel. That didn't take Narvaez much more than about 1.5 kilometers to shut down a 37-second gap.
Maybe less. It was a blistering attack from
Incredible.
Yeah.
And he looked comfortable, didn't he? He looked like he was riding within himself.
Yeah, he has kind of a poker face on his own, you know.
Totally.
He never shows some sign of weakness, but nonetheless, what he achieved to do, I mean, those riders, how many kilometers they're trying to shut this gap down, you know, the whole peloton, and he was in the right position, but in just about a kilometer he was able to shut down 30 seconds. It's in prime position to try and take the third stage in this Giro d'Italia, but he has to fight not just with the legs but also with you know, with the strategy, because rest assured that none of these riders up the front is going to be willing to, you know, in Italy we said preparing the red carpet for him, you know.
Yeah.
They're gonna try make his day very hard.
Has an attack just gone on the left there? Maybe not, no. They're still riding up this climb. Narvaez, after that big effort, affording himself the luxury of just sitting on the wheels just a little bit, for what that's worth, on this quite steep slope. This was the attack. He came right from the back of this group of half a dozen riders or so, and got the gap straight away. Only Barguil managed to get onto his wheel, and even that was not for long. And in no time at all, Jonathan Narvaez, the Ecuadorian, the winner of 2 stages already in this year's Giro, in the form of his life, frankly, was across to the front of the race. He just must be feeling $1 million, Jonathan Narvaez, like he's got a kind of an extra cheat code, a nitro button that no other rider has in this peloton. But, as you rightly say, there are teams here who have multiple representation and will have to play that card. XTS Astana with Diego Ulissi and Alberto Bettiol, Nico Dentz and Alexander Vlasov from Red Bull Border-Hansgrohe. Four stage wins to his name, 2 before this year's Giro d'Italia, and a spell in the Maglia Rosa as well. It only lasted 1 day, but he was the only rider who managed to deprive Tadej Pogačar of wearing the Maglia Rosa for the entire race.
Yeah, one of the very few riders also being able to beat him when he's in a hunt for a stage victory.
True. Pogačar did finish in 2nd place that day.
Yeah, and opted to buy out Jonathan Narvaez, as very next year was becoming teammates of Tadej Pogačar, moving from Ineos Grenadiers back then to UAE Team Emirates.
36 maximum points are available on today's stage. In 1.4 kilometers time, the breakaway will get to the top of the first categorized climb of the day, where there's 9 points available. The only rider who's really got a tally in the King of the Mountains competition, who's at the front of the race at the moment, is almost inevitably Jonathan Narvaez. I don't know if he'll be aware of his standings in the King of the Mountains competition, but if he is, and he can do it, he might well just nip off the front and take those 9 points to add to his tally. There is the race leader by 27 seconds, leading the Giro d'Italia into stage 11, past the halfway point of the race, having taken that jersey on stage 5. It's been a long spell in pink, longer, I think, than anyone might have imagined. He's done 2 Group 1 summit finishes as Scaroni attacks the 2nd group on the road. Eulalia has survived 2 Category 1 summit finishes and a 42-kilometre flat individual time trials. Really quite something. But Scaroni's trying to do a Narvaez and get across that 25-second gap to take his part in the front of the race.
They're not far either, but they have to shut this down very soon. Zana digging deep there to rejoin the fellow Italian. Scaroni, it's possibly he has more strength than Narvaez, but didn't have the punch as when the Ecuadorian went. He didn't even try or dare to follow.
Yeah, not too far behind though.
No,
there he is.
They're there.
They're there. So Scaroni and Polti Visit Malta are very soon going to have 3 riders at the front of the race, including Alessandro Tonelli, Crescioli and Bais.
And as well XTS Astana, so they will make like a lot of options, especially for the Kazakh team, as featuring Bettiol and Ulissi and Scaroni. They got option as well. Zana, another teammate for one teammate, sorry, for Jasper Stuyven. Bettiol on domestic duty in a way, waiting for Scaroni to join, and the other about to rejoin. Marcellusi struggling a little bit, as well as Bric Roland.
But I think all those riders are going to get across, joining the front of the race, where a big group is coming together now. 17 riders, I think, in total. Bric Roland from Groupama FDJ United, the last rider, along with Martin Marcellusi. Vital for Marcellusi that he represents Bardiani, the only rider there, especially given that Polti Visit Malta have got these 3 riders, Tonelli, Bais, who's working on the front, and Crescioli, who's their best climber, all at the front of the race now.
So we have about 14 riders at the front.
Yeah.
Forming a very large group.
Chris Harper is the best placed in the general classification at 7 minutes and 22 seconds. Leonard van Eertveld is there as well, and he's at 8 minutes down.
Soon they're going to be on top. Long descent, and immediately they're going to go up to Colle di Guaitarola. That's a much harder climb than this one.
Looks like Mattia Bais is going to take them over the top of the climb. He took them through the first sprint of the day, the only sprint of the day as well, so picking up points along the way.
Then was Crescioli and Vlasov, the first 3 riders. And that's the sea. They've been appear in front of the riders. Amazing view. That's what the panorama, the view is going to look like. Sea on one side, while the rider is going to be up and down along the coast. They're never going to really touch the coastline, because here we are just above the Cinque Terre, and there is literally no roads that connect the 5 villages that where the names come from. So every time they're going to be a little bit on altitude is really hard to say, just higher. Patrick Lefebvre appears enjoying a bit of
refreshment.
Yeah.
Can't stay away, can he?
No. I mean, he spent his whole life in cycling. Would be weird to not see him on the roads every now and then.
So Passions taking Bahrain victorious to the top of this climb. Still on quite a tight leash, 1 minute and 45 seconds as Campeonato pilots Visma Lisa bike towards the top, positioning Jonas Vingegaard towards the front for this descent. Net company Ineos as well, moving to the front with the resurgent Tayman Arensman after that fantastic individual time trial in which he finished second to the mighty Filippo Ganna and put time into everybody else in the general classification. Moving into third on GC. And at 1 minute and 47 seconds then, it's Net company Ineos who takes the group of favourites, the peloton, over the top of the first categorised climb of the day, the Passo del Termine, before dropping down to almost sea level and then up the next climb. And the next climb, if anything, is harder. It's a Category 2 climb.
The view, beautiful over the Gulf.
Liguria, of course, is, as Egan Bernal sets the pace on the front. Liguria is the home region to Milano-San Remo.
But it's a totally different. Liguria is divided at least around Genova into Levante e Ponente. Levante is where the sun rises, so obviously the east, and Ponente the west side, and basically the descent of Sanremo ends in Arenzano, just outside, and the Ponente side of Genova. So completely different scenario in view from what the riders are seeing now, because the moment you left Genova heading to La Spezia, if you stay on the coastline, is going to be twists and turns and a lot of climbs, and very often the road itself is not even close to the sea, and rather than you have a way down to the very same village and the very same road to go away from the same village. So this little nested village that we're gonna witness now. Perfect timing we had.
Yeah, absolutely.
When the Giro E starts.
Forte dei Marmi. Perfect weather for these riders as well today to enjoy their day out.
Giacomo Nizzolo, nearly retired.
Moser, Capucci, Colbrelli, plenty of big name riders as well, taking part every day on the Giro E. Fondriest as well among them. And it's Netcompany Ineos setting the pace on this descent. Egan Bernal's looked in attacking moods today. Now, they don't have any riders at the front of the race, Netcompany Ineos. I think they're just protecting their position and keeping everybody safe on this descent. And of course, they have now got a stage win to their name, and they've got a rider in provisional podium place in the general classification. So Netcompany Ineos building into this Giro d'Italia. It's confirmation that Mattia Bais took that climb. Took those 9 points.
Back of the peloton. Oh, the breakaway, my bad. Svaren Barguil. Bric Roland, a very good prospect for the Groupama FDJ United team.
It's a very inexperienced team that they have here, isn't it? Relatively. Long descent now down to the coast.
Very twisty. This part is going to be a bit easier later on. But soon they're going to be at the foot of Colle di Guaitarola. The Colle di Guaitarola itself is 10-kilometer climb at 6%, but the last part is very demanding, featuring more than 7% average. On top, they're going to stay on a plateau for something like 5 kilometers before reaching the top of one of possibly the most famous climb here in this part of Italy, which is Passo del Bracco, sorry. It's a road that's all the people or tourists are approaching the Cinque Terre need to overtake it if they want to experience a little bit of what Italy has to offer in this part of the country.
Which Liguria I discovered for the first time, really. I should have known it because I've been here often enough, but is the home of focaccia. And every single person, I'm the only non-Italian in this commentary box, every single person from Italian television and the radio station to our right, and all the sound engineers who make these sound work, everybody seemingly has gone to the various different bakeries and come to the commentary booth with a bit of focaccia.
Yeah, and the one from Liguria and this part of Italy is definitely different from any other focaccia you can find around the country. Plus, if you really want to feel like a Ligurian one, this is a tourist section of today's stage. Try with the cappuccino. So you dip into the cappuccino, a focaccia, salted focaccia is the best experience you can have in here.
Right, 3.2 kilometers of descending, and then they're straight up the next climb, the Cat 2 climb, the Guitarola. Very nearly 10 kilometers in length, as you were saying, Jacopo. Average gradient 6.2%. I'd be interested to see whether Bahrain Victorious continue to ride on this climb and what their policy was, what their tactic is in terms of controlling the breakaway. It's a tiny margin, isn't it? 1 minute and 44 seconds. on a stage where effectively they have decided that the break can go to the line. I think that's clear. And yet Bahrain Victorious have kept the breakaway quite close. Peloton has gained in size a little bit. Gruppetto formed quite early on the even before they got to the official start of the Passo del Termine. Paul Magnier was in it, but he's been paced back on. I don't know if some of the other sprinters are off the back. I suspect they are. There's Magnier towards the back there. He's in the Maglia Ciclamino, just going around the corner now. Around about 10, 12 riders from the back. Just over 2K to go then until the Guitarola climb. It's a big climb, but it's not the last. In fact, there are 3 more climbs on this parcours still to go. The Scholli climb, which begins at around about 32 kilometers to go, 33 kilometers to go, and then the 4.6 kilometer ascent to the Red Bull kilometer itself, which is pretty steep.
Yeah, and after those, the last 5 kilometers is going to be the only flat part of today's parcours. Before that, it's going to be all time lumpy, up or down. 1.5 kilometer for the breakaway to reach the bottom of the climb. It's Jasper Stuyven approaching the descent on a much more aggressive manner, moved clear with a duo from Pole Visit Malta. So he managed himself to take with him
Crescioli
exactly.
Yep.
And then there was a 4th rider behind. So that's where we said having Narvaez in the peloton, in the breakaway, sorry, he just forced the other riders to go earlier to try something, because nobody wants to take this man closer to the finish. It's a very dangerous. He won already 2 stages and might be the 3rd one.
The average speed of this bike race now approaching the 3rd hour, 2 hours and 42 minutes of racing. The average speed, given the fact that they've just been over really quite a long climb as well, is very nearly 46 kilometers an hour. And that will come down because they've got 3 climbs still to go. The next one's the longest of them all. At the front of the race though, Mattia Bais and Crescioli, Jasper Stuyven, and Chris Harper. The only one of these riders who's taken a victory at the Giro d'Italia last year, stage 20, Chris Harper's stage to Sestriere.
The only problem they haven't got with them an XDS Astana rider. It could have been, you know,
yeah.
I think it was not. They were not looking particularly to drop the Astana riders, but a presence of them, they could have granted a little bit more freedom. But it seems like they're chasing this down. And Narvaez, as always, like, you know, waiting patiently, you know, his moment and let the other riders do the job instead of being active in first person. As they are about to start the climb, as you see from the graphic.
Chris Harper having a big drink before this monster climb. It's a Category 2 climb worth 18 points in the King of the Mountains competition, very nearly 10 kilometers in length, and a punchy average slope of over 6% with a maximum of 11%. It's the highest point of today's race, just a little bit over the altitude of the Passo del Termine they've just been up and over, and steeper and a little bit longer as well than the climb they've just done. This is not an easy day. 2,800 meters of climbing, even though the first half of the race, the first almost 100 kilometers of the race, were pretty much pan flat.
Yeah, all the climbs are condensed into the last 95 kilometers, so let's give you an indication how hard it is today, how hard it's going to be. Levanto, an amazing city nested into this gulf. As many other villages, it marks the limit of the Cinque Terre on the left on your screen, following the coastline where it starts, where it lays. In fact, the very first Cinque Terre, in fact, is not the name of Terre means heart or land, but it's the 5 villages, starting with Moneglia, with Corniglia, Monterosso, Vernazza, Manarola, and Rio Maggiore.
It is also the name of a pizzeria that makes fresh pasta at the end of my street in South London.
Which one?
Cinque Terre.
Cinque Terre?
Yes, very good as well. Run by a Ligurian family who've moved to London.
Okay. Obviously been a population of, how do you say, people navigators, is correct?
Yeah.
They've been all around the world. Even one of the most famous neighborhood of Istanbul has been founded by Ligurian people, like Galata. Okay, back in the race.
Filippo Ganna, yesterday's stage winner, has net company Ineos on his wheel, riding tempo. The time gap has gone out now to 2 minutes and 2 seconds, which is the biggest gap that any breakaway has enjoyed at any point today. But it's interesting to see net company Ineos riding on the front. I don't know whether now they're off the descent, they might carry on riding. Be interesting to see whether they carry on riding at the front or not. And if they do, what sort of pace they start to ride.
Yeah, if the intention of them is to start riding, then for the breakaway it's going to be very hard. And now it seems like the gap is stabilized, you know, around 2 minutes. But soon we will be seeing, because there is room, you know, if you want to shut this down.
Normally, using Filippo Ganna suggests, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It specifically, Filippo Ganna's presence there suggests, okay, we need to change this, and he's the rider who can make the difference.
It might be. It depends if it was just as a consequence of approaching the descent in the front, or if it was really because they want to shut this down. The gap basically has remained the same. They just lost a couple of seconds the breakaway. If we see a dramatic change, you know, like going down quite fast, I think that's an indication that net company Ineos want to scramble a little bit the situation and give Aresman possibly a chance. Doesn't look like for the moment, but the climb is still very long, and remember the first part is the easiest. Later on it's going to be much tougher.
I mean, they've got the whole team on the front, and they've already taken sort of 5 seconds back. It's definitely one to keep an eye on, just to check what net company Ineos are intending to do. They're riding in the front of the peloton with the entire team, with Egan Bernal, but more significantly Timo Arendsman. And I think they're riding with a little bit of intention here. They've got the riders to do it. Ben Turner, Connor Swift, who we haven't seen a great deal of. Turner moving to the front now, helping out Filippo Ganna, and another second. If they feel that Timo Arendsman is in better and better form, and he's feeling just great after the individual time trial performance of yesterday, and if they do feel that there's some vulnerability in the way that Jonas Vingegaard finished yesterday's stage, then perhaps they're just testing him.
It might be a possibility. We don't know if that's the case, but they're there with numbers. The whole team is present at the front. So if they feel they got something in the tank, they might try something. It's to be seen, because it seems like they're matching the tempo of the riders up front. Finally, car being granted a chance to rejoin the front of the race, as they're going to be able to feed them with a lot of bottles, as it's not overly warm today, as you just witnessed. At the top is going to be 16 degrees, but it's sunny, and I think they're sweating a lot. And there is the amazing. What a unique place, the Cinque Terre. And if you wanna, again, I'm turning myself into a touristic, you know.
You're working for the region of Liguria.
I do.
Look at this.
But if you want to experience something unique, there is a train that connects all the 5 Cinque Terre. So it's the best way, because parking, as you would imagine, might be challenging. So use a train instead and enjoy, or a boat as well from La Spezia. But it's amazing.
A boat would be spectacular along this coastline, but you know what? Let's just sit back and enjoy this view for a moment or two. There is Aperol on top. Plenty of that will be being drunk, I think, by the spectators enjoying this day out in the glorious Ligurian sunshine as we pay attention to the front of the race now. The time gap's 2:06, so no change with Netcompany Ineos. They're just riding a tempo. At the front of the race, though, XDS Astana with their strength in numbers. Christian Scaroni, Diego Ulissi. And Ulissi launching a little bit of a speculative move off the front, just as Scaroni had done a turn on the front.
That's what they want to do, you know. They want to keep pressure on the best climbers of this group, especially on Narvaez. Ulissi has shown some great form. Why not on the hunt of 9th victory?
Enric Mas has gone with him, so too is Chris Harper and Crescioli of Polti Visit Malta.
Astana has numbers here, so they can play a lot of cards. Yeah. So it's a smart move from Diego Ulissi.
Bahrain victorious now with one rider on the front, reasserting themselves in control of the pace of the peloton. And it's a peloton of no more than around about 50 riders, maybe 55, 60 riders. Eulalio beautifully placed, just in front of the man who sits in second place on GC at 27 seconds. Jonas Vingegaard. It's Pashins who returns to the front. Jonathan Narvaez, not part of that quartet of riders who've gone off the front, but he'll be relying now on the other teams, like Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, for example, and Soudal Quickstep to shut this one down. Tries to react, just went to the back to get a bottle, and that was an inopportune moment. As the groups going off the front now, starting to come together. Warren Barguil, Mattia Bais and Crescioli, two Polti Visit Malta riders, trying to get across to the Ulissi Mas Harper group. .2 long kilometres of this climb still to go. What sort of shape is the race going to be in when they get up and over the top of this climb? And Jonathan Narvaez has left that second group and gone off in pursuit of the front of the race. Lightning fast. Just his acceleration is unmatched by anybody else in this group at the moment. Around the corner and out of sight.
It just looks so strong, so sleek today. I mean, it seems like it's going to be a very demanding task because they tried to get it, to get the better of him in a tactical way, but look at him. Ulissi quite disappointed to see the looming picture of, looming image of Jonathan Narvaez, like the speed, he's spinning the legs.
Just almost a rueful smile there from Diego Ulissi, wasn't there? Well, what can you do? They've used their numerical advantage to try and put Jonathan Narvaez in difficulty, but he's just got this amazing form at the moment that means he can get out of trouble very quickly, so long as he didn't hesitate for too long and then went. And again, a short but very sharp effort.
But then in a way, you know, was not the best moment for XDS Astana to try and get tactical, because, you know, in a climb you can always have room to launch another attack. So I would have waited a little bit longer, but that's the situation, and we got a group moving clear ahead. 90 seconds over the chasers, then the fatigue started rising as a little bit of stress. Yeah. 7 riders up front, Enric Mas, Chris Harper, Warren Barguil, Mattia Bais and Ludovico Crescioli, both from the same team, Jonathan Narvaez and Diego Ulissi. Here on your screen, XDS Astana.
Hats off to Polti Visit Malta to have 2 of these 7 riders at the front of the race. Chris Harper's looked very good today. He, along with Mattia Bais and Andreas Leknesund, really animated things. They were the first trio of riders to shape the eventual breakaway that formed when several other groups got across to them. But Harper's looking good today.
Yeah, he's gonna definitely regain some time in the general classification. Might as well featuring in the top 10 after this today's stage.
Could always face that situation where one of the teams who are threatened, for example, EF Education Easy Post, they're in the top 10. They might sense the threat of Chris Harper, of bumping Markel Bellocchi out of the top 10. It wouldn't be totally surprising to see EF Education Easy Post start to ride if that time gap goes up.
Brooke Roland A little bit distance.
This is the second group at 25 seconds, and this is the peloton now, 2 minutes and 43 seconds.
Cristian Scaroni on the go. He knows he has to join the front of the race if you want to stand a chance of winning all the other riders are giving up, especially Bettiol, Brick-Roland as well, Marcellusi, Tonelli. Those 4 riders are going to be very hard staying in contact with the breakaway.
I think Bettiol has been on slight domestique duties from the moment that he got across. I mean, he did the work that on the front that enabled with Diego Ulissi on his wheel in the first place. He placed Ulissi at the front of the race, and then when Scaroni was coming across, as you noted, he dropped off to pace Scaroni as well. So it's no surprise, I don't think, that Alberto Bettiol can't hold the pace of these purer climbers. Van Eetvelt, Vlasov, Zana.
Nonetheless, a very good ride. From Stuyven, a much more classic type of rider. Scaroni goes again, followed again by Zana. They're not far, It seems like 21 seconds, a little bit overestimated. As Diego Ulissi saw Scaroni coming and is going to be waiting for the younger Italian teammates, as Vlasov, Van Eetvelt and Stuyven doesn't quite have the legs to match the power of the Italian Scaroni as well. Zana has moved clear. There they are, the two. Soon they're going to be rejoining the front, so another reshuffle at the front. 9 riders when these two is going to be rejoining the back end of the breakaway, Zana and Scaroni.
Still got 4.5 kilometers of this climb to go.
And the hardest part still to come. Zana give some help in the chase. This is a proper climber.
One of the Multi-Visit Malta riders has been dropped fairly definitively now.
They're there, but not quite there on the wheel, Scaroni and Zana.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when you have the images from behind, they seems like closer than the actual reality, as Chris Harper is digging deeper here. I think it's more involved, Chris Harper, into chase seconds to gain over the peloton rather than the pure stage victory.
As you say, putting himself up into the top 10 on GC.
There they are. Scaroni and Zana appears at the background.
Chris Harper's gone from 7 minutes and 22 seconds down on the road now. He's at 4 minutes and 22 as things stand, which puts him right in the top 10 of the general classification. Almost. All he needs to do is take another 6 seconds on the road, and then he will dislodge Markel Belocchi's 10th place.
Enric Mas goes again, and Jonathan Narvaez this time doesn't fool around, and he's immediately on the wheel. It looks like very quick.
Look at the damage that acceleration has done. Enric Mas. Chris Harper goes off in pursuit. But the XDS Astana duo of Ulissi and Scaroni already in difficulty there. Lennart Van Eetvelt in the company of Alexander Vlasov and Jasper Stuyven, I don't think are going to be able to get across to the front of the race here at this point. But Chris Harper's responded well, and Mas gets together with Narvaez and Harper.
Narvaez looks so attentive, and such a shape he got today.
Yeah. Seems to be getting stronger the longer this Giro goes on, which is frightening for everybody else in the bike race. But a good ride from Chris Harper, who's didn't panic there where Enric Mas accelerated and Narvaez pounced onto his wheel, and those two went clear. He just paced himself across to the front again. Always
have this steady expression on his face, doesn't show any sign of weakness, Chris Harper, just focusing on what he's doing. At the back is Ulissi digging deep. Scaroni and Zana, they were about to rejoin the front of the race, but the acceleration from Enric Mas forced them to chase a little bit extra.
Ulissi turning domestique now for Christian Scaroni, who realistically is their better chance of success on the stage than the veteran Ulissi. So Ulissi's going to take the responsibility then of trying to winch this group across to the trio at the front of the race. Zana, the last rider in this group, the Multi-Visit Malta pairing of Crescioli and Baez, plus Warren Bagui. And that is about 20 seconds, I think, and probably growing rather than coming down.
Yeah, if Narvaez start to work and collaborate with them, it doesn't want to drop anybody yet, as it look like it's the strongest of the three men up the front. 19 seconds now, it's going down just a little bit. And we are about to enter the hardest slopes of this climb, the Colle di Guaitarola.
3K to go on this Cat 2 climb. Selection of sorts has been made. Whether or not that is the final selection on this climb, well, Diego Ulissi will be hoping that he can pace this group of some 6 riders to the trio at the front of the race. But bit by bit, climb by climb, kilometre by kilometre, this big group that was almost 20 riders strong at one point has been whittled down, and the best are rising to the top. The peloton at 3 minutes and 11 seconds shows no sign of intention of riding this down, and the breakaway almost guaranteed their chance of success today.
This is digging hard in here to allow Scaroni and the remaining of this chasing group to rejoin the front of the race. 16 seconds, he's taking it down. The acceleration of Enric Mas didn't continue in his effort. And not far. And if they can even crest in the climb with this gap, they have plenty of time to rejoin the front. Because on top, let's forget, it's not going to be immediately descent. It's going to be for a little bit more than 5 kilometers plateau. They won't descend immediately, and before reaching the Passo del Bracco, and that's where the descent is going to start for real.
Here's the peloton. No big change in terms of the size of the group, and no big change in terms of the teams and the riders who are doing the work on the front. Filippo Ganna just supporting the Belgian rider from Bahrain, Victorious.
Yeah. Gave him a beaten. Nice touch from the Italian.
Mathis Pasrens.
It's Bettiol was part of the breakaway.
Could be a frustrating day for XDS Astana. This news earlier, of course, if you just missed it, that Davide Ballerini has been forced to abandon the race after a crash. He crashed on his own, just on a high-speed corner. Soldiered on for a bit, battled on for a few kilometres. Seemed to be okay, but then had to step off, injured after that crash. So big disappointment there for XDS Astana. And now they've just got 2 riders left at the front of the race, Diego Ulissi and Christian Scaroni. But they're at a slight disadvantage now, 13 seconds from the front of the race.
They're about to rejoin the front thanks to under the impulse of Ulissi. I think this man, Jonathan Narvaez, just controlling the situation. Eventually the attacks of Enric Mas had the impact of dropping some of the teammates, at least Stuyven for Dana and Bettiol for the XDS Astana duo, Ulissi and Scaroni.
Jacopo, can you imagine how confident Jonathan Narvaez must be feeling right now?
Every time he was...
He's almost spoilt for choice, isn't he? He's got so many different ways of trying to win this bike race. He'll be thinking, well, what do I do? How late do I leave it?
Is definitely the fastest among the riders at the front, and as it looks now, also the strongest on the climb. So plenty of choices and possibilities and different outcome for Narvaez today's stage. I mean, of course, when you show that you're the favorite, when you show you're the strongest, it can happen that they race in a way against you. But the parcours itself, you know, there are climbs. So unless the attacks come in a very specific moment, I would say like a descent or something like this, there is not really room for, you know, tactical, because there's either up or down. Either they're going to attack him on the plateau at the top of this climb of the Colle di Guaitarola, or otherwise it's going to be very hard to distance Jonathan Narvaez from the front of the race.
Well, on the front of the race is exactly where he finds himself now, setting the pace along with Enric Mas and Chris Harper. But Diego Ulissi's done a stellar ride to support Christian Scaroni and the other riders in that group, incidentally, and he's brought them back to the front of the race. So Diego Ulissi's done a terrific bit of service there for Christian Scaroni. Lennart van Eetvelt has somehow dropped the riders who he was with. Jasper Stuyven was one of them. I can't quite remember who the other one was, but Lennart van Eetvelt is almost across as well. I think there's going to be 10 riders at the front when Van Eertveld gets there, which is now. 1.4k from the top then. We've got 10 riders still in this bike race.
Another change, a shift on the front of the race of this stage. Also, the trees are completely changed to what it was at the bottom. A lot of pines in this area. But this man seems like unbeatable today. Let's wait and see, because they know it and they're gonna try something, because it's very hard. They're gonna just stay there and wait for him to beat them.
Just a little bit over than 1 kilometre to go for the top of the highest point of today's parcours. Guatarola climb nearly dealt with. 18 points available in the King of the Mountains competition for whoever wants to take them from that group. Cristian Scaroni opened his account back in, I think it was back in Bulgaria, or maybe one of the early stages in Italy, but he's only got 6 points in the King of the Mountains competition. In the meantime, the gap goes up to 3 minutes and 46 seconds, which means that Chris Harper has effectively halved his deficit in the general classification that was 7:22 before today, and he's moving up to around about 6th place on the provisional GC, starting to threaten the times of Tudor Pro Cycling's Michael Storer, etc. So we're at that point fairly soon where it wouldn't be at all surprising to see one or other of the other teams start to work on the front of the peloton, just to make sure that Harper doesn't take too much more time. So 500 metres to go. Harper on the front. Fires on his wheel. Diego Ulissi, last man there. Scaroni looking like he's moved himself up onto the wheel of Mathieu Bais, and looking like he might try and take those mountains points. Watch out for the Italian rider in blue, who I think, even before the race got underway, we all thought might try and focus a little bit as the race went on the King of the Mountains competition. On the wheel of Mathieu Bais, is he going to try and nip off the front and claim those 18 points?
Seems going to be uncontested for what it looks like at the moment.
Bais looks around and checks. Scaroni showing no immediate obvious sign of coming around Bais, but we'll have to wait and see. 50 metres to go. Mathieu Bais is going to take the maximum points. Cristian Scaroni in 2nd place.
Eric Mas in 3rd.
So Bais has taken the sprint and the first 2 climbs of the day. Now then, long descent. Jonathan Narvaez slips to the back. 10 riders at the front of the race, with a 3 minute and 46 second lead. Chris Harper tumbling up, if that makes sense, which it doesn't, rising up through the top 10 in the virtual general classification. And still it's Bahrain victorious, and Net Company Ineos setting the pace on the front of the bunch, which is still drifting out to around about 4 minutes behind. Nico Dents, who was dropped a long time ago from the breakaway, is only just being caught now by the peloton. Towards the top of this second categorised climb of the day. The next climb is the Colle dei Scioglii, and it begins as soon as they're definitively done with this long descent that they've got to deal with now.
Mathieu Bais has moved himself a little bit clear of the breakaway just in the approach, but This is the maximum gradient they're gonna have now, because soon it's gonna be picking up once again. You see this not really fast because the descent has yet to start. Gonna have to reach the top of the Passo del Bracco. There is Apero on top. They wish, but it's not the case. Ulissi was the first one opening up the attacks on the climb, followed by Mas, and then Narvaez went. When he goes faster.
He's got a kind of uphill sprint, hasn't he, Jonathan Narvaez? This was Scaroni and Zana getting across to the front of the race. Mas just looking around and seeing a group coming back. All this happened on the ascent of the Guitarola climb. And then Mattia Bais, for the third time today, winning the sprint, this time a KOM sprint on top of a Cat 2 climb.
Peloton is still about to reach the top of the climb. They're about 200-300 meters from there. Always Matthijs Patience at the front, followed by Ghana. In conversation with the car. The whole net company Ineos slotted themselves in second position, as we have another abandon on the graphic. We were not aware of anybody else, so.
Oh, well, he was suffering earlier on today, Edward Plankett. Tried to get himself in the breakaway and was dropped very early on, actually. But still, that's unexpected and unwelcome, and really a big shame for Alpecin Premier Tech. Edward Plankett was riding a very aggressive race, and they've lost their sprinter and their lead-out man now, and Caden Groves, or one of their lead-out men, and Edward Plankett. Time gap of over 4 minutes. 56.3k to go. Matthijs Paskens takes them over the top of the Guitarola climb.
As we are just entered the second week of racing, I don't think any team will be too bothered of the time that Chris Harper is going to gain over the other GC contenders, because 3 weeks is long, and they know they can get this time back in the coming days. So it would be very hard to expect another team of such Tudor or EF, or at this point even J. Lula, which you know, they can slot 2 riders at the front, because they're gonna have Connor Swift, Ben O'Connor, sorry, that's having a very good day yesterday in the time trial. And with the performance of today, sorry, I got confused for a moment that Chris Harper was still riding for J. Lula.
I was wondering who the other top...
Where I was heading with my conversation.
You are 100% forgiven.
But indeed, J. Lula could be another team that could be enrolled, you know, but it's very hard to believe that they can think that Chris Harper eventually will be detached in the coming days, you know, and lose ground once again.
It's a gamble, though, isn't it? Because he's a very, very good climber.
He's showing some good form. I think he never really targets a GC.
In stage hunter, isn't he, really?
And he
finds himself in that position.
He's very good in these days. So why not? I think he can stand a chance for a top 10.
Yep.
But nonetheless, who's behind to work? I mean, we saw a couple of teams with numbers, and Visma Leasebike and Net Company Ineos. But all the other teams, are they interested? Do they have the legs to do so?
Well, at the moment on the descent, not much is changing in terms of the time gap. In fact, if anything, it's come down a little bit. But certainly Bahrain Victorious, they're not remotely concerned about Chris Harper. Just remains to be seen whether or not another team starts to take him seriously and pay him the respect, and their own leaders. But you're right about their numbers. How many, for example, EF Education Easy Post riders are there in this group who could make the difference and do the riding on the front? And Mattia Bais has moved himself up into the leaderboard now. He's in fourth place on 30 points in the King of the Mountains competition. He's added 27 points to his tally today. He's got the opportunity of taking another 9 as well at the top of the Colle dei Scioglii.
that is fair to expect that the race will be definitely on the Colle dei Scioglii, as we will be much closer to the finish line. Back in the peloton with Visma Lease bike all around their leader Jonas Vingegaard, sitting much up front, following the net company Ineos. And yesterday we've been talked a lot about the performance of Jonas Vingegaard. I mean, it's hard to believe that you have to say that struggles yesterday, but nonetheless he was he underperformed from his standards. As you can see, all the other occasion he was able to finish in top 10. And yesterday was not quite at the level you were expecting from him. He was living off not exactly his best day on the TT bike. He started off good, and eventually didn't accelerate like we were expecting. But it's not dominant, but it's still in perfect ramp to win this Giro d'Italia. As we're back with the images at the front, riders refueling a little bit soon. They're going to be plunging down before entering the last categorized climb, which is Colle dei Scioglii. It's a hard climb of almost 6 kilometers. Last part is it's quite demanding. It's going to be a perfect ramp for launch and attack. After that, there's going to be descent along the valley going down for the Red Bull kilometer, which is placed on top of climb, uncategorized one of almost 5 kilometers. So 2 climbs that are just perfect for the riders to launch and attack. As Warren Barguil, at 53 kilometers to go, decide to open up the hostilities in between the riders in the breakaway. They want to anticipate, and that's what we were referring about, that if you want to stand a chance to caught Jonathan Narvaez, you know, in something tactical, need to be not coming in a climb, but rather in a descent or a flatter path, because on the climb he looked like he has the better legs than anybody else in this group, Jonathan Narvaez. So here we're gonna have a little replay. He found himself a little bit at the front and he decided just to continue. As thanks to this move, or Lennart van Etten shaking his head and show that he doesn't want to take part of this attack, but he's moved clear alone. Warren Barguil now, some seconds of gap. It looked not one of the best or the strongest among the riders, but he's been brought back by Chris Harper in the remaining. It doesn't want to spend too much. Also, maybe he found himself in there, he moved on the attack, and he was hoping somebody else will eventually join me, but wasn't the case.
He's got to try something, Warren Barguil, I think a little bit different, hasn't he? Because coming towards the end of his career, he knows now that he can't, although he has looked good today, I have to say. He's looked better than on previous days in the Giro.
Yeah,
he probably thinks, I can't really live with some of these climbers. He's just got to speculate and maybe use the descent, use some different tactics as well to try and find himself in a little group, maybe without some of the favourites, and turn the tables on Jonathan Narvaez. But trying to get rid of Jonathan Narvaez is proving very difficult.
And not just that, also you need to take an Astana with you, because this
yes.
and Multivisit Malta. I mean, if you manage to get a composition like 3 riders breakaway, maybe with one Astana and one Multivisit Malta, then at the back means no one is left with teammates, and maybe they can look each other, and eventually you find a little gap between yourself and the remaining of the breakaway. So that's why I think the only chance of beating Narvaez is to being able to create a little group within the breakaway and move clear ahead of it, hoping that behind nobody's willing to help the Ecuadorian.
I don't know whether the attacks on this descent from the group at the front from the breakaway is beginning to sort of slow them down, or quite what's happening, but Red Bull Border Hansgrohe have started to ride, and they've started to ride with a bit of intent as well, and I think that's because of Chris Harper's position. Jai Hindley and Giulio Pellizzari dropped down the general classification yesterday after their individual time trial, and Chris Harper was moving up onto the shoulders of Jai Hindley's position and had gone above Giulio Pellizzari on GC.
They don't have much numbers in there to do so, as Nico Denz is doing the job. Maybe it was just about for the descent itself.
Yeah. Alexander Vlasov
still featuring at the front of the race. Didn't look super good in that moment, but he managed to rejoin the front. Jasper Stuyven managed himself to be back in contention in here, so Zana can benefit from the presence of the teammate. He was not far off the back, and in the descent, maybe they were the riders who slow it down, you know, the front of the race, because both Vlasov and Stuyven, they were with Lennart Van Etveld, who managed himself to get back in the
yeah. We're inside 50 kilometers to go now. Plenty more descending still to go to the foot of the next climb. Italy is not enjoying a tremendous, in terms of the general classification, tremendously successful Giro so far. First time in history after 10 stages, Italy is down to only one rider in the GC top 10, and he's 9th. That's Giulio Pellizzari. The previous negative record for Italy was in 2022, when after stage 10, the only Italian in the top 10 was Domenico Pozzovivo, but he was 8th, one place better off than Giulio Pellizzari is this year. So long way to go in this Giro, and plenty more opportunity for Pellizzari to rise up those rankings. But at the moment, what began with high hopes in terms of the general classification, both perhaps with Giulio Ciccone, but definitely with Giulio Pellizzari, it's not quite working out the way the home nation wanted it.
Yeah, it's not living the best about the GC contenders, and also stages been a bit not the most prolific this year. Only one victory thanks to Ballerini.
And that was a surprise victory, really, wasn't it?
Yeah. And Ghana yesterday actually was the second one. So
it's Lidl Trek, isn't it, who the flag bearers for the Italian stage hunters, Giulio Ciccone and Jonathan Milan, and neither of them have managed to get over the line in first place yet. And despite everything, they've missed the breakaway today.
Yeah, it's a big disappointment, I think, because they were pretty much involved into the hunt of this group.
A lot of disappointment as well amongst our Italian commentator colleagues from Rai, who've got a wall chart up. I don't know if you've noticed it near the door, where every day they're making their predictions. And the name Giulio Ciccone featured on almost everybody's, I think, wish list for today's stage. So they've gone rather quiet over there.
I always been there. This green.
It just appeared today.
Okay, I never saw it indeed.
Alexander Vlasov then. Long time since he's really been a prolific. He's never really been a prolific winner, Alexander Vlasov. Just 12 victories to his name. The last one came 2 years ago in a stage of Paris-Nice, and before that, you have to go back to 2022 when he won a few bike races actually. But so.
And turned himself into a very consistent domestic for the GC leaders of his team.
Halfway down this descent, it's a long way to go still, and then there's a false flat approach to the Colle dei Scogli climb, which begins at around about 33 and a half, 34 kilometers. That's when it starts. It's got a maximum gradient of 15%. It's nearly 6 kilometers in length. That's 6.4% the average gradient. So it's like a slightly shorter version of the climb that they've just been over.
Yeah, but what is featuring at the very end, the last 2 kilometers, is marked to be a mighty 9.6% average. So it's just about the perfect ramp to launch an attack. And as well, the climb to the Red Bull kilometer is not easy. 4.6 kilometers are almost 7%. So very demanding, especially because the middle part is only 5%, meaning that the beginning and the very end is very, very demanding.
Those final 2 kilometers of the next climb that you're pointing out, Jacopo, they'll be tempting for Jonathan Narvaez, won't they? He'll look at those and wonder whether the 27.9 kilometers over the top of that climb to the finish line is too much for him.
I imagine the amount of energy they spent today, everybody, because he was very, very fast stage. So far the average is 43.5, and imagine the organizer, they were expecting the fastest to be 40. So give you a good indication how hard and fast it was all day long. 195 kilometer stage been raced as just a long lasting sprint. This is one of the moments I was telling you about. Jonathan Narvaez is forced to chase this group as
yes.
You know, they move clear, and he cannot afford to let them go because nobody there is willing to help him.
Yeah, but look how quickly he gets across on this descent, though. But you're right, that's the 3rd time now in this stage that Jonathan Narvaez has had to shut a gap on his own. And even for Narvaez, even on that form, that's going to hurt his chances just a little bit. But he's made the junction. Jasper Stuyven then leading this group with Warren Barguil, Crescioli, Chris Harper, Enric Mas. Jonathan Narvaez is there. And in the heat haze, I've just stepped outside actually in this lovely bright sunlight here on the coast, and it's lovely and hot, and the riders of the Giro A have definitely enjoyed their day out. As you can see in the live pictures, though, on the left, those groups have come back together again and swollen in size. Back to where we were, the Vlasov group, they've made the junction, they're back in. Alexander Vlasov is back in. Diego Ulissi looking around to see what's happening behind. Henrik Mas, Jonathan Narvaez sitting on the wheel now of Chris Harper, who flicks her elbow, and Mas comes through. They've lost a bit of time, though. The peloton is closed to within 3 minutes of the front of the race. They still have to keep rolling. There's still that possibility that if a GC team wanted to try and ride this to victory, I think it's unlikely to happen, but they could shut down that 3-minute gap. There's still 42.8 kilometers to go and 2 climbs.
In the meantime, at the front, Narvaez decided the best way of approaching this descent is to avoid any problems, just to be seated up front, just controlling. Now Scaroni takes over, followed by Zana. Then it's Bais, Barguil, Vlasov, sorry, Leonard Van Etten. And again, Narvaez. And Narvaez, you see, every time he just swing to go at the back, you know, instead of like positioning himself at the very last position, he just decided to slot himself halfway through the breakaway group because he don't want to stand a chance to lose, you know, the possibility to go for a victory, because he knows that somebody might left a gap to him and, you know, get himself into a lot of trouble.
Enric Mas with an arm in the air, needing his team car to provide him with a drink, fueling up for the next climb. Still got 4, 5, 6 kilometers of this descent to manage. Leonard Van Eetveld has had a curious race.
It looked like he was without legs, yeah.
I can't figure out how his form is. It seems to be 1 minute he's good, the next minute he's not so good. In fact, his entire Giro has been a bit like that, with a very aggressive start, especially on stage 2 in Bulgaria. After that, then, he's fallen out of general classification contention very early on in the blockhouse climb. He conceded a lot of time, and news of another abandoned rider. So we've had Edward Plankett and Davide Ballerini both gone, and we've lost Martin Tjötter as well, which is a real shame.
Yeah, he was in very good shape, especially in the stage of Fermo. Finished third, yeah. So we don't know if it's due to a illness, a crash, or just lack of shape, but I don't think that was the case. Oh, a crash in the breakaway happened. Zana went down, Scaroni and Lennart Van Eetvelt.
So Van Eetvelt tumbling there with Filippo Zana. Christian Scaroni also just involved in that crash.
We're going to see a replay out.
Would have been a high-speed crash, whatever, because they were flying down that descent. Van Eetvelt's remounted, Christian Scaroni too. It's happening a little bit further up the line. Two Multi-Visit Malta riders doing well just to navigate their way through. Scaroni going right over the top of the bars there.
I think Zana was the first one going down, and Lennart Van Eetvelt touching the brakes to avoid the crash. But this is going to reshape the race because you know, the team of Soudal Quickstep and XDS Astana, they lost one riders each and can change, you know, the way they're going to approach the finale.
Yeah, Filippo Zana, as you can see by his body language there, is completely out of it now. He's dropping back. You won't see him back towards the front of the race before the end of the stage. So it's all down to Jasper Stuyven now. Yeah,
it's impossible. He's going to rejoin the front because, you know, it's happening in a descent and it doesn't have much time to rejoin the front.
Scaroni remounted very quickly, having gone over his handlebars, and he is chasing on Scaroni, but he's going to have a job on his hands to get to the front. So big drama there, and that might, as you say, change the tactics completely. XDS Astana and Soudal Quickstep, both teams with multiple representation at the front of the race, but both down to just one rider now, Jasper Stuyven and Diego Ulissi, unless Christian Scaroni can get back on.
And it's Enric Mas leading the way in the descent, followed by Crescioli.
Enric Mas, though, leading the way. As you say, with Crescioli on his wheel. Good ride from Ludovico Crescioli today. He's never been in a situation like this in his career before.
No, very good ride.
Really good ride. And a good ride as a team from Multi-Visit Malta as well.
That's left...
Mattia Bais is still there as well at the front.
I haven't seen, actually, Jonathan... Yeah, where is he? He wasn't involved in the crash, but we haven't seen if he was... maybe I think Narvaez is even further up. It's much... that was not the first group, probably.
Maybe Mas might have been chasing.
Vlasov must be with
Vlasov was on the front.
Yeah, Vlasov and Narvaez.
Vlasov was on the front, so maybe that the front of the race has already gone. It's hard to see what happened to Scaroni there. Did he just ride into the bike? I think it was Zana's bike that
I think the first one going down with Zana.
Here's the front of the race. You're absolutely right. Alexander Vlasov, Jasper Stuyven and Jonathan Narvaez are at the front now. This trio of riders have gone clear, and Enric Mas is trying to chase back on.
Yeah.
So XDS Astana at the moment are wiped out of the situation, and it's those three at the front.
Yeah, and everything goes as the plan for Jonathan Narvaez, because he can benefit to just have to control a couple of riders. Soon they're going to be on the climb, and if he has good legs, he can as well drop everybody in there, as he looked like the strongest of them all. We don't know the gap in between those two groups. It's marked as a 5-second gap. So let's hope that the race is not over for this second group, as they're getting closer to the Colla dei Scioli, 3.3 kilometers since the climb will begin.
Well, they're in the town of Sestri Levante now.
Yeah, they're actually not far from the finish line here. It's just instead of continuing on the coastline, they're gonna go inland one more time.
Into the hills. Two climbs still to come. One is categorized. It's the next one, the Cat 3 Colla dei Scioli. And then it's the Red Bull kilometre after that. As we look at the second group on the road, Warren Barguil, Crescioli and Bais, Diego Ulissi, Enric Mas and Chris Harper. 6 riders then trying to chase the front of the race, where Jonathan Narvaez almost inevitably is with Alexander Vlasov and Jasper Stuyven. Proving impossible at the moment to dislodge Jonathan Narvaez. He's reading every situation perfectly, and if he's ever on the tactical back foot, he seems to have the power and the form to rescue his position. 3 times he's soloed across to groups at the front of the race. Looks like that trio are building their advantage over this chase group as well, where slightly bigger group, where riders are a little bit more reluctant, a little bit hesitant to take time, to take a turn on the front. Lennart Van Eetvelt then all on his own, along with Filippo Zana. I think his race is gone. It's gone up the road and away from him.
He's all alone, and also doesn't look like he's pushing out on the pedal, because he knows It's going to be a very demanding task. It took him a very long time before jumping back on the bike. He needed to adjust the handlebar. And these three guys, three riders, Jonathan Narvaez at the front for UAE Team Emirates, Alexander Vlasov, Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, and Jasper Stuyven. Quick step, through that quick step, they are now 15 seconds ahead of the other riders. But plus to that, they're very close to the climb of Colla dei Scioли.
Jasper Stuyven's going to be under enormous pressure in that trio of riders there. Filippo Zanna and Jonathan Narvaez, in theory, much better climbers, much lighter riders than Jasper Stuyven. If Stuyven can survive the climb with those other two, then Jaakko, he's got to take his opportunity on the two descents, which still remain in the course.
But I think it's not going to be very easy, because already in the climb before he was distanced by the better climbers than him, and I mean, he stands a chance maybe to rejoin the front, but ultimately there is also the Red Bull kilometer, so there is plenty of room for both the other riders to drop him. But at the same time, Vlasov was not looking resplendent in the climb. He was distanced as well, together with the Jasper Stuyven, so it all looked very good for Jonathan Narvaez at this point, who haven't really done any mistakes so far.
Cristian Scaroni all on his own as well, but unlike the other two riders who crashed, he is actually still in the race, in theory at least. He's trying to chase on to get across to this group, the second group on the road, where his teammate Diego Ulissi is there, and Warren Barguil plus Enric Mas. Scaroni is some way off the back of this group, and we're 1 kilometre now from the start of the last categorised climb of the day, the Colla dei Scioli.
Is not even able to see the other rider. I think it's going to be a very impossible task for him to rejoin the front of the race. He might get to the second chasing group, but 48 seconds now is with tank up. It's race done.
And he's battered and bruised, and he's in a bit of pain with his right hand there. Went over at high speed, hit the bike that Filippo Zanna had dropped on the middle of the road, had nowhere to go, went straight over the top, flip-flopped, somersaulted over his handlebars. Got back on, remounted, but he's got a mountain to climb now of 32 seconds to try and get across to the second chase group. Scaroni has not had much luck in this year's Giro d'Italia.
No, definitely not. As last refuelment here for Bais. Crescioli still in there. The peloton in the meantime has kept more or less the same gap, 3:23 over this trio. They're about to begin the climb. Jasper Stuyven put himself in the last position. It's going to be a very hard task for him, the last 2 kilometers and 9%, a very, very difficult climb.
So the question is, will Jonathan Narvaez use this climb, this last categorised climb, as his launch pad to victory? Does he dare take on those final 27.9 kilometres over the top all on his own, or will he try and keep this group together? Whether it's just him and Vlasov, potentially without Jasper Stuyven. What size will this group be in? What shape will it be in when they go over the top of the climb? And has that chase group at 18 seconds got the firepower to launch any riders across to the front of the race and complicate it a little bit more for Vlasov, Stuyven and for Narvaez?
I think if I would be Jonathan Narvaez, I would be waiting, for the Red Bull kilometer climb to go on the attack, because from here it's true that it's 33 kilometers, but there is also a long valley to be approached. If behind you get organized, like a big group can get closer to you while you're spending a lot of
risky.
Yeah. He doesn't have he's in a position of being one step ahead of everybody else at this point of the race, because due to the crash, he managed to be himself at the front with two riders that were already distanced before in the climb, so he knows he's better than them. So
Scaroni's making progress across. If those time gaps are accurate, he's actually doing a really good ride here, Cristian Scaroni, and potentially he's only got 14, 15, 16 seconds to make up now, as opposed to 30. Clearly in pain with those fingers of his right hand that obviously took a lot of the force of that crash.
Yes, it can be really seen here how he's keeping the handlebar,
isn't he?
His blood dripping on. Don't know if it's because of a wound. As Pippo Ganna approaching the climb at the front as he did in the previous one. I think it's just to control and ensuring that the team approach this climb in a good position.
So Filippo Ganna setting the pace for net company Ineos as they get onto the climb as well, the Colla dei Scioli. 32.5 kilometres of this race remain. The It's a 5.7 kilometre climb at an average of 6.4%. This is the front of the race. Narvaez, who would back against Jonathan Narvaez, making it 3 stage wins at this year's Giro d'Italia. UAE Team Emirates threw every single one of their 5 remaining riders into the fray today. If it wasn't Antonio Morgado, it was Jan Christen. If it wasn't Jan Christen, it was Igor Arieta, or it was Michael Bjerg trying to bring the breakaway back. And then it was the most patient of them all, this man, Jonathan Narvaez, who seized his opportunity to blast clear, got into a chase group and then left the chase group on a big climb, shot across to the front of the race and hasn't missed a beat ever since. Good ride from Jasper Stuyven though, but on terrain that he's going to struggle to match the pace of Jonathan Narvaez and Alexander Vlasov with.
And he's letting both Narvaez and Vlasov do the job. They are not complaining about this because they know that a much heavier rider compared to those two, and though very strong ride and strong rider, Jasper Stuyven, he can nothing against gravity in here because he's probably 15 kilos heavier than the other two opponents. He's gonna have a very hard time, especially later on in the climb when he became much more severe in gradient. It's back on the peloton here, still quite large in number. As you're probably hearing, the caravan has arrived at the Giro.
Yeah, insanely loud as it always is. As Chris Harper attacks the second group on the road, they drop to 58 seconds. Harper and Barguil go off in pursuit at the front of the race now, leaving Diego Ulissi. Enric Mas, who was caught napping a little bit there, and the duo from Polti Visit Malta, Crescioli, who is now dropping Mattia Bais, who's taken every sprint and every climb so far. But it looks like he won't be scoring any points at the top of the final categorized climb of the day.
So actually the gap was much smaller than it was indicated because they were just behind the front of the race.
Yeah,
I think chasing group was already marked as Scaroni, I guess, then. But okay, Chris Harper rejoining the front soon. Is going to be also the time of Enric Mas, Warren Barguil, Diego Ulissi and Crescioli. It's going to be reforming, and I think Narvaez in that occasion did good not to launch an attack. He just have to be very careful in between this climb and Red Bull kilometer that nobody gets himself clear ahead with a tactical move, but still all under control for the Ecuadorian rider. None of the rider can feature a teammate anymore. So
8 riders left in the race. Narvaez setting the pace. Looks like Stuyven is in trouble now. Stuyven let the wheels go a bit and the gap opens up. Chris Harper has to come round the Belgian from Leuven and get onto the wheel of Alexander Vlasov as Jonathan Narvaez just notches the pace up a little bit, just a fraction, just to see if he can split this group, drop some of the riders, get rid of them. It's not an attack, but he's looking around to see what state all these other riders are in. Chris Harper is still looking very good, very smooth rider. Alexander Vlasov slips himself into that line on the wheel of Jonathan Narvaez ahead of Enric Mas. They'll be climbing now for 5.5 minutes. The peloton 2 minutes into their ascent of the Colla dei Sciolli. 3 kilometers to go still for the Narvaez-led front of the race. Jasper Stuyven is still hanging on in there. One of those 8 riders, but he is the last rider in the line. And the last rider represented at the front of the race was Soudal Quickstep as Narvaez slips to the back, looking at everybody in the eye as he does so.
Just checking how good the legs. Very unfortunate race for Christian Scaroni. Still chasing, but I think it's going to be game over for him. Still climbing good, but he has lost too much time within the crash.
Diego Ulissi, one of the 8 at the front of the race, in the company of Barguil, Vlasov, Harper, Crescioli, and Stuyven still just about hanging on in. Good ride from Jasper Stuyven. He's 2.7 kilometers from the top of this climb, but a little gap is opening up now. Before him, Enric Mas. He's going to see that Movistar jersey just pulling away from him a little. Shuts the gap down again for now. But a real disadvantage to all these other riders in this 8-rider group, Jasper Stuyven.
Soon they're going to be on the last bit of this Colla dei Sciolli climb. when the mark 2 kilometers from the top there, where the nasty part starts. 9.5% average. Very difficult one. A perfect ramp if somebody feels the leg, but who doesn't feel the legs apart from Jonathan Narvaez? Chris Harper looks all the time very good and composed in his action.
Stuyven still there, hanging on in. Good, resilient ride, but he's going to come under pressure these last 2 kilometers of this climb as the gradient kicks up again to close to 10%. Steep section immediately now ahead of Jasper Stuyven. That'll really hurt him, and you can see a gap opening up again to Jasper Stuyven, whose head drops, and I fear that the Belgian might be about to be dropped. Ludovico Crescioli, the 22-year-old from Empoli, having the ride of his life here, the rider from Polti Visit Malta, in the company of one of the greats of recent years of Italian cycling, Diego Ulissi. Crescioli just opening up a little wheel or a bike length or two at the front of this group as Warren Barguil shuts the gap to the young Italian. Or Chris Harper, I should say. Barguil still there on a much better day, Warren Barguil, today, than the last time we saw him in a breakaway. The first week of racing on Italian soil, and Stuyven somehow is still just about in contact.
Chapeau to Jasper Stuyven. Against all the odds, he's still in there, still hanging on, getting a beaten. Hope this is water. See, pour himself on the neck. It's a very warm day, as Ben Turner, leading the peloton, has now 3 minutes, so that won't guarantee the Chris Harper the ability of rejoining the top 10 of the day.
Yeah. The pace being set by Net Company Ineos is just taking a little bit of time. As Diego Ulissi at the front of the race, but the pace just lulls just ever so slightly, seizes his opportunity and goes on the offensive.
And Chris Harper about to immediately rejoin. He looked like one of the most in shape of this breakaway, Chris Harper. Ah, there it is. It's the final crack for Jasper Stuyven. The climbing here is just too hard for him. Chris Harper didn't quite manage to get on the wheel of Ulissi. So it's Narvaez just behind him, just looking around, waiting for the best opportunity to go clear.
Narvaez looking for a wheel that will bring him across to Diego Ulissi, and he picks the best one of all, Chris Harper. Now, will Narvaez just sit on the wheel of Chris Harper or try and dart across on his own? But Harper's doing a good job of bringing Ulissi back at the moment, as Warren Barguil is dropped, as well as Ludovico Crescioli, as this climb gets harder and harder in the last couple of kilometers. Barguil dropped. Diego Ulissi's doing a brilliant ride here. Harper gets across to him. Narvaez out of the saddle, and Enric Mas plus Alexander Vlasov. That's a selection of sorts, and Vlasov looks like he's the next rider to come under real pressure.
So 4 riders and a 5th, which is about to get in distance. Diego Ulissi, XTS Astana, Chris Harper, Pinarello Quito at 6.5. Jonathan Narvaez, UAE Team Emirates, and Enric Mas, Movistar team.
Oh, Cristian Scaroni's picking up the back markers who've been dropped. He's going to come straight past Jasper Stuyven and then Ludovico Crescioli ahead of him. Not giving up on this race at all, Cristian Scaroni. He's got a teammate who's setting the pace at the front, Diego Ulissi. Perhaps unaware, almost certainly unaware, that Scaroni's still in this bike race and still battling hard to get on. Now, those dropped riders will be useful for Scaroni. They'll give him renewed belief that he can get across to the front of the race. But it's a 42-second gap.
Yeah, it's a very big one. It's not going to be easy, and I think the influence on Ulissi on this gap is not massive, so they're going to go and try to play their card with Diego Ulissi.
The peloton, in the meantime, is at 3 minutes, a little bit less than 3 minutes. It's Harper, the Aussie.
Vlasov still there, suffering a lot by showing a lot of pain on his face, but still hanging in there.
Chris Harper has done, of all these riders on this frantic day that just hasn't settled down, a 195-kilometer stage, but Harper has done more work off the front than any other rider in this group. Remember that trio of riders when he was with Leknesund and Mattia Bais? He was one of the first attackers. Everyone else in their various different groups and guises counter-attack to get across to Harper. 800 meters to go then. 5 riders at the front of the race. 54 seconds now to Scaroni, who's not coming back. His teammate Ulissi has to just discount Christian Scaroni and try and take his own chances here. The 8-time stage winner of stages at the Giro d'Italia, Diego Ulissi, who saw Filippo Ganna draw level with him in terms of stage victories yesterday. Be quite some story if Diego Ulissi were able to take a 9th here, but he's in very, very high quality and high caliber company here.
Is one of the very few riders in the peloton that can have on his tally at least one victory in the pro rank since he turned pro. But for Ulissi, I think that goes back in about 16 seasons to tell you how prolific was the Italian at the end of his career, but nonetheless less effective.
It's a phenomenal record of consistent success for Diego Ulissi. And he's looking good today, Jacopo.
Yeah, at first I thought like he was just there for, in a way, domestic duty with Bettiol and Scaroni, but every time he was on the front he looked like very composed, very good, and he was on the attack already in a couple of occasions. And let's not forget, he's a fast finisher himself. Not the likes of Jonathan Narvaez, but definitely after such a dramatic and hectic stage, it's going to be more about the legs rather than what's written on the paper, because it was a very, very hard day.
He's won so many races in his career, Diego Ulissi, from small groups like this, 5-rider groups, 3-rider groups. Hilly stages rather than big mountain stages, as Scaroni has Warren Barguil in his sights now. I mean, at the very least, Christian Scaroni is riding himself to another top 10 finish here. It's a hugely resilient and brave ride, given the violence of the crash that he just endured when he went over the handlebars.
About to crest in the climb of Colle dei Scioli.
The impassive figure of Chris Harper still looks like he's got plenty more to give, despite the big day out that he's had already.
He's going to try to keep the speed high. He doesn't want that this group is slowing down, because he can assure himself a good jump into the general classification, maybe joining even the top 10.
Started the day 7:22 down on GC. He's now around about 4 minutes down in the general classification, which would place him in the top 10, just about ahead of Markel Bellocchi if the race were to finish now.
About to be on top, Vlasov managed himself to stay in contention, to stay in touch with this group. Chris Harper, Jonathan Narvaez, Alexander Vlasov, Diego Ulissi behind them, Enric Mas and Crescioli. He managed to
get back on. Just almost. There he is.
Good job,
Crescioli.
Good job. Good job by the Italian. Ooh, he had to dig deep.
Chris Harper. It's very useful for all these riders that Chris Harper is in a general classification rider. Scaroni is the next rider over the top. Not too far behind that group.
No. He can stand a chance, because after the descent, there's going to be a first part about 3 kilometers, like a proper descent, and later on like a valley. And if at the front they look one each other, and Scaroni gets a little bit closer during the descent, taking risks, of course, to reapproach the breakaway, he can stand a chance to rejoin the front.
I don't think that Diego Ulissi can play games, though. I think Ulissi has to ride his own race, doesn't he? And let Scaroni look after himself, because if it doesn't work for Scaroni, Ulissi can't sacrifice his chances.
No, but he can use this as an excuse. I've got Scaroni coming back. Yeah, I cannot work because of this. Here's the peloton with
Decathlon.
Yeah, moving. Felix Gall with Callum Scottson ahead of him. Jack Haig for Net Company, Ineos. Eulalio well present at the front.
Time gaps come down again to 2:57.
And that's because all the teams, they want to assure to approach the descent in the best possible position.
So they're just going fast.
There's Magnus Sheffield with Jack Haig again on his wheel, and Timen Aresman. It's the usual race for the descent from the GC contenders. Jonas Vingegaard decided to do all on his own. Derek G as well present in there, Michael Store, Mathis Rondel, Giulio Ciccone as well. Eventually they're going to slow down.
Rosa is he slipped a little bit, but he's safely in the wheels.
Gregor Mulberger replaced Callum Scotland at the front for Felix Kahl.
Still it's Sheffield on the front for Net Company Ineos. Joe Hindley moving up on the right-hand side. On the coattails of Tymon Allensman, the GC leader of Net Company Ineos. Egan Bernal there as well towards the front. But it's Vingegaard himself who takes pole position as they hit this descent.
Yeah, he decided that the best way of doing this is by himself. As Victor Campana is struggling a little bit to hold the pace of the peloton. He's going to have time to rejoin the front. And Mark Donovan closing down this, what's left of the peloton.
Not many riders, is it?
No, not much.
Pretty small.
It was a very, very hard day. And he's yet to finish, especially here up front, because fireworks still to happen.
Ludovico Crescioli.
What a ride.
Multi-Visit Malta. He's got better and better the longer this Giro has gone on. What a ride indeed. Their best placed rider on the general classification at 21 minutes and 22 seconds. In with a chance here of a top 5, maybe even a podium. Let's see how it plays out. Who knows how it might end for this resilient young rider, just 22 years of age from Multi-Visit Malta, who's got 3 riders in the breakaway.
The descent is over. It's now going to be a long, long valley heading downhill. But you need to pedal, and that's where it can become a little bit tricky to keep good collaboration. Some of them might try and move clear.
Just under 13 kilometers to go until the Red Bull kilometer begins. No, until they go over the top of the Red Bull kilometer, I should say. So around about 8k until the Red Bull kilometer, which is effectively just an uncategorized climb before that starts.
Jonas Vingegaard, in the meantime, at the peloton, decide to stay really at the front of it. Just want to rest assured that nobody can endanger his position. They're quite aware what's happening ahead, and they know that the descent itself is quite twisty, very perfect and pristine tarmac, but nonetheless, as you can see, it's a lot of left and right and hairpins.
The only real mover in the King of the Mountain standings is Mathieu Bais, who moves up into 4th place on 30 points after picking up 2 climbs today. Didn't score any climbs at the final climb of the day. And the fastest man on the climb, Marco Bellocchi.
Heading to the last 20 kilometers of today's stage. Back at the front with Crescioli. Spent a lot to being able to rejoin the front of the race. He was detached, distanced, and managed himself to rejoining the front.
Chiavari is where the race finishes today. The seaside, the Palace of Justice there. And a very elegant old city centre as well, with colonnades and lovely shops and a very typical Ligurian architecture as well. Much of it dating back to the early 20th century. Art Nouveau, Art Deco represented here, this elegant coastline, and Chiavari is a lovely stop-off point in Liguria. Race finishing just next to the marina. Behind our commentary position is where those yachts are all moored. Only the second time the race has ever come here, 1958 being the first time. Silvano Campi taking a victory. Scaroni still battling on at 38 seconds. The peloton being led last time we saw by none other than Jonas Vingegaard on the descent is now at 2:28. The victory will go to the breakaway today. We're pretty certain of that. And here possibly is the selection of riders who'll be competing for that win, with one out-and-out, absolute red-hot favourite in Jonathan Narvaez.
Yeah. The remaining 5 riders, 6 riders, the group ahead. They'll have a chance, but now the Red Bull kilometer climb, or the climb that led to the Red Bull kilometer, it's not an easy one, so it could be the perfect ramp for the riders to launch an attack before the last 5 kilometers, because then they're going to enter the city of Chiavari before doing a little loop around the town, basically, and reaching here the harbor where the finish line is positioned. So Warren Barguil and Christian Scarone still working, but they're not gaining any ground and matching the same speed as the rider up front.
The very fact that Christian Scaroni is still at the front end of this bike race and chasing on is pretty remarkable, given how heavily he crashed earlier. Wasn't the only rider to go down. Of course, Filippo Zanna and Leonard van Eetveld also crashed, and they have effectively given up the ghost. They haven't abandoned today, but they remounted their bikes and drifted back, and probably already been caught by the bunch. Look at these slate quarries, the history of these slate quarries. Many of the old roofs of Liguria, when you look at a particularly old building that dates back to the 19th century, you see these gigantic slate roof tiles.
Yeah, and lavagna itself is what you will translate in English as a chalkboard. So in Italy, what you have in the school is a lavagna, where you use to write down with chalk.
A blackboard.
A blackboard, exactly.
So here's the constitution of the riders at the front. Enric Mas, this man, Jonathan Narvaez, Ludovico Crescioli, Alexander Vlasov, Chris Harper, Diego Ulissi. Three of these riders know what it takes to win a stage of the Giro d'Italia. He's won 4. Diego Ulissi has won 8 in his career, albeit the last one came a long time ago. And Chris Harper claimed victory. He's the most recent winner, apart from Narvaez. Claimed victory on stage 20 of last year's Giro d'Italia at Sestriere.
Always looks very composed, Chris Harper. Never shows sign of weakness through the day.
If you take Narvaez out of the equation, Chris Harper has looked the best of the rest, hasn't he?
Yeah. It's not as punchy as Narvaez, but with consistency, every time he found himself in the best possible position. And, you know, I wouldn't rule him out. We thought for a moment that he was just there to regain position in the GC. But now that he's at the front, only 20 kilometers to go, he stands a chance to win also the stage. Narvaez as well, getting one last beaten. 28 seconds in the meantime for Warren Barguil, and above all, Christian Scaroni involved in a crash. You see the cars right in front of him.
Warren Barguil refusing to work with Christian Scaroni on this flat road. Shake of the head, and Scaroni infuriated with the Frenchman that he's not assisting him, because the time gap had come down 27 seconds. If that's accurate, they were making progress across to the front of the race. Now, why Barguil would refuse to ride, I don't know. Unless he can't.
Yeah, it's very weird that Barguil doesn't collaborate. I mean, he could put him also in position of try something. I mean, if he's been distanced, there is a reason, of course, and he knows, and he wants to benefit from the presence of Scaroni, but nonetheless, it would make much more sense for him to collaborate at this point.
You'd have thought so. Approaching the Red Bull kilometre, though, or the climb up to the Red Bull kilometre, I should say. It's a 4.6 kilometre climb. It begins very, very soon. They'll start to climb again. It's an average gradient of 6.7%. There are, of course, bonus seconds available at the top of the climb, but they're of no importance to any of these riders. They're all thinking about the stage win, the possibility of a stage win. Alexander Vlasov getting a rare opportunity where he can express himself in recent years as at the Giro d'Italia, having rebooted his career as a domestique. And now Barguil is riding, and Scaroni's still concerned with those, that right finger that he's struggling to grip the hoods with. This was the moment where it seemed like Barguil was refusing to come through.
Maybe lack of energy, but...
Classic Italian hand gesturing.
I think everybody watching the Giro get accustomed with how we act. The bunch is very reduced. It didn't look like much when we had the helicopter shot top of the climb. As Decathlon has taken over with Stone Meted, the Norwegian, followed by Mulberger and Callum Scottson.
Maybe just a little psychological statement from Decathlon. They endured a difficult day yesterday, didn't they, with Felix Gall losing time. Just to remind the peloton that Gall is still full of confidence and on great form, even if Netcompany Ineos have taken, for now at least, third place provisionally on GC.
Yeah, and it was also the time that Lennart Van Etvelt was rejoining the peloton after sustaining a crash with indeed the aforementioned Scaroni and Zana. We're soon at the bottom of the climb that will lead them to the Red Bull kilometer. Is a 4.7 climb. Starts quite demanding before a middle part a bit easier, over 5%, and the last kilometer and a half 8% again. So there is a perfect climb. Here you go. That's the climb. It's uncategorized, but on top there's going to be a Red Bull kilometer, which will have no influence on some sort of general classification, except for, in a way, for Chris Harper. Those are not the seconds that are going to reshape his general classification. But it's the perfect ramp for an attack, because from there on it's going to be just descent and 5 kilometer flat.
Jonathan Narvaez is in this enviable, luxurious position in which he can win this bike race in multiple different ways. That's not true of a lot of the other riders. Enric Mas, for example, Chris Harper, Alexander Vlasov, they would have to attack and win on their own, whereas Jonathan Narvaez could do that, could do it very easily, you imagine, to attack, but he would also be confident if they came together in a group of winning the sprint. So Narvaez has got every base covered tactically, you'd have thought.
At the same time, you know, if you would wait, what's happening in there, it might be as well, you know, being attacked, you know, from other riders, because you fairly expect that everybody going to go on the attack of Jonathan Narvaez.
They shouldn't rule out Christian Scaroni and Warren Barguil now at 16, 17 seconds. And in fact, ahead of them on the road, they can see the front of the race. So, well, if you're going to be voting in the Fighting Spirit prize, I think there's only possibly one winner at the moment, and that's Christian Scaroni. That would be my recommendation. That is a hugely brave bit of riding from Christian Scaroni, who's gone extremely deep after that crash to make the junction to the front of the race, bringing Warren Barguil with him, who's played his part as well, but that's all about Scaroni's willpower, his determination as Mas goes on the offensive, forcing Jonathan Narvaez to look round and get onto the wheel of the Spanish rider. Just when Scaroni was about to make the junction as well. Well, Enric Mas, if his legs are good, this is exactly what he needs to do, doesn't he? He needs to go long. At the moment, though, unfortunately for him, he's taken Jonathan Narvaez with him, and Narvaez reacting relatively straightforwardly to Enric Mas's acceleration. And
this is not going in favor of this man who was on the chase.
Just when he was nearly on. He's lost Warren Barguil for company, and he's lost sight of the front of the race briefly. He was down to about 14 seconds, maybe even a little bit less. And the acceleration at the front has moved that group at the front of the race away from Christian Scaroni and the possibility of producing a miraculous recovery.
But Chris Harper and Alexander Vlasov, incredibly, still there. As Ulissi and Crescioli, they're paying a little bit the effort in here. There's still 3 kilometers till the top of this climb. It's going to be presenting some easier slopes soon.
Enric Mas hasn't flicked the elbow yet. He hasn't asked Jonathan Narvaez to share the work with him. They've got a bit of a lead now over Harper, who's riding at his own pace, looking very controlled and measured. But is he already out of sight? Now, there he is, and he's putting Alexander Vlasov into a bit of difficulty, Harper. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Chris Harper manage to ride across to the front of the race and rejoin Narvaez and Mas. And indeed, he's coming.
2.7 kilometers to the top. We can use this as a reference to the top of the climb. Enric Mas accelerating again, trying to put Jonathan Narvaez in pain. as Raccagni and Oviero behind us, moved clear from the peloton together with, I think, is Simone Gualdi.
Gualdi, yeah. So they've just darted off the front of the bunch at 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Good little move from those riders. A possibility of picking up a top 12, top 10 position even. And of course, the young Italian, well, they're both Italians, aren't they? Ravagni has got his fan club here right at the final kilometre. He's a rider from Genoa, not too far away, down the coast in Liguria. So a little bit of an emotional attack there. Chose his moment well and went with Gualdi. Neither of those riders considered to be a danger in the general classification. They'll have the freedom of the road. In the meantime, at the front of the race, Chris Harper has dispensed with Alexander Vlasov, but he has got across to Jonathan Narvaez and Enric Mas. 2.2 kilometres to go of this climb.
And 15 kilometres to the finish. Vlasov appears the background. Mas looks good today. It's been suffering maybe a little bit halfway through, but they found better legs. Let space to Jonathan Narvaez to put himself at the front. Would be better to have Jonathan Narvaez at the front, controlling if he goes on the attack, rather than be sitting in front of him.
No move yet from Narvaez. 2 kilometres of this climb remaining. Up to the Red Bull kilometre. Mas accelerating again, out of the saddle. Harper in a little bit of difficulty. Vlasov is getting back onto terms as well. Jonathan Narvaez then glued to the wheel of the Spanish rider. Bike length opens up to Chris Harper, who again is forced out of the saddle. Enric Mas is looking strong today.
The first time I've seen a little bit of pain expression on the face of Jonathan Narvaez since the beginning of the race. If Enric Mas wants to take this on, this is the moment he has to drop Jonathan Narvaez, because later on it's going to be too close to the finish line. It's a nasty climb, this one, for the Red Bull kilometer. Look at the gradient. That's
the steepest point, isn't it?
Yeah.
15% the gradient, right where Jonathan Narvaez finds himself there. Diego Ulissi and Crescioli. At the moment, they're in 5th and 6th position, respectively, and Diego Ulissi is riding away from the young Italian. Determined to hold his position here and finish strongly with a good top 10, 5th or 6th, as Christian Scaroni is coming after Crescioli all on his own and still fighting for position in this race. Full respect to Christian Scaroni for the way he's gone about this.
Yeah, he's marked at 42nd, but he's not far off of Crescioli and Ulissi. Just about 10-15 seconds. Back at the front here with Enric Mas is not yet able to detach Jonathan Narvaez. Will he be able to be seen? 1.4 till the top of the climb that will lead them to the Red Bull kilometer.
Looks like Jonathan Narvaez is preparing to gamble on the descent and on beating Enric Mas, if that's the way it has to be in a sprint à deux, if they come to the line together. And Enric Mas is running out of road now to try and get rid of Jonathan Narvaez. Pure climber Enric Mas needs to try and do the damage if he can on what remains of the climb. 1.2k to go. Steep as well to the line. Doesn't look round. Enric Mas knows that the Ecuadorian is on his wheel.
He's tried to just accelerating from the front and put him in difficulty, but he's running out of road here for drop him. 1 kilometer till the top, and the Red Bull kilometer starts here. And we'll end in a kilometer.
Flattening out the road a little bit here. That's Mas's opportunity, I think, to drop him on the climb, vanishing.
Yeah.
As they head towards the top of the climb. It's pretty flat, and Jonathan Narvaez can sit in the slipstream of Enric Mas. Mas is a good descender. Can he put Narvaez under pressure on the descents? That's the next option. And there's a group ahead of Diego Ulissi. That's Chris Harper and Alexander Vlasov. Ulissi is all on his own in 5th place on the road. All these riders, though, in this final kilometre of the Red Bull kilometre. But Vlasov has battled on to get onto the wheel of Chris Harper. And sitting on the wheel of Chris Harper as well, not sharing the work. So 2 groups of 2 at the front of the race. Scaroni further back at 44 seconds on his own. Both the XDS Astana riders all on their own. Meanwhile, at the front of the race, it's Mas. Still with 500 metres of this final kilometre to go. When they get over the top, there'll be 12.6 kilometres exactly remaining in today's stage. It's going to be spectacular when they get into town, as well as in Chiavari, because the race route goes right the way through the centre before hitting the marina and the waterfront, and then doubling back on itself towards the finish line.
It is Ulisses managing to be back on the wheel of Vlasov and Chris Harper.
That group is at 24 seconds to Mas and Narvaez. They've got the descent to get back on, especially if these two start to play tactical games with one another. That chase group at 25 seconds is not out of this stage result at all yet. A lot could change in the remaining 13 kilometres of this race today. It's been absolutely riveting racing from the very moment that we left Pocari. The flag dropped. 195 kilometres of attacking. It's been relentless. At no point today, at literally no point, has it calmed down at all. The riders have been pretty much flat stick all the way.
Yeah, it was full gas till the line as Enric Mas crosses the Red Bull kilometer in first position, followed by Jonathan Narvaez. Soon they're going to be descending.
Narvaez has done well to stick to the wheel of Enric Mas there. It just came under a little bit of pressure earlier on as Diego Ulissi now gets to the second group and tries to put Vlasov and Harper into difficulty with a little acceleration. He's the third rider over the line, Diego Ulissi, at the Red Bull kilometre. And the climbing doesn't start straight away, does it? Got a few more 100 metres of dragging their carcasses up and over the last climb and then dropping down. And in Mas now, with Narvaez on his wheel, is already on this descent.
If I would be Mas, I would just place myself at the back and trying to avoid having Narvaez at the back. Here is Scaroni, who's able to rejoin Crescioli. He sees Ulissi, Harper and Vlasov ahead of him, but for the stage victory is simply too late.
Yeah, it's 54 seconds. He's not going to be able to make that up in the remaining 12.5 kilometres of this race. Scaroni's battled on really hard, and Crescioli is doing the best ride of his life so far at his maiden Giro d'Italia, the youngster. Passing by this Romanesque basilica, featuring local marble and slate, the two stone products of these beautiful Ligurian mountains that drop down into the endless azure sea of the Ligurian Bay. And a lovely rose window as well, just being lit up by this bright afternoon sunshine here in Liguria. So the riders now at the front of the race, well into their descent towards the finishing town of Chiavari. Frightening average speed on today's stage. Relentless racing. At no point did the race ever settle down today. 42.7 kilometres per hour average speed on a hilly stage of 2,800 metres of climbing.
It's a very twisty descent, as you can see, very similar to the one they approach in Sanremo as Narvaez.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. It's a Poggio descent, isn't it?
Narvaez placed himself at the front, putting Enric Mas on the edge here, just to fight out to stay in contact with the Ecuadorian, who looks in prime position to get his third victory. Enric Mas need to, you know, do something incredible if you want to stand a chance against a much faster Jonathan Narvaez.
It's, Jacopo, it's almost impossible to make a case for Enric Mas here, is that if this was a game of chess, he's in check.
Yeah, he will need, you know, a very hard and long climb to drop Jonathan Narvaez.
Or hit him unexpectedly on the flat road, or even on the descent. do something to disrupt the seemingly inevitable coronation of Jonathan Narvaez. As the GC group gets to the Red Bull kilometre with no bonus seconds, of course, available. They've all been swept up by the breakaway, but that is a tiny, tiny group.
That's the real indication how hard it is racing in Liguria. This part of Italy is very, very demanding.
Eulalia slips into the slipstream of the man in blue, who sits in second place in the general classification at 27 seconds. They should have a slightly more straightforward day tomorrow, and it looks for all the world like Afonso Eulalia is going to safely retain his Maglia Rosa at the end of stage 11. As Narvaez continues to set the pace and put Enric Mas under a little bit of pressure on this descent. 25 seconds as Narvaez takes a few risks there.
Yeah, the rear wheel slipped for a brief moment.
They're holding off the chase group of Ulissi, Harper and Vlasov at 26 seconds, no change there. This is the chase group. Vlasov has moved to the front. And this was the corner that Narvaez just overcooked slightly. And it's safely round here. The Scaroni group is at 103 now, and they're not going to see the front of the race again. These riders just have to battle on and hope that as they approach the finish line, games start to be played between Enric Mas and Jonathan Narvaez.
Yeah, if they look one each other at the front, these riders still have a chance. You know, and Mas could play this card, you know, like Jonathan Narvaez doing all of the job towards the line. Still won't put him in a position to take the victory, but nonetheless, he could have an increased possibility, or yeah, more possibility than what he has at the very moment. Back on, I think it's Scaroni and Crescioli. No, sorry, there's Mas and Narvaez. The leading, look how twisty and hairpins all over the place, heading down to Chiavari.
Yeah, it's a really technical descent, isn't it, off the Red Bull kilometre, dropping down to sea level, finishing right next to the marina, and still it's Narvaez setting the pace on the front with Mas on his wheel. 8.6 kilometres to go. The potential of a first ever stage win at the Giro d'Italia for Enric Mas. Former podium rider at the Vuelta and a winner of a stage at the Vuelta. In with a chance here, in with a chance, but how does he crack the code of Jonathan Narvaez and prevent the seemingly inevitable procession for Narvaez towards a 5th stage victory in his career and a 3rd in this edition? Yeah. Bear in mind, it's only stage 11. He has won, if he wins, a frightening percentage of the stages so far.
Yeah, probably used the correct word, inevitable. Seems like Jonathan Narvaez, despite so many moments today we witnessed, like it seemed like just anticipated by all the riders, and today, even when it looked like he was out of contention, he managed to replace himself with simply strong legs.
And still the descent unwinds before them. It's technical, it's narrow, this ribbon of tarmac leading down to the city. They're going to have to pass through the city, narrow roads, into the darkness of the colonnades and the shadows and the shade on this bright, bright afternoon. And this crescendo, this finale to a fascinating day of racing, but always the prospect of a big victory for a breakaway on stage 11. They fought hard to be in it, mightily hard, and this is the final series of selections here. The Chris Harper, Vlasov, Ulissi group has taken a few seconds back on Mas and Narvaez. They've closed to 21 seconds, and if there's any hesitation at the front, these 3 riders can still pounce.
There is a little bit of a drag in the very last 5 kilometers. It's just going to last a kilometer. It's nothing impressive. It's just a 4%. But if they look on each other, you know, that might be the perfect moment for the group behind to rejoin. I mean, I don't know if Enric Mas will collaborate now with Narvaez. He's going to be instructed from the team car to don't do so. It would make sense for him just to stay at the wheel as they enter now the city of Chiavari. They're really on the outskirts of it.
Right, the road flattens out now. Is Jonathan Narvaez going to ask for help? And if so, is he going to get it from Enric Mas, or is Mas just going to sit on the wheel of Narvaez and take his chances on the line? Narvaez hasn't looked round, hasn't asked for help yet. Now he looks round. Probably understands that Mas won't cooperate with him. Huge crowds here, Colombian flags at the side of the roads as an Ecuadorian leads stage 11 of the Giro d'Italia towards this finale. Narvaez looks around to see whether Mas will come through, and Mas does come through. These two riders then sharing the work, and the Harper group is now at 20 seconds.
They're gonna have another passage here in the city center, just one way down this very road. As here an aerial shot of the city of Chiavari.
Elegant seaside resort in Chiavari, here in Liguria, where the sun beats down on these roof tiles and sparkles on the waters of Liguria in the bay beyond. And you can see the marina there. That is where the race finishes, right alongside the marina. In the last kilometre, diving under a bridge and then out into the sunlight and then straight pretty much round a roundabout and towards the finish line on the marina. But before that, they have to get right into the heart of town and double back. Look how it twists and turns. The last few kilometres are very technical indeed, and they're about to enter the city proper.
That's the climb we were referring to. This is going to start from 5 kilometers till 4. A little descent is nothing too steep, but if you have the legs, you know, that's the place for Eric Mas maybe to try something.
Narvaez just eases up a little bit, encourages Mas to the front, but with what kind of commitment is Mas hitting the front, and what effect is that having on the time gap now that comes from down to 18 seconds again, and that really eliminates any margin that these two have got for playing games. It's not really there. That chase group can shut down that 18-second gap if there's hesitation in games being played by these two. Jonathan Narvaez does, as ever. He's so astute, he's so lucid. He thinks he reads a race situation and thinks the tactics through so perfectly, and he's got so many different ways of playing this now. And here's the chase group with Harper doing the work on the front, Vlasov and Diego Ulissi, the old warhorse, sitting on the back. Very minimum that Diego Ulissi is going to get out of today is another 5th place to add to his extraordinary career. But Ulissi will be hoping for more than that if there's any hesitation between Mas and Narvaez.
As it doesn't look like, as Mas is simply powering through the climb, asking for some collaboration from Narvaez.
Ah, look at that. Narvaez knows that they've got to keep the pace up as the time gap, their advantage over the chase group, comes down another second to 17 seconds. Just look round, and Narvaez just has no choice but to keep riding here.
All the energy are the very bare minimum. The day was incredibly high, and there was never a moment where he settled down the race. And I think all the riders have just a bare minimum of energy to survive and arrive at the finish line.
Starting to drop down again on their hands and knees. Even Jonathan Narvaez showing signs of fatigue, if not mental fatigue. This is his 3rd day in a breakaway. Let's not forget, and every time so far that he's been in a breakaway, he's managed to get over the line in 1st place at this Giro d'Italia. A race that changed its nature completely for Jonathan Narvaez on stage 2 when his GC leaders all crashed. As Enric Mas just sees the road just kick up ahead of him and just tries to ask the question of Jonathan Narvaez. Gets out of the saddle, doesn't look round, and tries to dislodge or gain some sort of advantage over Jonathan Narvaez, but Narvaez is not having it.
No, the climb, if we can call it like this, is just simply too easy to be, you know, distancing Jonathan Narvaez, and he sees the finish line right here. It's like a bull now. He has the eyes on the target, and he won't be giving ground to Eric Mas. As the trio here, I think we can rule them out from the victory. 3.8 kilometer, still keeping the same gap, 17 seconds.
Sharing the work, Ulissi, Vlasov and Harper. 16 seconds. I mean, if these two riders start to come to a track stand, then they're still in with a shout, that chase group. But there's full commitment from Jonathan Narvaez. Maybe Enric Mas, when he hits the front, rides with a little bit less impetus, knowing that he's just, by doing that, dragging Jonathan Narvaez to the finish line, which is a pretty frightening proposition. But Narvaez is fully committed, and as he hits the front, then the time gap goes out from 16 to 18 seconds. Tension here. Mas came to Italy hoping for a race situation like this. Has picked a day where, unlike the stages that he's still got to come, this weekend, and in the third week he's got the high mountains and the long climbs, which might suit him better in a breakaway. He's chosen a hilly stage, and in his nearest competitor here for the stage win, he's got a master of stages like this. It's almost a stage designed for Jonathan Narvaez, as there are so many similar stages at this year's Giro d'Italia. So Enric Mas, the real outsider of these two. If he pulls it off here, it will be a stunning victory.
He managed himself to be at the front. He was coming to Italy with ambitious for the general classification, being distanced almost immediately, and he's going to now targeting a stage victory. Enric Mas. Already today, whatever the results, we fairly expect a second one. Is going to be nonetheless a great display of strength, and there's more to come from the Spaniard. Now they're going to enter the city center once again. This typical Ligurian road.
Enric Mas looking to try and go long. Takes an aggressive line there, right in front of Jonathan Narvaez, and he's opening up the hostilities here quite early. Enric Mas over Jonathan Narvaez. It almost cut him up a little bit there, just moving over to the left-hand side. But at the moment, all he's doing is leading out Narvaez to 2 kilometers to go.
And there's the sign of the arch of the 2-kilometer sign. Is going to turn right before another left turn. He's going to take a little bit to the outskirts of Chiavari before entering the arbor with a right corner.
Looks round, checks. Narvaez is still there, lurking, waiting to pounce. 1.7 kilometers to go. Mas sweeps left-handed. The time gap to the chase group shrinks again by a couple of seconds. Harper, Vlasov and Ulissi just tucked in behind them at 15 seconds and still riding on. They can't play games now. Jonathan Narvaez gets back on the front, keeps the pace high, not too far behind then on that left-hander. Vlasov, Harper and Ulissi sweep round it. Diego Ulissi looking to get a 5th place as a minimum, but Narvaez and Mas just tightening, getting ready for his sprint, tightening the cleats on his shoes.
Enric Mas is not gambling around, as Jonathan Narvaez a little bit with more clever move, slotting himself into the wheel of Enric Mas. I think Enric Mas is happy with the 2nd place, because what is he doing is going to just set up a good sprint for Jonathan Narvaez.
Enric Mas, if he was playing chess, this would be check. It's almost checkmate. He's got one of the fastest punchers in the World Tour peloton on his wheel, and he's taking him through 1 kilometer to go and leading him out effectively. Mas on the front, Jonathan Narvaez, the out-and-out favourite even before today's race got underway, attacking, getting himself eventually to the front, and having, with 3 occasions at least, to rescue his position on the road and ride across to the front of the race. Being forced by Enric Mas to go long, just hits the front, eases up again, and now Enric Mas is on the wheel of Jonathan Narvaez, who's going to have to sprint from the front. 600 meters to go. There's the chase group. Alexander Vlasov with Diego Ulissi and Chris Harper on his wheel, still riding on as they ease up a little bit. Jonathan Narvaez then seems to have judged this to perfection. Looks round, checks, not so much to see where Mas is, but looks behind to see where that second group on the road is as he eases up at 400 meters to go. They are gambling with that group behind, and both riders check to see what that time gap looks like. Narvaez confidence that when he opens up his sprint, not only can he see off the challenge from behind, but he can dispense with the threat of Enric Mas and ride to victory number 3. 200 meters to go. Mas opens up his sprint at 200 meters to go, straight all the way to the line. Jonathan Narvaez then looking for room on the left-hand side of Enric Mas, finds that Mas just about holds him off as well. It's a good sprint from Mas, but victory number 3 in this year's Giro d'Italia for Jonathan Narvaez. That was closer than you might have thought, as Diego Ulissi picks up the final podium place on the stage ahead of Chris Harper and Alexander Vlasov. Well, my oh my, Jonathan Narvaez got that stage win, but Enric Mas did a really good sprint for 2nd place, and he made Jonathan Narvaez work for that stage.
It was another great display of strength by Jonathan Narvaez. He was the favorite of today's stage. He didn't miss a move through the whole day. There was only one moment where a large group emerged, and he put his team at the front working. He placed himself with a very strong attack, and he put himself into the best position to winning today. And from there on, he was just racing to perfection. 3rd victory, 5th overall in the Giro d'Italia for Jonathan Narvaez. As here a very unfortunate Cristian Scaroni.
This is the sprint for 6th place on the stage, and Ludovico Crescioli concedes defeat to Cristian Scaroni, who's been on a mission ever since he crashed, chasing the front of the race.
It's the crash with Zana, Van Etvelt and Scaroni also shaped the outcome of today's stage, because with the Expresses it could have been a much different finale, but that's bike racing. It's not just about legs, it's also about staying upright and choosing the right momentum.
5 career victories at the Giro d'Italia, 3 in this edition for Jonathan Narvaez, 3 also for 4 now, 4 stage wins for UAE Team Emirates, who lost 3 of their star riders on stage 2. They've now won 4 stages of 11. It's some recovery and some performance from UAE Team Emirates.
This man is just in fine form as he is about to reach the podium. We have to wait a little bit longer for the peloton to arrive. It is Barguil with Simone Gualdi, who is coming from the peloton as well. Raccagni, people cheering obviously for him.
Yeah, the local rider, the Italian. Gualdi finishes ahead of Warren Barguil and in front of friends, family and his fan club. Raccagni salutes his admirers and finishes his stage.
Back in the peloton,
Bahrain victorious, riding it in.
Yeah, it's Damiano Caruso leading the way for the peloton as now 2:30 to be seen, and checking the time gap just for Chris Harper. He crosses the line with something like 30 seconds. So I think it's going to be tight for him maybe to rejoin the top 10, but nonetheless, he's gained a massive chunk of time over all the other GC opponents.
Started the day, Chris Harper, 7 minutes and 22 seconds down in the general classification. He's now 4 minutes and 22 seconds down and counting. They haven't got there yet. But it might not be enough for the top 10 today, as Nick Zukowski and Wout Poels have a little jokey sprint for the very minor placings from the group of favourites. Wout Poels getting the better of Zukowski, and all the GC favourites finishing in a very, very reduced peloton. Derek G. West, Giulio Pellizzari, Felix Gau, Jonas Vingegaard, and of course Afonso Eulalio, to name but a few. The top 10 all there. I was impressed with Mas's sprint, Jacopo.
It was a good sprint by Mas. I mean, if he would have managed to overcome Narvaez, he could have, closed the trajectory and, get in the best of him. So I think he played this card perfectly. The parcours itself was not open to any other interpretation. Maybe I would have waited to take the front of the race, but nonetheless, I think it was impossible to do anything different than this from Eric Mas, and Narvaez is just faster, but I think he was on the edge. He didn't destroy Mas in the sprint. He was just on the paper stronger, but Mas, which is definitely not his best ability, he was able to manage a way to put the victory in danger for this man, for Jonathan Narvaez.
There's the top 10. Narvaez ahead of Mas, and then at 11 seconds, Ulissi winning the sprint ahead of Harper and Vlasov for 3rd place. Scaroni finishing at 2 seconds ahead of Ludovico Crescioli. First top 10 on a stage for him in his career at the Giro. Simone Gualdi 8th, Warren Barguil 9th, and Raccagni in front of home support getting a top 10.
Good performance by the young Italian.
Narvaez making his way to the podium, and incidentally closing the gap in the Maglia Ciclamino by a further 25 points, Jonathan Narvaez.
It is true, it is true.
Can't keep doing it, can he? How many more stages can he win at the Giro d'Italia? He might at some point start feeling quite tired. 3 breakaways for Jonathan Narvaez, 3 victories from the breakaway.
There's still more to come, because the parcours itself is a call for breakaway riders like him. The stage of Verbania could suit him. The stage in the 3rd week as well. So don't rule him out that he can get also a fourth victory. You look almost like a killer today. Never show sign of weakness through the day. Every time there was a chance to get the best position or, you know, put yourself in a condition to being able to deliver, he was there. He just missed the first move, but I think it was also kind of intentional. He decided, okay, we just look around when it's the moment. He used the team in the right way, and he attacked the peloton, and he was able then to rejoin the front of the race. So even at the very slight moment where he was a little bit on the back foot, then he applied an amazing stride. He looked like the strongest on the climb, looked like the strongest in the descent. It seemed like unbeatable today.
Well, Jonathan Narvaez has already been plonked in a chair, and a microphone been placed in front of him. And for the third time in this Giro d'Italia already, he's going to be interviewed as a stage winner. What a ride.
Johnny, victory number 3 in this Giro d'Italia. What was the most difficult part of the stage for you today?
All day. When we start the meeting in the bus saying we have to jump in the breakaway because our goal, and then we miss the first group, then we miss the second group, and then 2 hours after hard race, I tried to jump straight to the breakaway, and I think was difficult. Also, Enric Mas was the strongest in the climb, and I knew I have to play my game.
Was it special to be at the front with Enric Mas, who is normally a GC rider, and for once he was chasing a stage win?
Of course not. Of course not. He is stronger than me in the climbs, of course. But I was remembering a book I was reading, and he said, and the book said, if you don't have your game, just make your own game. You will not see never running Michael Phelps. He's a specialist for the pool now, and I just tried to defend myself in the uphill.
And then with 200 meters to go, when he launched the sprint,
I was scared. I was scared because when he did the sprint, he almost tried to close me in the barriers now, and was on the limit. But was amazing all day. Was full gas race, because we don't race just in the uphills. Now we race in the downhill also.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant interview from Jonathan Narvaez, admitting that Enric Mas is a better climber than him, and he was under pressure on the climb. But I love that expression of, like, the book that he read that said you rely on your own strengths. You don't try and compete outside of your comfort zone. And as he said, Michael Phelps has never raced 100 meters sprint, has he? He's a swimmer. Interesting way of putting it. I think Enric Mas will be pretty pleased with his second place on the stage.
Yeah, this morning in the interview, you know, it was very it's about the chances of his team, Movistar team, to be on the attack and getting victories.
Every day, he said.
Yeah, and today, I mean, maybe in the less obvious among the whole lineup of Movistar, he was up there, and at the end, he almost, I want to say, almost beat Narvaez, but nonetheless, he had to, Narvaez had to dig deep to overcome Enric Mas. So he's shown that his form is getting back. He probably started this Giro d'Italia with not the best legs, and it seems like he's betting on good form, and I think more to come for a rider like Enric Mas, because in the coming days there are going to be a lot of mountains, especially in the third week, and he has a lot of ground if you want to do something.
It did look like Narvaez, as he admitted to, he said a full gas all day. We missed the moves, we had to ride across. It did feel like he was a little bit fatigued in that final sprint.
Yeah.
His reaction wasn't instant, was it? Once he got up to speed, it was only going to result in one way. Mas was going to be beaten, but it took him a while. Mas opened up that sprint with 200 meters to go, and it wasn't really until the last 30-40 meters that Narvaez made the difference. Yeah, also on the, he has if you look at the face, it's shown that how much his mental strength he had to put in it, because that's hard. That was
on the climb, it looked like for the first time in this very Giro d'Italia, he's shown some sign of weakness, you know, like some grimace on his face appeared. But before that, nothing of some sort that you will indicate he was suffering. But I think it was, as we said, and he pointed out correctly, it was the all-day full gas. So it's no surprise that the riders are tired. It was full gas the whole day.
Well, of course, his future is still uncertain, Jonathan Narvaez. And so is this man's immediate future a little bit uncertain. Got through today without any dramas, and his team rode very supportively of them young Maglia Rosa today. These are the provisional GC standings, and only one change, as we've been alluding to all day, and he just made it. Chris Harper has moved up into the top 10 at 4:09, dropping Markel Balocchi down, maybe temporarily, let's see, to 11th place. So Pinarello Q36.5 have got a rider in the top 10 on GC.
Yeah, and that makes 4 Australians in the top 10.
It does, doesn't it? Little race within a race for the Australians. Ben O'Connor, Michael Storer, Jai Hindley, and now Chris Harper in the top 10.
Some groups coming on the line here. In the meantime, it's going to be for a lot of time because the race was fast and it was restless the whole day long.
Interesting general classification, and the way the peloton behaved today was also interesting, wasn't it? We see a number of different teams at different points taking control of the GC group. Net company Ineos almost at times riding like they had the Maglia Rosa.
Yeah, it was very curious, and also like if we take out the first 100 kilometers, I think there are going to be some disappointments from some team. I think especially Little Trek, they were, you know, part of the reason why Narvaez at the end was at the front, because they reshaped the outcome. What was looking like a very obvious breakaway, and they started chasing along with UAE, allowing at the end just Narvaez to re-enter. So I think it's going to be a lot of disappointment for the American squad. But nonetheless, I think the fatigue starts to appear into the legs of the riders as
Maglia Rosa is being held aloft by that couple. Fantastic. Great crowds here at the finish line as well. Really international feeling as well. There's a Ecuadorian flag just being held aloft in front of our position here. Let's look back at some of the sights and sounds of a fascinating day of racing.
Nice highlights of today's stage with Jonathan Narvaez getting the best of everybody else in a fast and furious stage from Porcari till Chiavari. Here's the recap of the general classification. No major changement except for Chris Harper at the far bottom, slotting himself into the 10th place thanks to a 4th place today. He was very active. To be seen how much it's going to last, but for the moment it was a very good ride by the Australian, who managed himself to rejoin the top 10. Nonetheless, is going to start also tomorrow in the Maglia Rosa, and it's very unlikely he's going to lose it in a much easier stage compared to today. Here's the man, just finishes warming down. Soon he's going to be on the podium, ready for his ceremony that is being given. Yet another Maglia Rosa. Timmins was very active in controlling the race today, and it was just about asking who won today. So he was not really interested at all in today's outcome, as some other replays appears. Here is the man. Team was very strong on supporting Eulalio with Caruso, Matteis Patience, and as well as Zambanini.
Yeah, at one point we wondered what they were doing. They were keeping the breakaway at on such a tight leash, but eventually they let the gap grow out a little bit. But nonetheless, sign of confidence, good support from Bahrain Victorious. He's obviously got their backing from the team, and why not? Still leads the Giro d'Italia by 27 seconds.
Don't look like they're saving anybody. And enjoying some time. Chiavari and Lavagna, the only few places in the Levanto that they can feature some sandy beaches.
Yeah, the beaches here tend to be grey, don't they?
Grey and full of stones, big stones.
Pebbly beaches, yeah.
And also very small in size, because as you see in the background there, like mountains directly plunges themselves into the water. There's Jonas Vingegaard in the KOM jersey.
Hidden from sight for us, but it won't be long before he's on the podium. What was the little biscuit that we had with our coffee this morning?
I had Baci di Dama or Baci di Alassio, which is a little bit more down the coast in Savona, but they're spread all over the Ligurian coast.
But it was very nice.
They were good.
They were very good.
Yet another place where you had good food. Matteis Patience was very much involved today. The winner of yesterday's stage, Filippo Ganna, Alberto Bettiol, Alex Segart as well, Garofoli,
Maciulussi,
Nico Denz. They were part of the early breakaway. I mean,
almost everybody in the peloton was in the bike race properly today. It took so long for the break to go. But it's interesting, we're at that stage of the Giro d'Italia, any Grand Tour now, where fatigue is just starting to affect riders, isn't it? And so you're getting this fluctuating form. For example, today, Andreas Leknesund was surprisingly, he was one of the first riders to be dropped from that big breakaway group, and yet he's looked so strong up till this point. Yeah,
it also marks the first, I think, division in weather of this Giro d'Italia. Was very cold till the stage of Sunday. It's still fresh air, but much warmer than it was before. Here we see the first
Narvaez story, isn't it? That was the first time that he had to shut down a 35-second gap on his own.
Yeah, and eventually all the riders in picture, they were able to rejoin the front, but Narvaez from there was like a stamp on today's stage, like I'm the strongest and I'm gonna take this on.
Surpassing Richard Carapaz in terms of stage wins. Of course, Carapaz also won the Giro d'Italia outright, but that was another moment that Jonathan Narvaez closed the gap, seemingly effortlessly.
today he just looked stronger than anybody else. At the end, maybe it's the only moment where he showed some weakness, but despite that, he just showed that without being eventually dropped by anybody. He was just stronger than anybody else. We're about to get our ceremony.
Henrik Mas on the descent there, following Jonathan Narvaez. This is the moment his back wheel almost lost it on the descent. Holding it upright, just a minor scare for Narvaez. And then 200 meters to go, Mas opened up his sprint, and Narvaez was a little bit slow out of the traps, but had plenty of enough power in the end to win by a bike length or so ahead of Henrik Mas. Well, I'm sure he didn't imagine that his Giro would look like this when he set off for Bulgaria a couple of weeks ago. Now, of course, UAE Team Emirates had to rethink about their Giro d'Italia. That was already a strange one, because without Juan Ayuso here or Joao Almeida, Ayuso, of course, moving on, Joao Almeida injured, they didn't have necessarily an out-and-out GC favourite. So they already arrived in Bulgaria with sort of mixed ambitions. But they did have three riders who could have done a big GC ride in Marc Soler, Jay Vine and Adam Yates, and all of those three crashed out effectively in the same split second on stage 2, which changed everything for Jonathan Narvaez's role in the team, where as much as he's a winning rider, he rarely gets his opportunity for UAE Team Emirates really to express himself, but my word, he's taken his opportunity over the first 11 days.
Yeah, last year especially was for most of the season along with Tadej Pogacar, and this year also he came in here, and as you pointed out, normally Almeida was supposed to be the GC leader, GC hopes of the team. Eventually they had to rechange the program because he was not in shape. He just had to endure some physical problem. Starting off with Jai Vine, Adam Yates, and then all being caught up in the crash. Jonathan Narvaez himself was caught up in the crash, but after just a couple of days of reassessing the body, he was just in a brilliant and blistering form. As here, the recap of today's stage.
The smile is back, and the main man is back. Afonso Eulalio, from Potenza to Liguria, Basilicata to Liguria, from the cold and the wet of that chaotic stage finish where he finished in second place and landed himself in the jersey, to the sunshine of Liguria. Deep into the second week now of racing in this Giro d'Italia. It's been a delightful journey to witness, and there's no sign of it immediately about to end either. There's every chance that the next 2 days of racing, at least, Afonso Eulalio can defend that jersey, hopefully for his sake, without any real stress. Don't think it was too stressful a day for him today either.
No, you looked pretty much in control the whole day, and supported by a very good team, I have to say. Every time we looked at the picture in the TV, it was always surrounded by somebody. So far so good for Afonso Eulalio. It is again the recap of the general classification, where he's still pretty much in command.
Yep. His 27-second lead over Jonas Vingegaard is intact. The only change in the general classification is Chris Harper moving up into the top 10 at the expense of Markel Bellocchi. Comfortable day for Jonas Vingegaard today, who will be more than happy to lose this King of the Mountains jersey at some point. He'll be hoping, I think, that somebody starts to scoop up enough points to take this responsibility of being on the podium and the extra duties off his shoulders, because he literally doesn't want to be here at this moment. He wants to be recovering. He's here to win the Giro d'Italia, but his duties are his duties, and he's doing the sponsors proud. But the problem is, because he's picked up so many points with those two Category 1 stage finishes, there's no obvious sign of anyone being able to take the jersey off.
No, and I think it's going to be very unlikely to happen, because in the next couple of days there are not going to be major climbs.
And Saturday again, we've got a Category 1 summit finish. And if he wins that, that's another 50 points. He's kind of like condemned to winning the King of the Mountains competition at the moment.
Well, would like to have the same type of punishment.
And we haven't had the emergence of a consistent rider who's really targeting the King of the Mountains competition behind him. Diego Sevilla, I think now, probably hasn't got the legs to really compete for this jersey over the remaining stages. So he's still in second place. Felix Gall has moved up to third. Mathieu Pais picked up 2 of the climbs today, and he moves into 4th place.
There were not many points available today, and also by the nature of itself of the race, it was impossible for one rider to score a lot of points. This man, plus to the maglia rosa, again maglia bianca on his shoulder.
Il portoghese Eulalia c'è anche la maglia bianca di Emilio Giovane. Complimentarsi con il portoghese di Valle Victorious, Antonio Segalerma, presidente del Consiglio Comunale di Chiavari, e Alessandro Ravera in rappresentanza di Bonard.
Afonso Eulalio, 24 years of age. This is the last year in which he is eligible for the Best Young Riders competition, the white jersey. He's making the most of it. And his advantage over his nearest rivals in this jersey is significant, much bigger than the 27 seconds that he's got to defend in the pink jersey competition. He's got a real chance, I think, of maybe winning this jersey in Rome.
Leader della classifica punti, intanto andiamo a ricordare ancora una volta quello che è l'ordine d'arrivo di questa tappa con Jonathan Narvaez che
Don't think anything will have changed in the top. Oh, there's a little bit of reshuffling. Igor Arrieta moves up to 6th, Johannes Kulset moves up to 7th. But what really matters is he's got 3 minutes and 36 seconds, most significantly over Giulio Pellizzari in 2nd place, who will continue to wear the white jersey on the road tomorrow on behalf of Afonso Eulalio.
secondi. Abbiamo appena premiato il leader della classifica generale, domani ripartiremo con Eulalio al comando in maglia rosa, il portacolori della Valle Victorious ha un vantaggio di 27 secondi nei confronti di Jonas Vingegaard, 1,57 sul time and
tomorrow's stage we revisit some of the roads of Milano San Remo as we continue our Ligurian journey.
Yeah, tomorrow they're starting off in Imperia and heading a little bit inland before rejoining the coastline. Just the other way around. Usually riders experience the sea line, the coastline on their left, going to Sanremo. This time they're going to be going to the other side. They're going to do Colle del Giovo.
In the meantime, a huge group has just come over the finish line.
It was a very demanding stage also for the Gruppetto to reach the finish today.
Andreas Leknesund was among them, one of the last riders across in that group. I suspect Paul Magnier was in that group as well.
Another.
And it's time for our daily check-in with the leader of the Giro d'Italia, Afonso Eulalio.
Afonso, only 36 riders in your group on the finishing line. What does it say about this race?
No, today is super hard race. It's like a classic. The start is a chaos. No, at some moments I feel if I go suffering a lot. No, but yeah, I saw my teammates super close to me, and yeah, I just keep fighting. The team did great. Like the other days, I don't have words for my team. No, is perfect.
What do you think that your team was not the only one of the GC team involved in the chase? The other teams also rode as if they had maglia rosa.
No, I think it's not for help me, or is only for keep the race more safe. No, not because otherwise, if we don't pull, if we don't go fighting, no, in the final the race will be a chaos. No.
And there was Chris Harper in the front group. Did you calculate how many minutes he could have?
Yeah, we always do some calculations. We always go some pool, but we try to save. No, and in the final also Chris Harper is dangerous also for other teams. No, it's not only for me.
Congratulations.
Thank
Still
you.
in the Maglia Rosa.
Thank you.
I think he's absolutely right, Afonso Eulalia, to praise the way his team have protected his race lead. Bahrain Victoria is doing a very good race in support of their young leader, Afonso Eulalia. Jonas Vingegaard still sits there, though, at 27 seconds, seemingly forever condemned to give interviews as the King of the Mountains leader.
Jonas, was today's stage hard for everyone, and not only for the people who were battling for the stage win at the front?
I think so. It was, in the end, a hard stage. I think everyone had to suffer a bit to get through the stage. So yeah, I'm happy with how we got through it.
Have you found it interesting that a rival team, that company Ineos, rode as if they had the Maglia Rosa?
Well, I mean, I think they did a super good job today. They, yeah, I think they wanted to defend, and it's always okay if people want to defend, and yeah, that's what they wanted today, and we had the same idea.
Yourself, how did you feel the day after this long time trial?
Well, to be honest, I felt actually quite good. My legs felt good, but yeah, there's also a lot of hard stages coming up in the second part of the Giro.
Thank you, Jonas.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are in the second half of the Giro. We've crossed the halfway line mathematically today in terms of kilometres raced. Let's have a look at tomorrow. There's not quite as long as today's stage, and it could potentially end in a bunch sprints. We'll have to have a look. It sets out from Imperia, which is, of course, one of the famous waypoints. Fascinating from the flag drop to the finish. Make sure you join us for live coverage of stage 12 tomorrow. But for now,
It's ciao.
ciao.